That's where you're wrong, Corinth. I can tell you what to do. You don't have to do it, but I can tell you. And I did. Said say hi. So another debate lost. Another Corinth L, another Radical Coder W. First of the night. Speaking of which, it is Thursday, August 28th at 7:55 p.m. EST. How we doing? How we doing tonight? How are you, Corinth? Besides taking that massive L just now. Boing. So true. So true. Boing indeed. What's happening? I was just watching Wick's debate panel with, Destiny going up against a bunch of different people. It was pretty rough. Pretty rough. Bunch of Route 1 trainers. Figured I'd come on, do a better live. No offense to Wick. All love. I don't know what we're gonna do exactly. Maybe we'll cover some content. We haven't like sat and watched anything really. Oh yeah, we got some Sippy Squirtle. Rough for the D-Man or rough for the rest? Rough for the rest. Rough for the rest. It was like Marte. What's up, Cody? It was like Marte, Fatty. I didn't know the other two guys. Yeah, Brown's falling. You okay, buddy? Did you almost fall? It's okay, little guy. Nothing phenomenal. They debated what was it? Marte. What did Marte even argue with him about? It's hard to follow that, man. Oh, it was January 6th stuff. Whether it was an insurrection. And then someone came on and argued about the origins of COVID. And then Fatty argued about whether Epstein killed himself, which, for the record, I actually agree with Destiny's take. There's really no reason to believe that Epstein didn't kill himself, but I think it's morally good to assert that Donald Trump killed Epstein personally, or had him killed. I think it's a moral good. Can they not get people that want to debate Destiny anymore? That's a terrible lineup. Well, I think Soypill is debating him now, which is a little bit better. But yeah, there might be a little bit harder to book debate opponents right now, I imagine. Well, with the optics of it all. I've only got 2% charge, but I'll stay until. Thank you for spending the rest of your phone's life here with us, Nicody. We appreciate you. Alternative, plug your phone in. Charge they phone. Michelle says it is an awful lot of coincidences happening all at once. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it's definitely suspicious. Don't get me wrong. I'm just not sold. Like, I could be convinced either way, but I think, like, if all of the things that happen, all of those coincidences happened to someone, if Biden had been president, we would never hear the end of this. There would be absolutely no debate about whether or not he offed himself. Every person to the right of Bernie Sanders would be saying that Biden personally went into the jail and took him out. And I think that we should embrace the narrative a little bit there, at least tongue in cheek, at least tongue in cheek. Good for you. How is everyone tonight? How are we doing? Anything exciting happened today? Any big news? I napped for a lot of the day. So I missed it. If anything super exciting happened, I missed it. Michelle is great. That's great news. Great to hear. Make sure you all like the stream, by the way. Super important to like the stream. It's the only way that Umbreon eats. He only eats likes. I know kibble is probably better for him, but he likes the likes. What can I say? Oh, yeah? Okay. That was a cute yawn. You want to get down now? Okay. Umbreon is vegan. Yeah, exactly. Likes are vegan. In this world, isn't no news good news? Yeah, realistically. Yeah, that's kind of true. That is kind of real. He's very particular. He likes what he likes, and it is likes. You guys like the starting soon screen I made? I threw this together like right before I clicked live. And it's got this little like repellent feature, which is pretty cute. I'll share it with you all. Here. Enjoy. I wonder what AI features it would add. I'm gonna add Gemini features and see what it says. See what it does. I smoked joints with a coworker while on break today. Love that for you. Love that. Good praxis. Okay, buddy. He just heard some noise in the living room. He is not involved, so he's very upset about that. Hey. No, sir. No. Today was very pleasant. Good, good. Let's see. Okay, it added a stream topic. I'm not playing Elden Ring, but let's see. Just chatting. Hey, no, sir. I gotta work on. I was researching how to handle his stream whining. I mean, right now he's just whining because he hears people and he's not involved. But I gotta ignore him. No eye contact when he starts crying, you know. Your chat fix is here, ready for good vibes and great talks. So true, so true. This app's kind of boring now. I'm just gonna say that. This app is kind of boring now. Let's build something that will inspire more interaction from my chat. Let's do something like that. Let's try to get you guys involved. Is there any exciting content that I should cover? I don't know. I don't know if I feel like watching debates or anything. Oh, I made an app out of Soypill dropped a video today, like a workout video, and I didn't watch it, but I made an app based on it. So here, while that one's being created. There we go. It's got a dashboard, obviously, history, log each day, even settings. I have not updated these yet. Yeah, what can we do about that, Corinth? What do you think? What can we do? How can we fix it? It's tragic, really. Stop engaging in bad debates. Yeah. Where are the good debates happening? Maybe I need to. Let's see. You know what we'll do? The only solution would be an Umbreon cam. You hear that, Umbreon? You're here to fix the debate sphere. No. It's you. You're the only one who can do it. What do you think? He's like, I don't think. Discourse restored. Finally. Okay. I would not go ahead with a debate if y'all agree on the prompt either. Does that happen very often? How often are there debates where they're like, yeah, we agree with the prompt? Or where they both agree on the prompt? Yeah. I feel like it's usually like, hang on. Get out. Go be a human. I feel like it's usually more like the prompt is kind of like stacked in one, like stacked one-sided. Like it's kind of framed in a way that there's an out for at least one side. No, but like they agree on what they're debating about. Do you have an example of this? Does that happen a lot? I'm a little confused. Let's see what we got. Simulate boom from what? This is not what I meant. This is not what I was thinking. I mean, this is cute, but it's not what I was thinking. Like, don't do what was going on. Oh, I don't think I watched that full. Teriyaki's ridiculous. I couldn't do that one. That was a bizarre debate. Teriyaki had to get someone to just try to defend the position they didn't hold. Oh yeah, did Vibe? I know Vibe was supposed to debate with him. Did someone else end up doing it, or did Vibe do it? He was like, in our system, we have a choice between nationalists or socialists. Thus, we're national. Yeah. I've heard him make that argument. He made that argument to me like before he did that debate. It's so stupid. I forget who. I just know they didn't hold that position because it's fucking stupid. Yeah, it is pretty dumb. It is pretty dumb. You know what? Here, if anybody wants to hop on, you're welcome to. And have some conversations. If I were his adversary, I'd be like, nah, hold up, I ain't doing this. Yeah. Dalmatian dog. What's up, buddy? I'm sad to see that you stopped streaming. I liked your streams. I think they're fun. I hope you come back to it sometimes. How you doing, buddy? Things going well for you? You're welcome to come up if you want to talk. Now let me pin that StreamYard link. So that anyone else who comes in. Let's see. I'm just gonna open up YouTube, find something to watch while we wait. Let's see what I want to see what Soy Pill and Destiny talked about on the Wick panel. I'm kind of curious.
Hello, you're live. Soy Pill. Oh, you can't hear us. Hold on, let me DM them.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
There you are. You got a camera for us today?
Yes, I do. You got to warn me
There's
when you
our
just
king.
drag me into these things. Come on, man.
Okay, what do you got? What's
Yeah,
your-
so I mean, I didn't prep for a specific debate. I thought this whole thing was going to be a Destiny allegations trial, but I'm curious. Just well, shit, that's what everyone's talking about. That's what all my DMs are about. But no, I'm curious.
real.
Could you read me out your evidence for as to why the Russia collusion thing happened? I've been writing some notes. I just want to make sure I got them all because
Well, so I
the
think
logic
there's,
isn't
like,
logicking for me.
So Roger Stone 100% was coordinating with Lucifer 2.0 for media timings on the leaks.
Mhm.
Roger Stone was 100% a campaign surrogate for Trump's 2016 election campaign.
Right.
Roger Stone lied and obstructed every part of that investigation into him when investigators were investigating.
Yep.
And then he was pardoned eventually for said thing, for obstructing and keeping,
Oh, so they're just talking about Russia collusion.
any amount of coordination with the Trump campaign safe. I think that it's almost certain that Stone was communicating with the Trump campaign. The Trump campaign probably
I like how Destiny acts all shocked that like Soy Pill mentions the ongoing drama. Like the only thing that anyone's talking about in regards to Destiny right now. Like he's all surprised that Soy Pill brought that up.
should have said, hey, we don't do that. We're not coordinating with foreign hackers for the American political system. That's not good. That's not okay. But nobody said that. Nobody brought that up. I think it's a similar bad thing for that Trump Tower meeting was basically them saying, initially, I think when it leaked, they were like, we were just going to go chat with some friendly Russian lady about some Russian adoption thing. And then it later came out that actually we were getting opposition research from her in a Trump Tower.
Yeah, this is boring. This is boring. I'm bored. There's got to be better stuff to watch. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna play some Pokemon TCG. Because we got a new Pokemon set, new Pokemon Pocket set today, and I'm just gonna play that and wait for someone to hop on. TCG stands for the Clay Gnome. That's true. That's true. It's a pocket gnome. Wait, do I have a pack to open right now? Let's see. No, not yet. Christy Gnome. From Bumbly. Good to see you, buddy. Is that a Dalmatian dog? It is the Dalmatian dog. The Dalmatian dog. Excuse you. the one and only, the infamous Dalmatian dog. No, Christy Gnome, no, don't hurt the dog, don't hurt D-Dog. Do not. Wait, what are the tasks here? From a water type Pokemon. Okay. Let's do this. I'm trying to like work through all the rental deck things for my solo stuff. I think I'll do probably a couple rounds of. I mean, I'll just auto it. I'll just let it auto play. Can I share multiple screens? No. That would be cool. Is an extra camera button? Oh, okay. Only if you have Streamlabs Premium or whatever. One of these days. Just kind of playing with StreamYard settings. Put me in front of a wall. You guys like my new house? I feel so low energy today. Let's see. Yeah, roll up some J's. Live your life, Michelle. Here, I need to. I'm gonna post in some other Discords. See if we can get some people in here. Oh, I guess I just I can't do that on my phone while I'm playing this. Oops. Okay, we'll wait. Should I turn up the music a little bit? We're just straight vibing tonight. Yeah. Who else is here? I know we got From Bumbly stopping in, dropping a heart. We love that. Make sure you drop a like as well. Drop a like on the stream. We got any Pokemon TCG Pocket fans? Should be studying and learning. You have a lot of work to get better as a debater. What do you want to learn about? I mean, I agree. I stay learning though. Learning is radical. That's what we do here. I'm just chilling right now. You don't have to study and learn 24/7. I'm always improving. Even resting is improving, okay? Sometimes just sitting back, playing a game, playing some Pokemon Pocket, letting the brain cook information and, you know, rest and assimilate new ideas or whatever, integrate new ideas, all that jazz. But I agree. Do you have any specific criticisms? Anything you think I should work on? I'm open to critiques. Let's see. I'll see Ask ChatGPT. Give me 5 topics to research. That, or let's do like 3. Give me 3 topics. I did debate Rob. I've debated Rob a couple times. More than a few times. I guess more like a few times. But like, I mean, 2. There's at least 2 like full like multi-hour long. 3 full debates with Rob. From Bumblebee says, I think Rob is a good debater. I think he does a good job listening and staying on point and giving a good answer. I kind of agree. I think Rob does a good job of kind of weaving between staying on point and moving off point, like very tactically. I think he's very good at that. Sorry, I don't remember specifics right now. I have Kel on my mind from last night on Grid Show and how ADHD she has. Yeah, I'm also very ADHD, so I'm sympathetic to that. What were they debating about on Grid Show last night, though? We love Kel here. Rob's best quality is he does pay attention to what's said and knows what's important, and tactically either going into it if it's something he thinks he can win on, or going somewhere else if he thinks it's going to be hard to. Yes, Corinth. I 100% agree. Super agree. I actually haven't watched Kel's whatever appearance. Should we do that? That sounds fun, actually. How did she do? I asked, yeah, she was on whatever. She lives in California. And she's got all the right connections, right? I don't think she fully knew what she was getting into. I was asking Andrew on the on his 200K subscriber celebration. I was asking him to find out if I could bring my dog to whatever, and he wouldn't do it. He wants to he wants to sabotage the Radical Coder brand. He knows I'd be too good for it. They can't handle me. But if I went on, I would have to bring Umbreon, right? Like, I mean, come on. Umbreon would win too quickly. Brian's a hater. Brian is a hater. Brian's a crazy hater. He is a. I mean, he knows what brings his bucks in, right? He knows what kind of conversations or how the conversations need to go to embolden his audience to donate tons of money. So. It's okay, Bobby boy. Umbreon wins every debate. It's kind of like a superpower, having a little weenie dog like this. It's almost not fair. Only Mr. Bill, which one is smarter, Kel or your dog? I mean, Umbreon's pretty smart. But Kel happens to have like a human brain, believe it or not. Yeah, I think Kel Kel with one L. You meant dog? Don't worry about Nightbot. Nightbot can't do shit. Nightbot doesn't have a wrench here. We don't take Nightbot that seriously. He's just more like a recommendation engine. He's like, hey, chill with the caps. And I'm like, whatever. Maybe if we had like in the future when I can't keep track of my chat, then maybe we'll let Nightbot be a little bit more aggressive with the caps, but I don't mind it right now. You work in software too? Interesting from Bumbly. What kind of software do you do? You don't have to be like super too specific. Oh, you said I do AppSec. AppSec. I don't know what you mean by that. AppSec. App security. Oh, app security. App security. Okay. I know what you mean by that. Yeah. App security. I got you. Nightbot is a mall cop. That's real. Work at a hotel company. Was a dev before. I do application security now. So I do SAST, SCA, SCA, and shit like that. Okay. Security stuff. No, sir. I think I'm gonna build a deck. Oh no, I think I have I think I now have no sir. No sir. I think I can now open. I think I've got enough like time reducing these little hourglasses. I've got enough to open 10 packs now. Right, yeah, let's go. Umbreon. No sir. No, I'm sorry. Only TCG I ever played was Flesh and Blood. I've never played that. I don't even know what that is. I played Blood on the Clock Tower last night with Lataviant and Co. I don't know if you know who that is, but that was fun. No. I keep making eye contact. I shouldn't make eye contact after he whines. We got the Galarian Corsola, Jinx, Milotic, Yamper. I love the Yamper, dude. Ooh, shiny Monferno. That's cute. That's cute. Look at the shiny Monferno. Let's go. Dragalge. I know about Clock Tower from like the 2D and PS1. I didn't know there was other. I only know it's I only know it is like an online game. I didn't know they did that. That's cool though. Ooh, we got the Memory Light. This is a cool card. It lets me use like moves on Pokemon that evolved. Yeah, the Pokemon this card is attached to can use any attack from its previous evolutions. You still need the necessary energy, obviously. Dig-a-dig. Maybe we're not talking about the same thing. We might not be. I don't know. It's like werewolf, one night werewolf or whatever, one night vampire, one night. Like there's a nighttime and you're trying to like figure out who's like what, who's the vampire, who's the werewolf, that kind of shit. Yo, we got the Entei EX. Let's go. This Pokemon has at least 2 extra fire energy attached. Its attack does 60 more damage. Okay. Talking about the horror game we hide from killers like a guy with big scissors. Yeah, definitely not the same thing. Definitely not the same thing. Okay, we got the Teddy Ursa. Already got the Durant. Slugma. Malamar. 20 damage to each of your opponents. Ooh. Ooh. That's a great dark move. That paired up with Umbreon will actually be sick. Umbreon EX. Crustle. Love that Slowpoke art. So good. So good. Fletchinder. New Donphan. Takes 20 damage less from attacks. Okay. Slugma, what? Slugma nuts, am I right, gang? BB Umbreon, yes, the one and only. The one and only. We got the inflatable boat, giving us one retreat costs less for a water type Pokemon, which is nice. Makes our water types more mobile. We got the Inkay, so we can use that Malamar now. That's cool. I love that Poliwag. I love the Pokemon card art that has like these like claymation kind of characters. There was a Politoed in the last set that has like some. I think it gets like plus 40 to any Pokemon that evolves from Poliwhirl or something like that. I had to look at that. About to buy Metal Gear Delta. I never really played the Metal Gear games. All right, we got another Inkay. Look at that full art Stunfisk. Static Shock, 50 damage. Not bad. Not a bad card. Beautiful art, though. Look at that. New Mag Cargo. 90 damage. 3 fires a lot, but 90 damage is not so bad. And we got the baby. We got the Mantike. Take a water energy. Okay, yeah, that's sick. That's sick. Duck Trio. Got the Sunkern. Swablu. Double. Full art Phanpy. Look at that. This attack does damage to your opponent's active Pokemon equal to the damage. Okay, yeah, this is cool. That's a cool card. There's the regular Stunfisk. New Farfetch'd. Okay. Electros. Another Galarian Corsola. Zoroark. Basically took the third game and made it pretty much a 1-to-1 remake, but with modernized controls. And I love when they do. I love when games do stuff like that. Like rebuilding an existing game, but with like modern controls. Like all the Pokemon remakes are sick. If your opponent's Pokemon is knocked out by damage from this Pokemon's attacks, during your opponent's next turn, prevent all damage from and effects of attacks done to this Pokemon. Okay, that's useful. That's useful. We got the Slowking. Discard up to 2 Pokemon tool cards from your hand. Its attack does 50 damage for each card you discarded that way. Okay. I think there's a trainer card that lets you like pull Pokemon tools from your deck. Shiny Psyduck. Look at that. Look at the blue Psyduck. Love that. Oh, there's something cool in here. Did you see that? If you could pick which region to live in the Pokemon universe, which place would you choose? I would probably live in Sinnoh. Good to see you, Z King, first of all. I think maybe Johto. I really like Johto. And it kind of connects to Kanto. Unova is objectively the correct answer. That's a super Zoomer coded answer. Corinth confirmed Zoomer question mark. I like Johto a lot. Big Johto fan. Johto has the best theme music. The Pokemon Johto, the theme song's a banger. Everybody wants to be a master. Everybody wants to know their skills. Whatever it is. Literally Unova. Oh, Manhattan. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Ooh, new Celebi. If your opponent's active Pokemon is an evolved Pokemon, devolve it by putting the highest stage evolution card on it into your opponent's hand. That's cool. That's going to be some fun knockouts. Unironically true and confirmed, but it's still correct. Johto is just Kanto Light. Yeah. Super. This only a Zoomer can have this take. Only someone. This is someone who could not have possibly played Kanto and Johto when they were new. Was too young to even touch those games if you existed at all. When I think like Unova cities, I honestly can't even picture Nimbasa City. Which one is that? What does it even look like? Elisa? Let me Google this. Okay. Elisa Nimbasa. Oh, I recognize her. Okay. Sinnoh has such rich history and beautiful nature. I mean, Legends Arceus is my favorite main series Pokemon game. Legends ZA is going to be incredible. I'm so stoked. So stoked for that game. I'll definitely play it on stream. I gotta set up all my capture card and probably get some better computing. Or better computer. Hopefully before then. Yes, Crystal is probably my favorite game from back in the day. But I mean, I've played Pokemon like Red, Blue, and Yellow like a million times. I played those like just over and over the years. Fuzzy B, good to see you. Great to see you, in fact. Thank you for stopping in. I definitely have a Togekiss. Yeah, I love a Togekiss. How am I 43 minutes late? Yeah, don't let it happen again, Fuzzy. Well, we've just been chilling. We're not, we're not doing anything super exciting, so you're fine. Cynthia's best champion? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know about that. No. Absolutely. I mean, she's great. She's great. But Lance. Maybe I'm just such I'm like too millennial about it. I'm like, it's just like, Lance was champion in Gen 2. Is that right? Who was champion in Gen 2? It's Lance, right? Yeah, Lance. Lance is a pretty sick champion. Yeah, I know Blue. I know Blue's Gen 1. But yeah, Lance is dope. We love Lance. All right, let's see what else we got. Hoppip. We got the Miltank. The Whitney card seems cool. Another Yamper, Dragalge, Swablu, Licky, Galarian Cursula. This is a fun card. Of course I saw Mega Halucha. Are you kidding me? I didn't like that reveal quite as much as the Mega Victory Bell, but I thought it was still good. It was still a good reveal. But yeah, Mega Halucha looks sick. I'm liking these like super cinematic Mega reveals. I hope they keep doing that for like all of them. I want like a full. I guess they didn't. Did they do one for Dragonite, or was it just like gameplay? That's it. Won't build open any more packs for a while. Maybe it's time to deck build. I think I only got like one of the new EXs though, or two. I got the Entei. Well, let's see. It's funny they chose Machamp because there's an episode in XY where they fight to determine who is Forest champion. So I see what they're. Oh, so they're like riffing on that. That's cool. Yeah, I don't have the. I've got the Latios, but not the Latios. Umbreon, I choose you. Yes. Yeah, I think I'm about to build like an Umbreon deck to play with. Megas are such a good mechanic. I want it to stop being locked to specific generations, just be in all mainline games from now on. I think after ZA, I feel like that's what they're going for. Like ZA is really leaning back into it. I mean, Pokemon Go has been leaning into Megas. I love the Mega mechanic in Pokemon Go. I'm a big fan of that. Yeah, I think they're gonna be around. That's how Ash catches Halucha. I forgot he had one. I didn't watch the anime that late. But yeah, I'm big Mega stan. Megas are supposed to be coming. I think didn't they confirm Megas are coming to TCG Pocket? I guess it's the next set after this one. What's up, KO Dave? How you doing, buddy? Okay, so I've got the Raikou and the Entei. But that's it. I think there's a Jumpluff EX that's pretty cool in this set. I heard Magas instead of Megas by accident. Yeah, Maga is actually a terrible mechanic. Maga, one of my least favorite game mechanics has been introduced to the meta. XY is probably the best written Pokemon series, especially XYZ, but it's also tied with Sinnoh. Fair enough. Best stories. I'll have to check some of those out. Megas and Pokemon are just a ripoff of Digimon. Yes, that's true, but problem? Problem? I'm glad. I'm glad that they ripped it off. Make Unova great again. Mugga. Not the Mugga. The Muga. Not the Muga. All right, let's try to build a new deck with what we've got here. The Muga. What do we think? Let's guess Unova characters' political ideologies. I don't know them well enough. I've only played the Unova games like back like when they first came out. Yes, problem. Pokemon wishes it had a Pokemon as badass as War Greymon. War Greymon's pretty cool. It's just different. It's different. They're very different, you know? It's not a competition. Real monster hunting fans don't have to pick favorites between Digimon and Pokemon. Welcome, Austin Krasinski. Okay, yeah, of course I remember. Well, N would be like a vegan, right? Like a vegan debate bro. Cortex? I don't know that one. Have you seen Skull Greymon? Oh, have I seen Skull Greymon? Come on. Come on. Who do you think you're talking to? Seen some Digimon cards. Surprised they're still around. Yeah, Digimon has a great great core fan base. They've stayed pretty consistent over the years. I love Digimon. Yeah, N would definitely be on the left for sure. Getsus is just a fascist. Yeah, for sure. Tally says me trying to be a fan. Ryan, Pokemon. Are you a Pokemon hater? That's okay. My dog's literally named Umbreon. What did you expect? What's the most badass Digimon? I don't know. Piedmon. I love the what were they called? I'm just not cool enough to be a nerd. Yeah, well, I'll give you that one. Sharon definitely would have traded NFTs. I could see that. I don't know. I can't picture Bianca. No, sir. Yes, welcome, Tolly. Great to have you here regardless. For shame. Why are you hobby shaming me? It's kind of cruel, right? I'm literally just a guy. Tolly was at you guys. Tolly took time away from Wick's debate panel to ask me if I was gay in chat. What do we think about that? Piedmon's sick. What? I don't know. He was just like one of the most threatening like villains. I thought he was scary. Like I remember being he was giving Pennywise. It was a fair question. Right here, Tallybots. My problematic fave, our favorite Trump voter. Don't know what to think. I mean, like I said, I am gay passing. I get it a lot. I hang out in a lot of gay spaces. It's just I get it. Okay. I've got some mannerisms. I am very pro-gay. Machine Dramon was cooler. Also, I was talking about the rainbow crosswalk. So I see why you were not even politically bi. Maybe politically like non-binary-esque a little bit. I used to use like the he they as like a political label. I still kind of vibe with it. But not bi. I'm like 100% straight. Z King says, I never got gay vibes, just metro vibes. There's overlap, so I get the straight eye getting confused. Well, Tali's not straight. Tali's gay. So glad you stopped that. You saying this makes me want to lean back into it. You're like the worst person to encourage me or to be glad or to express happiness that I stopped doing that. That actively makes me want to embrace he they pronouns. Yeah, Omnimon's pretty sick. Didn't I say that earlier? Isn't that what did I mention? I was thinking about Omnimon when you brought up War Greymon. I started thinking about Omnimon. Anyway, back to deck building. Okay, wait. Yeah, I fuck with Kabuterimon. This is a pro Kabuterimon chat. Show me a Pokemon that stands up to Omnimon. I'll wait. I mean, I feel like a lot of legendaries could go toe to toe. I don't know. Again, it's just different, man. It's just different. It's not like that. We don't have to fight. We don't have to have Pokemon fight Digimon. Can't we just all coexist? Do I know Pirate Software? I know of Pirate Software, but like vaguely. I don't know very much about him. I just know a lot of the controversy. I know like there was that big thing where he let his party die in World of Warcraft or whatever. I don't know. I don't play World of Warcraft. He they because Ryan's not on Gen 2 mean he can't be him. That's crazy. That was a good meme, Corinth. I made a joke that Curtis Yarvin is the Digivolved form of Pirate Software. I get those vibes. I get those vibes. That seems real. Yeah, Tali's unironically making me want to change my pronouns. Can't we all just get a bong? That's real. Probably do some dark. Yeah, let's make an Umbreon deck in honor of our boy. So we'll do one tackle EV, one find a friend EV. And then some EVEXs. Tali, we need to set up a conversation. I think we have a lot to talk about. I know you mentioned that at one point, like after we first talked, I think, and I would very much appreciate that. I think there's a lot I want to fight with you about. You are she they, but you have to use them equally, not one off, and not in a discernible pattern. That's fair. I mean, if you're free now, the StreamYard link is pinned. You're welcome to hop on. They do be a she though. My my Facebook pronouns are they. It has been for like 4 or 5 years. What's your problem? Come here. Everyone shame him. Shame him for crying. You're driving and texting. Stop that. Be safe. But yeah, sir. Sure. If you're yeah, you're welcome to hop on when you get back. If we're still going. Stop. I am he. I'm that character from Powerpuff Girls. Him was a great villain. Very, very homoerotic villain. If that show came out today, I feel like it would get like canceled by Republicans. Brandon, no you. Made me trans. Him made you trans. They're transing the kids. Umbreon, you do not have to listen to your father. You have the star of the show, and you know it. Oh, yeah, he does know it. I know, buddy. I know, yes. Thank you for that. Thank you. Speed Demon episode? Oh, I don't think I remember that one. Scared my baby ass to oblivion. Or like the devil character in Cow and Chicken. Cartoon Network was on something different. I she-they'd back in my woke days. I feel like I'm, if anything, more woke now, even though I don't use I don't not use he, they. I just don't like announce it. I don't know. They go to the future and everyone is old and the world is dying. Be like them. The devil had a dump truck. It was weird. They were always throwing that devil butt around. Throwing that devil butt in a circle all over the place. Because while they traveled to the future, they were gone from the real world. Okay, I'm lost. I'm lost now. You can't follow that. What's the point of he, they as opposed to he, him? What's the point? It's an interesting question. So for me, part of it was we will touch on this in a minute. I have a lot to say about Kai Clips, actually. I know him very well. But the point of he, they. Okay, so there was a while where I was teaching coding, particularly to like high school students in like after school program. And in those Zoom calls, like we were supposed to put our pronouns, and I always put he, they on that Zoom call. Always he, they. Just because like if there was anyone, and there were people who used they pronouns in that class, but I just wanted like people to see that was like okay to do, like if they wanted to. I didn't want anyone to feel weird about it, and I kind of vibe with it. Like I don't know. I like being a man. I like being in my masculine. I feel good about it. But I'm also like, I find value in gender neutral language. Like I find a lot of times when people are talking about like gendered stuff that if they remove the specific pronouns and they just kind of like just say they, then like the stuff they're saying kind of it can kind of reveal some of the absurdity in a lot of gendered topics. As for Kai Clips, Soy Pill's debating him tonight. Oh, interesting. I'm gonna have to check that out. Kai Clips. Yes, I remember Kai Clips. I've debated him a bunch of times on Politically Provoked, obviously. And he was actually one of the main reasons that I took a step back from that space. It was I've talked about this a few times on stream, but it was right after the let me turn the music down a little bit. I'm like serious conversations. It was the day of the God, there's so many racist shootings. It was the one where that kid went to like the zip code with the most black people that he could find, and he went to a grocery store and just started like open fire on people, on black people in particular. It was the day that event happened. That night, I went on Buffalo. It was Buffalo shooting, exactly. I went on Politically Provoked that night, and Kai Clips came on, and he was immediately like downplaying it, talking about how it was like a psyop, whatever, like the whatever, it was 3-letter agencies, CIA, FBI, whatever, just saying it was a false flag, basically. And that guy's manifesto came out pretty quickly, and the stuff he was saying in it was really like identical to what you would hear on an episode of Politically Provoked. It was like for all we know, like this guy could have been a viewer of their show. Like it would actually surprise me if he hadn't watched our show, or he wasn't like a Fuentes fan. Like I would be surprised if he didn't watch that content. And so Kai Clips like downplaying that was like just kind of a red flag immediately, even though I already had issues with him. But then like that same night, while he's gaslighting about that, and I mean they're all gaslighting about that, another kid comes on. This guy was like 17 apparently, and he was talking about how he's been like absorbing and learning all of the Fuentes, all the stuff that Fuentes talks about, like all of these topics, all the anti-Semitic crap you could find. Like he's like talking about how he's been deep learning it all since he was like 14. He was super proud of it, super excited about it. And I'm thinking like, this kid is about to turn 18. This kid's about to, at least at the time, he would have been legally allowed to buy firearms. And I don't know, that like it just really it made me really sad. It made me like really disturbed to think about how like there's these guys on here downplaying it. They're radicalizing more youth into the exact position that this guy was in when he went and did this like horrific attack. And Kai was just with this big shit-eating grin on his face, just lying and downplaying like the way that his ecosystem, his media sphere, plays directly into attacks like that. And I don't know, it just it really made me really sad, and I had to stop going in there for a while. It was just too dark. Yeah, solidarity is part of it. If you don't announce it, it doesn't exist. Therefore, or therein lay the they them problem, I guess. Mr. Quackers. I don't remember that. What's up, Def Not? BB Umbreon. We love the BB Umbreon emote. The best emote. All right. Speaking of BB Umbreon, let's do... I really want to use Malamar, but I only have one. But I think that's okay. We'll just have one. We'll do a Darkrai. Wait, do we have the full art Darkrai? Or is this the promo? This Umbreon EX is so sick. Malamar is so molesty. That's crazy, but true. What do we think? It's a pretty okay deck so far. Anything else I want to do? Maybe a Spiritomb. Wait, that's the Confusory Spiritomb. I want the one that does 10 damage to everybody. Where is it? Here. This one. How come anytime I hear molest, I think Chester? I guess because they sound they have the same Esther sound. Or maybe you have some unprocessed trauma from someone named Chester. Also possible. Yeah, it's just alliteration. We love alliteration here. No one loves alliteration more than I do. Maybe Eevee bag. That's it. It's all coming back. Oh no. Oh no. Shut up, Nightbot. Because you want to do unspeakable things to the best pet and don't starve. I don't know that meme. Let's test this out. I feel like I'm gonna get destroyed because people probably have like way more. They're probably like leaning into a lot more of the newer cards. The only new card we have in here is the Inkay and Malamar. Make sure you hit that like button when you come in. We're just chilling, but if you have any recommendations for stuff you wanna chat about, it's a very open floor tonight. We're just kind of vibing. Anything could happen. Let's see. So we've already got the Umbreon. What do you think the Republican Party will look like after Trump is out? Disarrayed. If they fail in stacking the deck, then they're fucked. And they know it. That's why they are so desperate to like basically try to rig every future election in their favor. They know they're never going to win another election, or at least not for the next decade. Disarrayed. Exactly. That's why they're doing the gerrymandering scheme. Yeah, literally. It'll be a disaster. Like, I mean, they're already you can see the cracks, right? "20 years of Democrats. Let's go. Tali is 30 minutes from home, then 10 minutes to settle in. Okay, yeah. We will hold space for Tali. I'll keep the stream going. I need the chatters to keep it alive, okay? Keep me entertained so I don't get bored and leave before Tali gets home. If you guys want to see me fight with Tali. Don't diss my array. We love the Democrats here. Fight. We will. We probably will. Got some pretty strong disagreements. Stay alive. You too. Stop texting and driving. I disavow. All good, KO Dave. You relax. Heal up our Umbreon. We can double heal our Umbreon, right? Recently in Texas, they made it mandatory to display 10 commandments in school. Christian nationalism is almost here. That's disturbing. This is what you voted for, Tali. 10 commandments in schools. No, I heard about that the other day. Apparently they did. They're trying to do it federally. They're trying to do that nationally. Like that's part of the goal. Yeah, they want that. They want that to be national. They want that in every school in America. They want the 10 commandments in every classroom. No rainbow flags, only 10 commandments. They love forcing religion onto people. Yeah, or America does, I guess, which is ironic because it's like the opposite of what America was kind of founded on, right? Ryan, if you can get Big Papa Fascist on, I'll get on and yell at him. I mean, I could get Andrew on if I wanted to, but I don't. Like, I've talked to Andrew a bunch of times. We have an amicable relationship, but I don't. I feel like we gotta have like something specific to fight about, and I gotta prepare because he's got like a massive belligerent audience. Oh, you're in Texas too? It's not like they could have read their Bibles already. It's based in your local district or passed in your local district. Oh, they conceded. W Umbreon. Don't let Soy hear you say that. Wait, which one? Or which thing did I say? Don't answer that. Keep driving. He is fixing my gay tooth. Andrew Wilson is fixing my tooth, or he's paying. He is fundraised to replace, to get me an implant. But I haven't been to a dentist since we settled that, so I got to find out like how much it's going to cost. I want a hostile relationship with fascists. I mean, I have that as well. Like, it's amicable in that we can like have conversations, but I mean, like I was the only, I think probably the only liberal besides Alex playing with fire. I was like the only other liberal on his 200K subscriber special thing on Sarah's channel, and like, I mean, I was very clear. Like, I think his views are disgusting. I think it would be a bad thing if his his policies gain traction. I think it's objectively bad. Yeah, you can explain yourself when you're home, Tally, okay? I have small teeth. Everyone has to remind me. Brutal. You hear that? Everyone bully from Bumbly for his small teeth. Or her small teeth. Their small teeth. I don't know. I don't know your gender. Umbreon is just sobbing over there. He's so miserable. It's absolutely pathetic. He also has small teeth. He just lost his last baby tooth last month. Maybe it might have been earlier this month. King from me. Gotcha. Don't forget to like the stream, share it with your friends. Especially if you dislike them. You want them to suffer. What kind of dog is he? He's a wiener dog. Here, weenie. He's a little weenie. See? Little weenie dog. It's long. So long, so majestic. He's an annoyed dog because I'm not playing with him. I'm doing Pokemon instead and streaming. Wish I could pick up my dog. She's too big. That's why I like small dogs. Oh, look at that yawn. I love that I can just pick him up at any point. It's absolutely the best. Okay, what's Miltank's thing? Until this Pokemon leaves the active spot, Rolling Frenzy does plus 30 damage. Just stacks. I don't think that he can do 70 in one move. I don't know what Whitney does. He might have a Whitney. He might be able to knock me out. I hope not. I hope not. I'm about to learn. I'm about to learn how bad Whitney is. Let's see. This is an interesting deck. Okay, so Miltank, Magnezone, Darkrai. Probably Darkrai, because that's why he's got the dark energy. Yeah, cool. Only 10. Oh, but I'm about to knock out your Miltank. Bro was not ready. Have you ever seen Panty and Stocking? No. Don't know what that is. I'm unaware. Let's do an Eevee bag too. Heal up. And we'll do Professor's Research. Draw a couple cards. Throw down another Eevee and knock out that Miltank. Bye, Miltank. Bye, bitch. Although if he has Magnezone, then my Umbreon's cooked. Because Magnezone does 110. So we'll see if he has, because he can Volt Charge plus Dark Energy. Oh, he's got the Research. I think he's gonna do it. Is he gonna do it? No. Okay, he Volt Charged both. That means he probably doesn't have it. I think he doesn't have it. He has a Darkrai though. Okay. We're still in this. Oh no, fuck. Okay. Damn it. Disappointing. We might be cooked, y'all. It may be over. I actually don't think I can win this. I think I'm just going to concede. I don't think there was any victory in sight there. Panty and Stocking is hilarious. What are your favorite types in Pokemon? My favorite Pokemon types. I don't know. I love all Pokemon. I'm such a simp for Pokemon. I mean, I'm biased towards Dark because Umbreon, right? I feel like I like all the water types. I always pick the grass starter when I first play a main series game, like Rowlet, whether it's Rowlet or Snivy. I love Rowlet. Kai bailed. Embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing. Bias towards Dark. Isn't that low-key classist? Maybe. Like Fluzzy says, like and subscribe with a little alert bell. And to get access to these adorable emojis. They're so cute. The best emojis. We have the best emojis. And you can become a member to use the Baby Umbreon emoji, the Sip and Squirtle emoji, the Angry Jiggle emoji, the Care React, the famous Care React, and the Shrek Care React, which I generated on using an Instagram AI generated icon. I don't know if Instagram even still has that feature. It might be an antique me when I'm walking. I like the mystic types, like Ghost, Psychic, Dark, and Fairy. Yeah, I fuck with those. I have an insane Pokemon card collection. It's like, I got too much. I actually need to sell a lot of those like older cards. I think it's, but I've heard the Pokemon card market has been like crashing lately. Is that true? Does anyone know? Is anybody in the Pokemon card spheres? I feel like it probably is crashing because I wonder if Pokemon Pocket is crashing the physical card market. Maybe. Because I care way less about physical cards because of this game, personally. Chandelure is a great Pokemon. Isn't he in Pokemon Unite now? I haven't played Chandelure in Pokemon Unite, but I'm pretty sure he's in there, right? No clue if it's crashing. I saw like an Umbreon card that went down like hundreds of dollars. I couldn't get into Pokken Tournament. I wanted to like Pokken Tournament so bad. I'm such a Smash Bros fan, and it was nothing. It's just nothing like Smash, you know? I wanted it to feel more like Smash. Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't get into it. I love Unite though. I think Unite is like the best like real-time Pokemon game to date. Oh, you grew up on Tekken? That explains it. Yeah, I never really played Tekken. Yeah, that makes sense. This attack also does 10 damage to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon. We'll see if you even get the chance. We'll see if you get the chance. He doesn't know I'm about to knock out his Raikou with my Umbreon EX if he doesn't switch it out. Oh, I guess he could do that as well. I spoke too soon. No, sir. The defending Pokemon is a basic Pokemon. Okay, yeah, I can do. Oh no, I can't retreat Darkrai just yet. But I can do some damage and then retreat him next turn, and then I can throw out this Umbreon. Yeah. Inkay, I say okay. My Inkay is kind of useless because I only have the one Malamar. Okay, so if I give this Dark Energy, it brings it down to 90. Oh, it's a James quote. We love James. Then I can retreat, bring out this guy, and I can't knock him out, but I can stop him from attacking. Victory Bell finally ate James. That's where Mega Victory Bell came from. That's funny. If he doesn't switch out, I can knock out that Raikou. It doesn't even need a Mega Stone. It's just got a James. That's funny. Yeah, if he doesn't switch out, I can Eevee Bag and knock out his Raikou. Unless he does that. Unless he does that, then I can't. But he can't knock me out, right? No, he can't. He cannot knock me out yet. Cool, we got another Eevee. So Darkrai is going to be down for the count. Oh, no, he's not, actually. I'm sorry. My Darkrai is going to get knocked down to like 20, unless he has some, like a red. If he has a red, then... But I can still knock him out next turn with Umbreon. Even with that. Because he gets 20 from the energy attach, and then I can double Eevee bag. Knock out his Raikou. But then he has another one. But it's okay. Oh, we got our Malamar. Cool. Okay, so drop the energy. No, sir. No Eevee bag. Double Eevee bag. TYT's Zog posting. That is disappointing, but not surprising. What'd they say? After this round, I'm going to get some water, and we'll take a break from Pokemon TCGing, and we'll do a little bit of vibe coding or something. If you're just joining us, we are chilling for a bit. We're going to be talking to Tali later. Let's see. How long ago did she say she's driving? Yeah, we'll be talking to Tali in like 30 minutes or so. Just chilling until then. I'm very curious what they were saying. I think I lose. Pretty sure I lose. Because he can just switch out Raikou to Tapu Koko and knock me out after this attack. Basically, our two main characters, Jenk and Anna, begin their journey in the newsroom defending several Zog claims from Anna, such as Israeli agents celebrating 9/11. That's a crazy... is that... I mean, like... Is there any evidence that actually happened? Like, what's up with that? What's the... like... Why? Hey. Oh, no, wait. Okay, we got surrender. All right. I'm gonna get some water. Let me, let's vibe code a quick be right back screen, huh? Get some water and go to the bathroom, so. Create a be right back screen for my stream. Go crazy with it. Wild animations. No boring basic particle physics crap. Go hard. Like, why is Anna saying that? Is, I guess, my question. Like, why? The claim is there was a witness interview where the witness claimed that happened. I think there were 5 Israeli officials who said they were reporting news, and the witness claimed they were smiling. Oh, no, not smiling. You're just going off memory. That's fine. No. That's still crazy. Like, why fight on that point right now? Like, I don't know, unless you're, I guess it's to embolden like anti-Israel sentiment. For better or for worse. You have a theory? Pray tell. What's your theory? All right, this is not working, so we're going to back up. Copy this. Single file HTML. 5 use CDNs. Go crazy. A Zog theory. So Kai Clips bailed on Soy Pill, huh? Let me see. Oh yeah, he was doing the should people be fired for their extreme beliefs thing. Poor Soy Pill. The left remains winning. Many such cases. Here we go. Ooh. Ooh. This is kind of dope, huh? Kind of dope. All right. Okay, Umbreon, no. Here, let me swap up the music. Actually, you know what? I wonder. No, that's fine. We'll do. Swap over to Dance Pop. Turn it up, and I'll be right back. This really is like a vibe. Okay. Z King wrote a bunch of stuff. Let's see. It's like you said, to embolden Israel antagonism, but also because they're leaning hard into populism. They're boarding far-right conspiracy. They make money off those righties. Sure. Yeah, it's profitable. Also, they even played into Trump being controlled by Israel as to why he has yet to release the Epstein files, because they think Epstein was a Mossad agent. I don't think there's much evidence for that. Yeah, I haven't seen any, at least. There's that, the whole, like, Trump is, you know, doing XYZ because he's controlled by Israel rather than just, like, he's self-interested is so crazy to me. It's like, maybe Trump's just, like, not a great dude. Like, isn't it possible? I know this is a wild hypothetical, but like, what if Trump was just super self-interested? Wouldn't he do like all the same shit he's doing right now? I know they're hesitant to even utter the idea that Trump is implicated. They always dance around that and rely heavily on the idea that Democrats would have released a list, therefore Trump innocent. Yeah, which is so goofy. Yeah, there's an issue with the whole right wing. Only one person uttered the idea, Blair White. Blair White? I didn't even know she was still around. I think you don't have to believe Trump is implicated, but the fact you can't even consider that, knowing everything we know in lazily just go with the Democrats, is very telling. Yeah, which is what I was saying earlier, is like, I think Epstein killed himself. Like, I do. I don't think there's like some crazy I don't think there was some crazy plot. I mean, it looks suspicious, but like, I don't think there was a crazy plot to kill him. But Trump was president. Trump and him go way, they were best friends or whatever. According to Epstein, they were best friends. Trump called him a fantastic guy, blah, blah, all that jazz. Like, there was so much smoke there. Like, the conspiracy folks should be obsessively leaning into the Trump had him killed. Like, the fact that the right wing is, like, not really leaning into that specifically is just crazy. If he died under Biden, you would never hear the end of it. No, sir. Hey. Welcome back, Nicody. I got a twisted tea. I'm gonna have to loosen up for the Tolly conversation. The right and its grifters had no scapegoat early in the failure of this admin's Epstein cover-up, and then when Tucker Carlson brought the idea of Israel being involved into the ether, they realized they had a scapegoat, so they did not have to focus on Trump. So they did not have to point fingers at the guy who very obviously directly covering this up on purpose because he's likely implicated. Bibi Umbreon. I haven't liked this first interview he had with Rona Barrett back in the early 80s. Wait, who are we talking about? I don't know who you're referring to, Nicody. I don't know who Rona Barrett is. Maybe I should. So Kay tell Umbreon to shut the fuck up. I tell my dog too all the times. I think she likes it. I mean, I do. I do sometimes. I try to make it consistent, like hand signals, like no. Oh, Trump, yeah. Good for you. If he died under Biden, both we wouldn't hear the end of it, but also they would cry over him being innocent because he didn't have a trial. True. Too true. It's crazy the right makes conspiracy theories out of thin air, but can't put two and two together with Trump. Exactly. He's such. It's so perfect. It's so perfect. Like they'll even lean into that, like you were saying, like they'll lean into, oh, Israel controls Trump. It's always conspiracies where like Trump is not implicated. It's always like he can't be the bad guy. All the conspiracies are just happening to him. It's so wild. Very, very pathetic, very weak-minded stuff. Very low IQ, if you ask me. Okay, I guess I have one thing to cover while we wait. I made a little app, a little PragerU Explorer thing. I did that. I did a bunch of like deep research on, like, I used like ChatGPT deep research, to be clear. I didn't actually do the deep research. So take all this with a grain of salt. He's protecting, yeah. Israel controls Trump not through blackmail, because our Lord and Savior would never do anything wrong, but they 24/7 have trained shooter on his dog. Yeah, I mean, again, like it's all like sus, but I'm not convinced. Yeah, Trump bad. Trump bad. I'll say it. I'm not scared to say it. Trump bad. All right. Someone has to say Orange Man bad. Someone's got to do it. I'm tired of all these people defending the Orange Man, but he's bad. He's a bad guy. A bad man. So apparently PragerU is infesting more, doing more indoctrination across the U.S. I think they're doing something in Oklahoma specifically, who I believe is ranked 50th in education. Pretty embarrassing. Corinth says, I stand by Ryan. Orange Man is bad. Good take. Common Corinth W. Even in opposition, the right serves Trump for sure. So I did some ChatGPT deep research on the PragerU, and I made a little app. I thought it might be a fun explainer, just kind of exploring some PragerU lore, since they are infesting our education system. So a little bit of background and evolution, how PragerU grew from a YouTube channel to a major player in conservative education and media. They were founded in 2009 by Dennis Prager and Alan Estrin as a counter to perceived liberal bias in education. Started with short videos for college students, expanded to K through 12 with PragerU Kids around 2020. CEO Marissa Streit describes their approach as edutainment, hey, me too, to shape culture and preserve American ideals. Hey, me too. Me too, PragerU. Prager too. Yes, I have seen their Christopher Columbus video. It is insane. It's wild. 2 minutes behind, but just got home. All right, take your time. We're covering this little PragerU thing, and then you're welcome to hop on whenever you're ready. By 2023, over 2,200 videos and 11 million followers across platforms. Openly ideological, Dennis Prager admits the goal is to indoctrinate children with conservative worldviews. I'm going to read that again. Dennis Prager admits the goal is to indoctrinate children with a conservative worldview. And there is a source for that as well. From the Moms for Liberty conference in 2023. Apparently, he defends that take specifically. Quick quiz. Who co-founded PragerU? It was Dennis Prager and Alan. Schoolhouse Rock is better than PragerU. So true, Nicody. PragerU Kids is a K through 12 initiative. It is not a podcast or a college program. We got a little timeline here. Competing with public media, PragerU's bid to replace PBS and NPR. That's right. No more Mr. Rogers. No more Sesame Street. It's time for PragerU Kids. So Trump's Rescissions Act of 2025 cut $1.1 billion from CPB, threatening PBS and NPR. PragerU positions itself as the conservative alternative to PBS Kids and Disney. PragerU Kids offers patriotic, pro-free market content for K through 12. Imagine. Critics say PragerU's content downplays injustices and presents sanitized history. Curious. Yeah, the Rescissions Act cut the funding for PBS and NPR. Federal partnerships. PragerU's collaboration with the Trump administration and federal agencies. So the White House formally embraced PragerU. I'm going to read that sentence again. The White House formally embraced PragerU, which is a nightmare sentence to read, in 2025 for the Founders Museum exhibit. Oh, that's not related to the Smithsonian Museum stuff, right? Department of Education partnered with PragerU for patriotic curriculum. AI-generated videos of founding fathers used in federal exhibits. Absolutely disturbing if you're an anti-AI person, which I'm not personally. I'm Penis Prager. Welcome to Fartside Chat. Jesus. PragerU's content amplified via federal platforms and praised by officials. What federal department is partnered with PragerU? I hate it here. It's the Department of Education. I hate that's correct. I want that to be wrong. I want to be wrong. Why? Or what's happening? State expansion. Define context, Ryan, and start using it. Define context, as in like information surrounding a topic. Why don't you be more specific about what you're challenging? Shout out to only Mr. Bill, our oldest chatter. He's very kind. His hospice nurse lets him join our chat, and we really appreciate it. PragerU's partnership with state governments to enter K through 12 classrooms. 8 states. That's 8 of 50. There's only 50, and 8 of them, Florida, Texas, Oklahoma, etc., have approved PragerU as a vendor partner. I live in Florida. No, get out of our schools. Get out of our schools, Dennis Prager. What the fuck? Materials are optional, but state endorsement boosts legitimacy. Oklahoma uses PragerU to help vet teachers for ideological alignment. Oklahoma uses Prager University to help vet teachers for ideological alignment. Yeah, hello, hopefully hot nurse. True. Hello, nurse. Educator resistance in some states, uptake varies. Which state first approved PragerU Kids in schools? I thought it was Oklahoma, but it's gotta be Texas, right? Gotta be Texas. Oh, it is Florida. Wow, I hate it here. That's great. That's great. Ideological strategy. How PragerU frames history and current events to advance a conservative agenda. Agenda, not agenda. Revisionist history emphasizes American exceptionalism, downplays oppression, anti-woke themes, denies climate change, opposes LGBTQ rights, attacks diversity initiatives, portrays conservatives as victims and heroes fighting censorship. Critics say content is propaganda, not education. Yeah. Yeah, if you can believe it. This is true. This is true. Many people are saying this. We may be cooked, Ali. Good to see you, though. That would be basically said, if you like this video by PragerU, you are not allowed near a school. But they'd probably use it in a bad way. Saying to Dave, you are a great use. Oh, yeah, that's so funny. That's a classic. Wait, do we have that clip? Hang on, let's see. Oh, I just spilled water. That's great. Dennis Prager tells Dave Rubin, you're a great use. I'll clean up the water I spilled. I'm a messy boy. Not the agenda. Here, let's real quick pull this up.
I want you to continue to say you're a liberal because you're of great use to good values.
Well, don't worry, I'm not doing it for your use of me. I'm doing it for myself.
No. It's like Christians who say to me, oh, we would love you to come to Christ, but you are so valuable to us as a Jew when you defend us Christians. Yeah. And they're right. You are valuable in the best sense of the word.
You're a great asset. Jamie, can you pull this up real quick? Yeah. You're a great asset. Not the agenda. Keep seeing that 40% of people are wanting to leave the US in the next 2 years. That seems pretty high to me. I feel like there might be some propaganda. That seems like a bit much. I mean, people are definitely uncomfortable with what's going on, right? But I don't know about that. I'd be curious to see where that number comes from. Let's run that back one more time. It's only 30 seconds.
I want you to continue to say you're a liberal because you're of great use to good values.
Well, don't worry, I'm not doing it for your use of me. I'm doing it for myself.
I know that.
No. It's like Christians who say to me, oh, we would love you to come to Christ, but you are so valuable to us as a Jew when you defend us Christians. Yeah. And they're right. You are valuable in the best sense of the word.
It's Dave Rubin and Dennis Prager. Absolute classic. It's like 7 years ago. PragerU's content on slavery emphasizes the suffering of enslaved people, ? Global abolition movements, ? No, it's that white men ended slavery. Epic stuff, Prager. Thanks, Dennis. Thanks, white people, for ending slavery. Really appreciate it. I hate how Hassan says PragerU. I don't know what he says. Oh, he says PragerU. Oh, does he? Clandis. I do. I call her Clandis Owens. I love that nickname. It's so funny. If 40% leave, we might never get the country back, especially if he cancels mail-in voting, whereby they still couldn't vote. Yeah, that'd be pretty bad. I don't think 40% are going to leave. I mean, there might be 40% of people who are like, things are getting pretty rough. It might be a good time to, like, people are like toying with the idea. If I steal your shit and give it back to you, you should say thank you to me because I literally got you your shit back. That's so real. International reach. PragerU's efforts to expand globally via translated content and international topics. PragerU Espanol targets Spanish-speaking audiences in the US and Latin America. Content available in Hebrew, Arabic, Russian, and more. Curious. International topics like Brexit, socialism in Venezuela, freedom in Hong Kong. Prager Force. Student ambassadors promote content worldwide. Are you okay, Bobby? It's okay. You okay? Poor boy. What language is not listed as a PragerU translation? Wait, no, Spanish is. So not French? No French? No French PragerU. Why does PragerU hate the French? Michelle, can you address this? Radical, we need to make a diss track, like Takedown to defeat the right. I'm into that. John Smith, explain your new positions. Have they changed? What does Lockheed Coder believe now? Listen, Lockheed is. I was Lockheed like a decade ago. Oh shit. Hello, Talibots.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I sure can.
Does it sound like it's on the right microphone?
I think so.
Cool. I'm sad that you want to fight, because.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure it'll be a calm, antagonistic discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. Just chilling. I grabbed a drink, so I'm loosening up for this.
Okay. I'm
prepared.
Smoked a little joint, but that's
good for you.
It's the usual over
We love
here. Yeah. So, what's up? What do you want to fight about?
I'm
gonna get a paper towel to blot my sweat. I'll be right back.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
You're in my ear.
Yes, she's been on panels with multiple panels with Soy Pilled. Yes. Tolly is well, I mean, Tolly, do you want to introduce yourself? People are like, what does Tolly believe? I don't want to do it for you.
I am Tolly Bots. I'm a disaffected liberal. I was raised blue, and I was like I was very progressive, called myself like a radical.
One of us.
Up until like the summer of 2021, and then I had sort of a slow evolution, and then I sort of spite voted for Trump in 2024 in a blue state. I don't take any at least you can't blame me for that one, but yeah.
You've probably been asked this question a bunch of times, but I don't remember your answer.
Okay.
Would you have done that spite vote if you weren't in a blue state?
It's a good question. Like, I don't know. I would have had to think about it differently. Yeah, I don't know. There would have been a different calculation, but I don't know if I don't think I would have voted for Kamala either way.
Fair enough. Do you want to tell us a bit more about that journey, about what drove you away from the Democratic plantation, as it were?
Yeah, I left the plantation. Yeah, I mean, it like started with like sort of anti-Zionist, anti-Semitic stuff on the left that I was like really harshly confronted with. And basically that happening to me raised my alarms to the fact that people on my side can be hypocrites. What I saw was basically hypocrisy. It was bigotry towards me and towards certain people that was being excused and even like celebrated and seen as a virtue. And so I basically changed my media diet, and I was listening to other, what I would say are disaffected liberals, and like the people who were calling themselves heterodox. I don't know if that narrows it down for you or like people in your audience.
Like specific names. But
yeah.
By the way, just for real quick, like I know when you introduced yourself in Discord, you were like, "Don't hate me." A lot of my audience is like pretty far to my right. A lot of people who watch me, like I don't have like
that's cool.
There's people from all over the spectrum really here. Like when I was streaming a lot initially back in like 2023. Almost all of my audience was pretty much to my right. There were a handful of people who are like my.
You didn't really talk about politics then, though, right?
No, I did. I just fight. I just fight about it all the time. Like, I mean, I don't think he's joking. I don't think this is a joke.
Cool.
Like, yeah, a lot of my audience disagrees with me like violently almost. So, yeah, you're in good company here.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, what was I saying? Did you ask a question?
Yeah, I was asking what specific, like you said, you changed your media diet to people.
Oh yeah,
called
so
heterodoxy people.
Yeah. So like I started listening to the Blocked and Reported podcast. So that's Katie Herzog and Jesse Singal.
Okay, I've heard of Jesse Singal.
Probably heard of Jesse Singal. Yeah, of course you've heard of Jesse Singal.
Not good things. But I mean, I haven't read this stuff personally, so I could be misinformed.
Oh yeah, Jesse has been like totally smeared and maligned, and Jesse's like way to my left at this point. So like when I was first listening to the Blocked and Reported podcast, way to my left is maybe an exaggeration. I don't know how much of an exaggeration it is, but it was like uncomfortable for me to listen to. Basically, like it was a slow a slower process than people who yell at me about voting for Trump would like to make it, basically. And I also like held on to my lefty and like Democrat bona fides for a while. Like through this journey of while I was, you know, starting to disagree more coherently and like really finding things that were, I don't know, things that I admired, I guess, about people on the right and people in the center, and things that I had issues with on the left, both a lot to do with like behavior and a lot of like the woke stuff, but also just in, I think, like the way that vaguely these types of people like approach the world and approach problems. Yeah, and then I don't feel like I ever I registered as an independent probably like the beginning of 2024. Yeah, and so I didn't really feel like a defector, I guess, fully until I voted for Trump. But yeah.
Interesting. Okay. I'm going to start with one of the things you mentioned, the anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism on the left. Yeah. I agree that this exists. That said, my early days in like diving into online politics, I was like going on to a lot of like really far right spaces. Like especially like I would like I've talked to like Fuentes and shit. Like I've been on a lot of the I used to go on a show Politically Provoked, which is it turned into like a Nazi show basically. But I used to go on there and be kind of the progressive, one of the progressives in the room who's arguing with all these crazy people. And like I see that, and it's very obviously anti-Semitism. When I look at what's going on the left, I see a different animal. Like I understand that there is overlap. There are people who use like anti-Israel, anti-Zionist like sentiment as kind of a cover for like Jew hatred broadly, but most of what I see is not that. What do you think about that?
I agree they're different animals, definitely. I think they're both like threats, serious threats, and neither of them are new. I think well, for me, again, like back in 2021, and I feel like the process that I went through, there are other like American Jews who maybe went through a similar process after October 7th, of just American Jews on the left, basically. And when I was going through this, there were already people who had thought these thoughts before, right? And so there were different resources and things that I was reading. But basically, I remember it was so shocking to me looking back at some of like the Soviet like anti-Zionist propaganda, like back from the 60s and the 70s. And it's verbatim. It's people are holding the exact same signs and using the exact same slogans in like, the streets of New York. I mean, the stuff, Zionism is racism, like Zionists not welcome here, like all of this stuff, basically, with the Jewish iconography, like all literally the exact same propaganda. There's a article that's got to be 5 years old, 4 or 5 years old now at this point, on Tablet. It's something, I'll find it and send it to you. Sure. But it was making that reflection, basically. But so I definitely think that these are different animals. And I agree with you that a lot of the nefarious anti-Zionism, if we can put it that way, I guess, is not necessarily motivated by Jewish hate. A lot of people who I would qualify as like engaging in anti-Semitic anti-Zionism would stringently deny it, and they would be telling the truth. But it is, I do see anti-Zionism, a lot of it. So, okay, let me branch off into two things. A lot of the left-wing hatred of Zionism and of Israel is part of the sort of like Marxist, neo-Marxist view of like viewing everything as the oppressed and the oppressor, right? And the sort of
Sure.
Jews and Israel being like the epitome of like the white oppressor, colonial, all of the things that the left in the West is ashamed of. They see Israel as like the modern day manifestation of that.
But a lot of I understand what you're saying, but go ahead.
But also a lot of anti-Zionism, and again, these people, a lot of them at least don't start out hating Jews. People get very deranged. The more time they spend like engaged in anti-Zionist activism, people get pretty deranged and actually hateful towards Jews, and very intolerant of Jews, basically, who are not willing to like make clear, bold verbal concessions and break up with family and, you know, things like this. But a lot of anti-Zionism, including on the left, and you guys were talking about it earlier with like Ana Kasparian and Cenk, is just anti-Semitic conspiracy theories with the word Zionist being used for the word Jew. And so I think what's happening is like, again, a lot of what passes for anti-Zionism on the left comes from people who did just that, who actually replaced Jew with Zionist. I mean, Zog, that's a Richard Spencer meme, right? So it is the people who you would classify as definite, obvious anti-Semites started doing this before the left before the left in America was this vocal about it, at least started replacing Jew with Zionist, right? And being anti-Zionist as like their largest cause. So yeah, a lot of if anti-Zionism is AIPAC controls our country and Israel controls the American government and we don't have healthcare because Israel gets bombs, and Israel controls our media and all of this, and Zion, like that's not a criticism of Zionism, the belief in the Jewish self-determination in their ancient ancestral homeland, right? Like that, nothing of that is a critique of Zionism. So calling it anti-Zionism, it's like a little bit of it's an anti-Semitic cult that a lot of people who are not hateful are on the vicinity of.
Okay. So I guess just for clarity, like you wouldn't, like people who believe that what's happening to the Palestinians is a genocide. Like if someone believes that, like, which I feel like a lot of people, and myself, I'm pretty sympathetic to that view. I feel like most of those, like when I think about like the Fuentes types and those people seem to be pushing. They just like are very opportunistically jumping on that, and I feel like Ana and Cenk are also kind of like they're kind of appealing to more right wing when in the way that they approach that.
Well, they are. So like
my dog.
You're someone in your audience and maybe you agreed, and I don't know how much weight you would put on this, but said like, oh, well, they're doing it for like, it gets clicks and money. Like, yes, people are motivated by clicks. So I'm not trying to downplay that, or just the way that the algorithm like morphs our brains, even if we're not conscious of it. But I think for like most people, it's not a grift. I think they are cozying up to the populist right because they are on the edge of the horseshoe. Like they are, that is just where they are. Their views actually collide with a lot of crazy people on the right. And like, I hear what you're saying of like, and so first of all, obviously if someone believes it's a genocide, that doesn't make them anti-Semitic. No, obviously. But even like to bring, I think, and I've made a plea to Jews for us to basically like stop. We don't really need to like own the word Zionist because I think it obfuscates basically a lot of conversations, because even you bringing that up, it's like, okay, if someone is like against everything that Israel is doing in this war, and believes the genocide and wants America to stop sending or to condition, certain aid that, well, they don't send Israel aid, but certain trade, arms trade and whatever agreements condition that. None of that makes you anti-Semitic, but it's almost, Zionism has nothing to do with any of that. Like you can criticize all of these things without like wearing anti-Zionism, you know, which is like as your identity, or as like it's not a, I don't think it's a really like a coherent anti-Zionism, that is. I don't think it's a coherent ideology. Like, why does what Israel does, what the active government of Israel at any moment does, is not Zionism. Like, it's strange to me to call all of this, like, why are those things anti-Zionism? Anti-Zionism really is like if you believe that Israel should be dismantled, basically, if you don't think that Jews should be able to have established a state in the land.
What do you think, like most people on the left who do consider like the Israel Project currently to be like a Zionist project, like what do you think they're referring to, like, specifically?
They're not, I don't think they're referring to much specifically, because again, like, to them, Zionism is the genocide. Zionism is like every bad thing that Israel does, has ever done or does. For some of them, again, they're more hard line, and anti-Zionism to them means Israel should not exist, should never have existed, and should not exist. But
so my understanding tends to be that I hear people say they don't want like Israel to be like an ethno state, like a place just for Jews.
It's not.
I don't think it is necessarily. But I feel like that's the implication of what people. Sure. I want to be clear. I'm not like incredibly well read on the conflict. I have my sympathies. I have my understanding of a lot of things.
I have plenty of sympathies for Palestinians too. Yeah, but it's not an ethno state. So again, it's like, so someone wears this identity because they're against a hypothetical thing that Israel is not. People have. There's a lot of propaganda,
or a perception that they think that it is that, whether or not they're right.
Yes, they do.
They think that it is.
Yes, a lot of people believe a lot of.
So maybe they bought into this propaganda, right?
Yeah.
But that like if they bought into that and they have like whatever reasons they believe that, I feel like there is a perception that it should be a Jewish state fundamentally. And is that not? Is that am I wrong?
Of course, but that doesn't.
Israel?
But that doesn't mean ethno state. Like, and
no, not exactly. But no, go ahead.
But it is a Jewish state in the way that like Italy is an Italian state, right? And Greek is a Greek state. That is what it means. Like, it's a homeland for these people. Being a Jew is a little bit more complicated because it's an ethno religion, but the
for sure.
Overwhelming majority, not that it matters, and we welcome converts and all of this thing, but the overwhelming majority of Jews are ethnically Jewish. Like, people make it like, oh well, I could just convert and then suddenly I get to go. Okay, but that's not happening. No one is spite converting to like go get to live in Israel. And you don't have to be Jewish to immigrate to Israel. I mean, it's just 20% of the population is not 23% of the population is non-Jewish. 20% of that being Arab Palestinians. Like, it's just not an ethno state.
Sure.
And even things like the nation state law and stuff that people like to point to from 2015 is it's like designates Israel. It designates Hebrew as the official language, like the primary language of Israel, which changes absolutely nothing because everything is printed in Hebrew and Arabic. Every street sign is in Hebrew and Arabic. Like, it is I think actually what some people, well, most people don't know, but I think some people actually resent the fact, some people on the left resent the fact that Israel is actually a multiracial, multicultural, like, mixed society.
You think the people
calling it an ethno state?
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Okay, real quick. I don't want to spend this entire conversation on Israel.
There are people. Yeah, go ahead. There are people on the left who that's their thing. They are the multicultural, multiracial, inclusive, mixed together people, and so how their enemy being that it creates cognitive dissonance. I think most people are actually just ignorant of the fact of that is what Israel is like. But yeah, there's some people who just straight up resent that. Those are the people who talk about like pink washing and stuff. And it's like, okay, so Israel only has a gay friendly society because they want to hide war crimes. Like, no, it's actually just a pretty liberal society. It's a liberal democracy. So
sure.
Yeah.
Again, I don't want to go too deep into Israel Palestine. So
it's funny. I didn't really want to talk about. Well, I didn't really want to talk about it either, but if I recall correctly, I think the first time that I ever saw you streaming was in some Israel conversation, and you really pissed me off. But then
what did I say?
I don't know.
I don't talk a lot about Israel Palestine.
So yeah, it was like a panel. It could have like come up. It might not have been the focus of the conversation. But I just like took note that you and other people pissed me off. But I, of course, love you since then. But
yeah, I'd be curious. I wish I knew what was said, because I might go 10 toes down on whatever I was saying. But
I don't
the last thing I want to ask about on this topic, and then we can move into other wokeness topics. There was a tweet I saw you post. I guess I don't know if it was today or wait, let's see. I guess it was yesterday. Last night you were retweeting Adam Friedland, the conversation where he's like tearing up.
So we are gonna stay on the.
Well, real quick, I'm just curious about this. I want to ask you one question about this, because I mean.
Okay, I'm gonna grab my vape.
You're being
but
silly.
I can hear you. So you can keep talking, but I'm leaving the screen to grab my vape.
Okay. I know you were being silly, mocking him, and like where someone Sociologic said that he dropped bars, and then you said put a track behind it, maybe it won't sound so gay. I get that you're just being kind of silly, but I wonder if we saw like kind of the same clip, but someone's tearing up talking about October 7th, would you be as dismissive of what they're saying?
No, I wouldn't.
And why?
Well, because I think what he was saying was mostly incoherent. You caught me. I'm like still triggered by watching that interview last night. So I have like nothing good to say about him, and I've never thought he was funny or smart. But he knows so little. So Ryan, what you're saying, you keep like backing up like I don't know a lot. He knows less than you, and that was on display. And frankly, I watched it. Okay, I think he definitely does.
Maybe.
And I watched it and I was like, wow, actually for Richie, who's apparently like a paid Zionist actor infiltrating the American government, infiltrating the House, Richie didn't know some things that he didn't know, certain things that he wasn't even really able to counter. And it's not Richie wasn't just being polite, he was certainly countering and arguing back with him. I don't know if you watched the full interview, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So I could also see why you could react to like that clip and then me posting that and like be horrified. But no, I think he's like a whiny, making it about himself. He wasn't sitting there saying like, I cried, these tears are for every Palestinian child. It was like, oh, it's making it so hard for me. And like this, I don't even really want, he goes on to say, I don't really like want to be a Jew anymore. Like, I just want to be a guy. Like, I hate that I even want to be Jewish. Like, okay, like that. Sorry, again, maybe you could catch me on a more sympathetic day. I had no sympathy for that really. And the whole thing was just like him trying to like get these gotchas on Richie. And he was extremely bad faith in the conversation. And, yeah, I don't know. I don't have.
Fair enough. I'll figure. Again, I didn't watch the whole thing. I just saw that video. I am sympathetic to Adam Friedland generally. I'm not like a huge Adam Friedland fan. I don't know a ton about him, but like from what I've seen, it does generally. I feel like he's definitely more well versed on the topic than I am. But I mean,
he's not.
You might disagree.
He's not.
But I'm not sure about that. But regardless, okay, we can box the Israel. I would like to probably return to this after I do a more in-depth, because I really feel super underqualified for like Israel-Palestine discussions, but I do have strong feelings, which makes me nervous about it. So I do want to like get a better grasp on all that. But let's just move into like wokeness generally. And there's a lot here. Where do we start? Was it what was the question? Somebody asked you the other day in Wix chat, like whether was it about what Destiny did, or there was like worse than DEI or something? Or was it about Trump stuff? I don't remember what the question was. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't remember, but it was like something or DEI.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is so terrible about DEI?
Okay. Maybe we should define some terms. Like, what do you mean when you say DEI?
Diversity, equity, inclusion. My perception of DEI is that generally it's kind of the inverse of what Republicans generally represent it as, where they say that it's giving less qualified Black people or women or whatever positions like over more qualified white people, white men. And I think it's the opposite. I think it's generally it's making sure that Black people, women who might be just as qualified for those positions, if not more qualified, are not being looked over just because they're Black or women or whatever.
Do you think that's the most effective way to address a problem like that?
I think it's a effective way or an effective way. I mean, it doesn't seem like a bad thing to like the idea of equity is like equal opportunity of outcome. So like the idea would be that you're making sure that you're like a company is at least interviewing people who are of these various backgrounds to make sure they at least have the chance to make their case for why they might be a good fit for the role. And if they're like not even getting the chance
do they need to be seeking out these people, or like if people of these various backgrounds apply, they should be giving them a chance because they applied? And there are ways to blind the application process that to me seems like a cheaper and less room for human error, frankly, because a lot of this stuff is very ideologically driven. And
would you force companies to do blind? Like I can't imagine like if I were a company hiring people, like
not
why
blind
would I ever
hires, but like
no like why would I ever like remove any information from an application? Like if I don't have to, like why would I do that?
So I'll say a few things. No, I wouldn't be interested in mandating that, but I'm also not interested in equal outcome as that's not a goal for me. Equal
opportunity of outcome.
Equal opportunity, equal access to opportunity in the most general sense. Like obviously everyone's gonna have different circumstances and different socioeconomic status and all of these things. But yeah, like I don't think anyone should be precluded. I don't think anyone should be precluded from any job on the basis of any protected characteristic, certainly. And I think two things. I think that like businesses and universities and just like different environments where people are getting together and doing things are to me, it's obviously enhanced by diversity, be that like literal cultural diversity, which I think is more relevant than racial diversity, and ideological ideological diversity and political diversity and all of these things, which are maybe more important than even necessarily cultural diversity. So I firmly believe these things. And I also believe that there are so many things where that doesn't matter. And there's no reason to force these things. Like there are likely, or I think in many cases, especially again, like in 2025, where we're not just coming out of Jim Crow, right? Like things, I would argue that people really do have the ability to pursue whatever they want, basically, regardless of their race, their sex, their sexual orientation. But I think most of the discrepancies that we see in gender, ethnicity, whatever, all of these things in different domains can be attributed to other factors than discrimination. I think it's like discrimination plays a really small role. And I don't think, again, and I think there are just like a lot of businesses or environments where it doesn't matter. It's not relevant. It could even potentially be forced. Like maybe these people that you're trying to get in here are less interested in this thing, are less suited for this thing in ways that there are jobs that are more suited for men or more suited for women, right? Like, and you might, I think that's just like okay, generally. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's okay. But again, I would go back to the equal opportunity of outcomes. So if there are people who are qualified and they are part of a group that's traditionally maybe not doesn't succeed in that field as much, but if there is a person who does seem to be qualified for it, then I think it's reasonable to give them the chance. As for the
totally, and they
I didn't think you would disagree on that. Yeah, but when you say the DEI shouldn't be forced, I think I agree with you. I don't think it was. I think DEI, what's been forced, real quick, what's been forced is the bans on DEI. That's been forced now, like in this Trump administration.
And I don't support that either. Like I don't support like again, I was concerned about a potential Harris-Walz administration implementing like hate speech laws, and I'm equally disturbed by Trump doing what he thinks are like anti-Semitism speech laws. So I'm disturbed by all of
Harris
that.
Was going to implement hate speech laws? Is just because that one Tim Walz clip?
So yes, that one Tim Walz clip, but also because that is was common sentiment on the left. Like when I was on the left, when I was at my most like radical and whatever, me and the people around me heard free speech as a dog whistle. And yes, there were, pre-Groypers, alt-right, edgelords and people who were using it as a dog whistle, right? Who were literally just wanting to say horrible things that they meant or whatever to shock and awe people. But there were other people who were actually who were, let's say, just conservative, right? Just actually sincerely, righteously held different beliefs, who were accused of being, of dog whistling basically for arguing for free speech and for arguing to have the ability to argue. And the censorship of the left, and not legal, but certainly social, became overwhelming to me, and more so the more that I began to change my mind about things, right? And I think it's got a little better. I think it's gotten a little better. But I think that urge is still there, and I think that it's the people who are out of power. I feel duped in a way, like not that I believe that the Trump administration was going to be great and wonderful, but just in the fact that I believe that there are people who I thought were more principled, who stood against these things formally, who are now willing to rationalize why it's okay. And the most of the rationalization is like, own the libs, or they did it, basically. They did it, so why can't we? Or why can't, we take it, we're going to do it better, basically. And so, but I feel the same way about the left. And I think when you're out of power, you value free speech a lot more. And that makes sense, right? Or when you're out of when you're the minority cultural position, right? You favor free speech much more in that way. In the same way that like the left was not censorious, during like the what's it called? What's the words I'm looking for? Like the Satanic Panic and all of this stuff, right? When the sort of like cultural Christian conservative censorious.
I think about the era of the left being censorious, like culturally pressuring people to be more woke, I guess, or to not be as what have you. I feel like a lot of this period was like
cancellations and all of that stuff. Like that was real, and it has calmed down since. But like,
yeah. But like what it was real, but like what, how much, I mean, like how many examples were there really of people who for like no good reason like were like really canceled? Like who was really like canceled and like destroyed their lives?
Central Park Karen. We can start with her. There's a book that I recommend to like everyone. So I'm going to recommend it to you, and I'm going to hope that you'll actually read it, because I don't think that anyone that I've recommended it to has read it. But it's called So You've Been Publicly Shamed. So You've Been Publicly Shamed.
Okay.
By Jon Ronson. And he wrote this book in like 2015 or 2016, so like pre-peak woke even. And he chronicles the stories of like various individuals basically, and their public shaming, and all of them with various levels of transgression, right? But so I don't think that the standard should be whose life was like completely ruined by cancellation, right? Because even if people's lives weren't, that's good if a lot of people's lives weren't completely ruined, but a lot of people had their reputation ruined, right? Lost their job, right? Like,
sure. Like one example might have been James Gunn, who was like, he was directing Guardians of the Galaxy, and then he lost that, but it was because of I believe like Mike Cernovich, who was like one of the people who like collected all of those things and like put it all on the forefront. And it wasn't even really like the left doing it. It was some right-wing provocateur organizing all the information.
Yeah, well, there are and the right has their own version of all of these things. It has their own cancel culture. You can only really be canceled by yours. Well, yeah, you can. I would say as a general rule, you can only really be canceled by your side, right? Being canceled by the other side is like a flex.
Polarized. Like the real consequences of being canceled, it's like, you lose your job or something, right? Like a job doesn't want, like a company decides they don't want to work with you because of the negative attention, or because of what you did being brought to their attention. But I don't know. I think
the left became very censorious and started to see things as like basically the Overton window needed to open up. Started to see things that should not have been fireable offenses, or should not be like, should be able to be like part of the discourse, basically, were just shut down. And I'm talking about the environment on the left. So again, I'm not saying that like you weren't allowed to speak this, although you weren't allowed to like communicate these things on social media. And is Twitter the best alternative to the super censorious other ones? Is modern Twitter better? I don't know.
Yeah, how do you feel about the difference between Twitter then and Twitter now? Just out of curiosity.
I think it's, I would take it over what it was before, because I do think that there were too many things that would get you instantly thrown off, get you banned. Infractions that I think need to be part of the conversation. And I think, especially as a Jew, I think the more that you try to censor things, the more that you make things untouchable, the more people want to touch the more that assholes want to touch the poo, and the more that a lot of well-meaning people become more curious, right? And can then be led astray if you think that these things are actually so terrible. So I was really concerned about the direction of the left and the culture on the left, and I'm very fucking concerned with the culture on the right and the direction of the right. And again, I've never been like MAGA. I've never been a Republican. Mm-hmm. I had some hopes about like the general direction that I saw some people going in. I thought that there were, and I don't think that it applies to everyone on the right, certainly. But I think that the direction, the winning culture, the winning of the competing like segments of the right is very bad, very bad. Yeah. So yeah.
I agree. It's scary, I would say.
And by that I mean like not like the neocons and even Trump being not the worst of the bad culture on the right. So I think it's like Nick Fuentes and like Tucker Carlson are winning. I think they are.
Yeah.
You know, so and that again concerns me more than.
I'm still listening. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, I mean that concerns me more than like a lot of cultural things on the left.
Claimed this too.
Yeah, I know. I didn't even want to speak that into truth, but it is true. It is true, and she has like she accrued herself a semi-normie audience. Like she was covering
my mom
pop
sent me
culture stuff at the right
Candace Owen
time.
video. My mom sent me a Candace Owens video on Facebook back when like after George Floyd. It was her George Floyd video, which was absolutely fucking disgusting to watch. But it was a video I got sent, you know. My mom's
Is your
MAGA.
mom?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I come from a very Republican family, actually. But
not religious.
Religious as well. I grew up Mormon.
Oh.
I grew up going to a Mormon church. I mean, I never got like super deep into it as I was I stopped going when I was like 12 or something. So
why did I think you were Jewish?
I don't know. Because I'm anti-Semitic.
True. The best anti-Semites out there are Jewish. This is a rule you can take to the bank. Interesting. Okay. Because I was gonna say.
You also thought I was gay.
I thought you were.
You thought I was a gay Jew.
I thought you were maybe gay. I just like the straight men who go so hard for the gays. It's red flag.
I agree.
Yeah. So, but I don't know why. I thought you were basically a very secular Jew, which is why when you said that your parents are super MAGA, you don't find a lot of super MAGA secular Jews.
I guess
so. That was my question, but
I'm
irrelevant now.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm listening to you, but I'm getting some water.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I definitely do go hard on the anti-gays. I guess I see it getting a lot of momentum, and I have seen it getting a lot of momentum for a long time. And I do. She's like throwing shit around. She's throwing a fit. She's lost this debate so hard. You guys hear that? Violent. She's making a mess. I have a lot of gay friends. I always have like been around, I guess, a lot of gay people. And so the more that like the far right has like gained power and started like, you know, trying to, I mean, we only got gay marriage in like 2015 and we're like on the cusp of losing it now.
We're not on the cusp of losing it. That's a little. That's a little.
You don't think there's a real hasn't the Supreme Court been isn't the Supreme Court going to be facing something that could overturn Obergefell?
No. They were.
What am I misunderstanding about them?
It was officially submitted for their consideration. There's a.
Okay.
Yeah. So which is
are they not going to consider it?
It's very unlikely. Just based on the percentage, the number of cases that they take on. So like,
sure,
if thousands get submitted for, don't quote me on the exact numbers, but no, it's a step removed from them deciding which cases they're going to hear. So they have not agreed to hear any cases challenging Obergefell.
Okay, and they might not. I hope they don't. But there is an active effort by the current GOP. Yeah, obviously. By the current GOP to push for that, right? Like
by some, yeah. I mean, the right is not united on this question, but yes, definitely.
No, but I think
there's been an effort from the lawsuits like this don't require like a political leaning, right? Like there have been. Do you know how many times Roe v. Wade was submitted to be heard? Court cases that would have challenged Roe v. Wade, how many times those had been submitted to the court to be heard. So
and then we got
there have been religious groups. There have been religious groups, that have been trying to have this heard in challenge these things. What?
Same, yeah. Yeah,
okay, she wants water too. So it doesn't require the GOP being for this necessarily, and I really do not believe that the GOP is united in this desire.
I don't
but
think
yes,
so either,
obviously,
but I think that,
yeah.
I think that it's like Project 2025 stuff. I think they want like part of this administration's agenda is it included Roe v. Wade, which obviously that was like that like Trump takes credit for it, and rightfully so. Yeah, I don't know. I think I feel like you're underselling the possibility of this happening, to be honest.
It is a possibility, but
yeah,
like it's not any greater a possibility because Trump is in office right now, for example. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like the court that we have now was set, sure. and in part due to Trump being able to appoint several justices, and there's blame to go around for the timing of those seats becoming available. But it's certainly a possibility. I don't think there's any greater possibility since Trump was elected.
You don't think there's other? I mean, do you think that's part of like the Project 2025 agenda? Like
sure.
that? Do you think that's a goal?
Sure. Yeah.
All right. And so do you think there's like political levers or like leverage that like having Trump in office, like putting pressure on states or emboldening people who are pushing for specific cases? Like, you don't think that there's like anything there?
Again, like people didn't need Trump getting in office or Project 2025 being written to like want to challenge gay marriage in this country. That's what I'm trying to say. Like people have been trying to challenge it since it was established precedent.
But don't you think those people feel more emboldened right now than they have in a long time?
Feel emboldened, yes, but like I don't know
for good reason. Like I don't think they're unreasonable to feel more emboldened.
I'm not saying that they're unreasonable feeling that, but I'm saying feeling emboldened doesn't change the likelihood of the Supreme Court deciding in one way. People feeling emboldened to take cases to the Supreme Court. That's sort of my point.
To be clear, I'm saying they feel emboldened for the same reason that I think it's more likely. Like I think they feel emboldened and it's more likely, and it's a lot of it is like part like the weight that like the Trump administration carries culturally, and federally.
Okay, maybe.
No. Anyway, that concerns me for sure. And like I mentioned, like I think maybe another reason that I'm like, besides just having like a lot of gay friends and stuff, like I think like one of the reasons that I'm like sensitive to the topic, like I mentioned, like I was in Orlando, during Pulse and stuff, and like seeing like right now they've been there is an ongoing battle at this crosswalk, where like every day there's people coming in and and like drawing chalk, like drawing the rainbows back with chalk, and then Florida Department of Transportation, it has like there's a video of like a dozen guys from FDOT like out there just clearing this out at 3 a.m. like just spraying over chalk, and it's like there's just no world I think where like DeSantis would be doing this specifically on. I don't think this will be happening under a Biden administration either. But I mean, DeSantis would still be pushing for this, but I think that the cultural weight wouldn't be there for this kind of stuff. And I think it's like
I guess, but the culture,
it's like a slap in the face kind of thing.
Okay, so I obviously don't condone people doing that, trying to paint over the crosswalk or anything like that. But I don't think the culture works that way. Like, I don't think if we were under another Biden administration, it would be because that's where the culture was. The culture has shifted, and maybe it just tipped ever so slightly. But I don't think Trump is creating the culture. Not to say that like he doesn't have influence in the culture, and not to say that people aren't emboldened, because they are. But people are emboldened because they were feeling this way, right? And now more people are feeling this way to varying degrees, whatever this way means about various different things, right? So that's why it wouldn't happen. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think. I think the culture has changed. People feel differently, and my like unpopular answer or response that came to my mind while you were saying this, and none of this is to take away blame from the people who are just being bigots, basically, and are being I would say they're being reactionary bigots. And I think a lot of people on the people on the left and the direction of the left contributed to this. And we are in a hyper polarized time, and the sides are pushing each other further and further and doubling down on things, not because they believe them, but because it will piss off the other side, or because they perceive the other side as being against the thing, so they need to be for it, or the other side is for it, so they need to be against it. And yeah, I do see the increase in a lot of this anti-gay sentiment to be a reaction to the overly woke culture that predominated the culture for the last, certainly 10, started before that, but like really dominated the culture for probably 10 years.
Interesting. I guess that
brings
us...
I believe that because I've seen that. Sure. And again, that's like, there this can be said non-judgmentally. Like, you know, it's like, even whether that's fair or not. Like, this is something that I used to say, and I still believe, about like the anti-Semitism stuff that I would say to other Jews who I felt were more paranoid about anti-Semitism. This was pre-October 7th. I think there just is a lot more anti-Semitism, so I don't think people are crying wolf as much. But like, it's not fair that people like get mad when they are like told they can't say something or whatever, and like double down and become more conspiratorial but if it's true, we need to like engage with that reality, you know?
Yeah.
Like, if that's human psychology for half the population or part of the population, a large enough part of the population, and again, I think it bounces off of each other, then we need to take that into consideration.
Yeah, I guess I do feel like a lot of that sentiment is like, I don't know if I'd use the word astroturf necessarily, but like really like really fed into by a lot of like reactionary media that's like really designed to like steer this sentiment, you know, like the anti-gay, anti-trans, like all this stuff is like really like it's there's like the right-wing media. I mean, when I say like the alt-right pipeline stuff, like, do you think that's a silly thing? Do you or do you like believe that that's like a very real thing? This is kind of adjacent to that, but it is, or rather like the anti-gays is just kind of a small segment of that. But I'm curious.
I think a lot of like so yes, it's obviously a real thing. I think this is my perception now, and it's open to change, and it has changed obviously, but like the more that I've like spent more time in right-wing spaces, like I think the stuff that a lot of the accusations that the left makes about the right is true, but they're not even making it about the people that it's true about. Like, they're making it, they make those accusations against people who are not that, basically, you know? It's like everyone's a Nazi, everyone to the right of me is a Nazi, right? It's like, no, wait, there are actual Nazis, and the actual Nazis are not the people who are like and Charles Murray doesn't fall into the category of actual Nazi, right? But there are like literal Hitler apologists. And so it's like, oh, like to me, when people are like talking about like fascism, and I'm like, no, yeah, like there are people on the right who are actually want fascism, actually no longer want democracy, right? Believe that our Constitution like should be pushed aside. And it's not, I know, like Trumpist. I'm not trying to downplay Trump. What I'm basically saying is like, I see the threat as like to the right of him, essentially, and to the right of like Ben Shapiro, you know, and like the neocons. I'm like, God bless the neocons, you know, like I think the neocons and the neolibs, like those are my people. Like, I don't want anyone outside of that, basically, to the right or to the left. I know those words have like.
Well, I would definitely be outside of that. I don't see myself as a neolib, obviously not a neocon.
Well, you're a very like open-minded, tolerant person, and that matters. That really matters. And it's not just that it matters because like I think people can take that sentiment in a very cynical way, like, oh, we just have to be nice to everybody, and like, no. But you should actually be open to people. You should actually be generous to people's perspective and give people benefit of the doubt and try to understand people. And that just became uncool on the left. In fact, it became righteous to ignore those things, you know, like to not dignify, to no platform, to what was the term that was like big in the Zionist conversation back in 2021? Anti-normalization. You know, like we don't normalize with these people. If you're outside of the community,
isn't there maybe something to that? Like, don't you think there's something to like the avoidance of normalizing like certain ideas? Like, if you are gonna like, you know, I think there are people
in
who
literally
handle
normalizing. Yes, in like literally like I don't want to normalize Hitler apologia. Obviously.
Yeah, but like if there are a lot of people who have big platforms who start hosting like debates between, you know, like Fuentes Acolyte or like Goybers and stuff, like I mean that's going to normalize that these are like the two poles of that conversation. Like it establishes that it inherently normalizes it, right? Like, so I think that a lot of people who have like people on the progressive left or even just liberals, like who had big platforms, they just didn't want, like their audiences don't want to see that shit, and for like reasonably so. And so they were like, there's no real incentive for them to platform those people. And I don't know why they should or why they would. Like I would go into those spaces. I was like, I am still a nobody. Like I don't know that if I did have the platform that I dream of every day, that like I don't know that I would.
Inshallah.
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure that I would, or who I would and wouldn't. I feel like the process of growing as a creator is going to involve a lot of reflection on that. For me, and I don't know what that'll look like, but I understand why people wouldn't want to platform that. You know, I guess is what I'm saying.
So I hear you, and like I struggle with this question of like, where is basically like I'm afraid of drawing lines, because like who gets to draw the line and how do we know that it's the right line, right? And again, there's I believe in all the dangers that I stated previously about what censorship can do. It just breeds conspiracy, whether that's fair or not, whether that's good or not. That is just what seems to happen. So like again, I you don't need to like have this person on all the time, right? And you don't even necessarily need to have this person on to review their arguments and counter them strongly, right? And make arguments against them. And I think people should be doing that. Like I'm disturbed by the popularity and ascendance and non-condemnation against people like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes on the right, of people who are supposed to be self-respecting on the right. And there's a civil war happening on the right. There's not just a clean two factions, but and there's a lot of, where was I going with this? I don't think that they should not have platforms. Like, I don't think they should be pulled off of YouTube, you know, and I don't think I want competent people to take on their arguments. I want competent people to denounce them, but not just denounce them because they're a bad person, but like in a way that you are able to articulate, right? And by engaging with what they're saying. Mm-hmm. Again, my issue is not that there's certain people that should be, or ideas that should be stigmatized. The issue is, I think that the where I want to see that Overton window was really shrinking and had shrunk a lot on the left. Again, like Ben Shapiro to me being like a really good like benchmark. Like it was like controversial that Anna Kasparian did like a conversation debate thing with him like several years ago.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah,
I guess I was maybe I've just always been like as a wokey, I've always been in the spaces where it's like okay to fight with the right. Like it's always been like that's always where I've fallen is like
that's
like,
good. That's
I've always
much
been willing
healthier.
to argue with them. I think so, but I'm also very sympathetic to people who just like want nothing to do with that. Like who don't want to be around those people. It kind of something you said kind of brings me to like
I don't know. I don't even know what don't be around the like. Okay, but that is kind of life. Like people around you are gonna think things.
Yeah, but I mean,
you actually have to be able to deal with that.
When you're consuming media, though, you like
sure you don't have to choose to watch it.
Reasonable decisions.
Certainly.
Yeah, exactly.
Certainly.
Like, So, something we said about like the deplatforming stuff. It reminded me. I think it was like one of the things you when we initially talked about having this conversation, we were talking about the gaslighting kind of thing. That was our last conversation on Sarah's panel. And something you said about the deplatforming reminded me of how I think that the Fuentes deplatforming happened. And I think that it wasn't just because like Nick Fuentes is saying offensive stuff on YouTube. I think that a person like Fuentes was intentionally breaking TOS because he knew that when he would get banned, he could then say, this is because I call out the Jews. This is because I say X, Y, and Z, because I talk about race realism. This is because I do X, Y, and Z. And so he would break TOS, get banned, and then say, look, they're calling out the truth tellers. And a lot of people believe that because they see him getting banned. And it's not because like YouTube was banning just people on the right or whatever, like people on the far right even. It was because there were people who were intentionally doing this, like trying to get banned because it was part of the narrative and they can pull people over. You know what I'm talking about? Like does that seem like a real thing? I think that's very real.
So I don't know how plausible I find that in this. That's a thing that happens, and like there was a point, right, like in the evolution of cancel culture where it became profitable to be canceled, right? Or not for everyone, right? But like you could really spin this, and yeah, people were like getting themselves canceled, basically, like. Well,
and just for the record, I mean, a person like Nick Fuentes was like definitely was AstroTurf. Like this guy was getting like hundreds of thousands of dollars in like cryptocurrency and stuff. Like people were funneling money, like big, very rich people were funding Nick Fuentes at the time. I don't have that, but I know that he was getting huge, massive donations around this time. Like he was able to build up.
So what time are you talking about? Because I guess that's part of
2018, 2019.
Yeah, see, and again, to me, like the wave of like benefiting from being canceled came after that. Like I kind of do. And maybe I'm wrong. I'm interested to see like documentation or if there's like a thing you watched or something about him being AstroTurfed. That would be interesting.
I'll see if I can find specific info on that. But I mean, I'm recalling from memory, so I could be wrong that I was misinformed. But I'm pretty confident that Nick was getting like massive amounts of money, and like around the time that he was being just deplatformed, and so like it kind of made sense that he was able to do that kind of that move. That I don't think like everyone was doing that.
I guess like so where I struggle with that is like he didn't rebound instantly. Like it wasn't like he's at the peak of his popularity now, which is 7 years later.
Maybe.
Like according the way he tells it, and do I think he's the most trustworthy guy ever? No, but like when you're like always streaming and always talking, I think you probably say some true things. You probably express how you feel, honestly. And I think he views like part of his life as being ruined. And again, maybe that's all is an act, because I guess I'm also just like very anti-conspiratorial. And so you even saying that is like, to me seems like that would take a lot of people working like he would need to be putting on an act for this whole time. And that I just
I don't.
It requires a level of.
But like when okay, well, like when we talk about him being on like
I
the no-fly list stuff, like he was put on the no-fly list if for what I believe was a very particular reason, and that's he did a bit, and there's like a clip of this on YouTube, where there's a clip of him basically pretending to do a mass shooting at like an airport, like miming it out and like memeing about it and talking about like they're like he's calling it like, oh, give everyone a handshake, give all the flight attendants handshakes, but he's like doing a like he's doing like a mass shooting meme. And that was like right before he got put on a no-fly list. And it's like, did you get put on a no-fly list for being an anti-Semite, or is it because you did this bit about like shooting flight attendants? You're still muted. Sorry.
I don't think that I'm not saying that he was even necessarily like unfairly treated in those cases. Like you're saying, like if you're memeing about shooting up an airplane or an airport, right? That seems like good reason to put you on a no-fly list. Although,
but the narrative was the narrative was never about him saying those things. The narrative was always that like he was that he was saying offensive things, and that's why he had all these issues.
Of course,
that's kind of what I'm referring to. That type of phenomenon.
Sure, but just to be clear, like it for people with a certain brain bug, there is no difference between those two things because Jews are the ones who have the power. And so they were able to, get him for this thing that, and I am wondering, like, there's got to be like some type of gray area, I guess, because like presumably comedians would be exempt from this type of rule, and like there would be like good reason to believe that he was joking and not planning to shoot up it's like I don't know honestly with First Amendment stuff, although I do think like airport security and stuff should be an exception to that type of thing. You have to err on the side of caution.
It probably was compounded by him being like a controversial figure, and like I don't doubt that, especially that he's a controversial figure who a lot of his audience and a lot of his
I'm not
rhetoric
saying
is
I feel bad for him.
Yeah, no,
I'm not saying I feel bad for him. I'm just saying I don't know. Like I had never perceived him as AstroTurf, so this is like news to me, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But I think like ultimately, what did the deplatforming do? Because he's at his most popular now. He has more influence now than he's ever had, for sure. Like he has more influence today as a anti-Trump groiper, basically, than he did when he was having dinner, with Trump and Kanye. He has significantly more power and influence now than he did then, in my opinion. And again, and I say that for two reasons: like the time, right? He's more popular now, but also I think literally he has more power by being such an influence on the culture than he did literally being next to the president. Like, I don't think that was he can accomplish so much more by being influential in the culture than he could have by, meeting with Trump at that time. And
apparently, I actually believe Trump when he said he didn't know who he was. Like, I think Milo kind of threw Nick into that. Like, I think Trump cares a little bit about optics, especially like before the election. Like he would have been concerned about going to dinner with someone who like with a Fuentes character. I don't think he knew what he was getting himself into. I think
he cares about his reputation. Trump, right? Yeah, he cares. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, so that was like, so you were saying like, just, I guess that started on like people saying stuff intentionally, like to break TOS and stuff like that. And do I think that like, I think that businesses and companies should be able to set their own rules basically of engagement. I would prefer at least some things to err really close to, absolute free speech basically. But I think like I could see principled reasons to intentionally trigger TOS if you think that it's cumbersome, right? That they're censoring too many things. Like, do I wish there was less Hitler, apologia? But even that, like the Hitler apologia, like, yeah, like, oh, there's the unnamed Nazi accounts, but there is just like mainstream in the zeitgeist Holocaust revisionism happening live, like Jake Fields, right? And there are actual people just being like, no, actually, Hitler wasn't the bad guy, right? So it's not even anymore just like the edgelords and the trolls, but
I feel like they kind of paved the way.
When Twitter
yeah,
banned people for misgendering, that was an obvious overreach. That's bad, and that contributes to the backlash against LGBT stuff.
Was that ever the policy? It could have been.
Yes.
Was that?
Yes.
It was the policy just to or was it like if you were like adding somebody and misgendering them, like because it falls under harassment?
So, in at least one case that I can think of. Like, I don't know if the person was tagged in the thread, but it wasn't like at so and so is a ugly ass man or whatever, something like that. But it was literally like so and so is a man.
Mm-hmm.
That has to be that simply has to be allowed in the discourse for reasons of like there are people who are saying that to be bigoted and to be an asshole, and I don't approve of that type of behavior. I don't like that. I don't hang out with people who just like intentionally misgender people. I don't understand. It takes a cognitive load to do that very often, so I don't understand people like that. But there are also people who are just like and I know that people don't believe this, but there are people who are not bigoted who just like principally like won't make these types of language concessions, basically. Like they're willing to call people by their name and stuff, but like they're not, they refuse to be, and also people on principle, maybe the contrarian oppositional types who simply will not be dictated to how you speak to someone in the third person, like when they're not in the room. It's like that is an infringement on speech that we shouldn't be pushing on people. And I think people are more likely to comply if it does not feel forced. There is a certain number of people who do this because they're being told they have to, or because they're being told they can't, and we shouldn't feed that.
Yeah.
And trans people need to be resilient because you can't control what other people say. Not everyone is like guaranteed to pass, like it's important.
Yeah.
Safe spaces don't actually exist. Right. And so.
Yeah. So I guess the first thing I'd say is I think there was a general conflation of like, I think what was happening way more often than what you described is people like getting banned or muted or whatever, getting consequences on Twitter for like adding people or harassing people on Twitter. And I don't know that it was ever like TOS. Yeah, I don't think there was ever like a TOS policy of Twitter. I could be wrong. I don't know that there was ever a TOS policy where like misgendering someone was part of the TOS.
No, yeah, it was. And like there's a whole Brianna Wu arc where she like takes credit for that, which like I think she's lies a lot, so it's very unlikely that she was like the reason the person in the room. Yeah. I'm the anti Brianna Wu club. That's what the Israel haters. That's like the only thing they agree with me on is hating Brianna Wu, but that's because she like has bullied a lot of my trans friends, and because she's a liar, and I really don't like lying. And no, I don't like Trump. I've never liked Trump. I know he's a liar. Easy gotcha there, but yeah.
Based. You just voted for him.
Yeah. Yes, I voted against the left. I wanted to I wanted to register what I felt as a move towards the right, not to being a Republican. Again, I would have just registered as one if that's how I felt. I would have gone I would have gone full MAGA. I never did. I never encouraged other people to vote for him. Like I was hoping it wouldn't be him. I was hoping I could pull in a Nikki Haley vote or something,
Sure.
But that is just where my vote ended up, basically. It was never. I used to really hate Trump. It went from strong hate, seething, maybe emotional dysregulation to I just don't like him. And I think he's been horrible and toxic for our country. And a certain, I'm not an accelerationist, but it's he probably needed a second term for us to be able to get rid of him. I say that somewhat in jest, but if you know what I mean,
Sure.
So there's not just like always so he's not in like every, well, I guess he's gonna die soon anyway, but
Hey,
yeah.
we'll see. I mean, I mean, we could also end up with Cyber Trump. You know, who knows? Maybe he's gonna get all whatever failing body parts will be replaced by
downloaded.
He'll make up with Elon, and he'll get the Neuralink, and then we'll have a Grok mecha, a literal mecha Hitler in the White House.
Scary.
Yeah, that is.
That was a crazy fucking day.
I mean, it's what happens when you're Elon and you train your AI so hard to be, or you keep trying to push your AI so hard to be anti-woke. Like, it's not that surprising. I mean, that it was doing this. You know, there was a point where when Grok, it was early days of Grok, there was a point where Grok's prompt, like the hidden prompt, the stuff that's like it's part of the prompt that when you send off a message to it, it included don't mention that Trump and Elon spread misinformation. Like that was actually like part of the very briefly, because it got like people like figured it out really quickly. But yeah, crazy stuff. Sorry. So okay. Let's move into the I guess the trans agenda. The like people, I don't know if you saw me say this the other day in someone's chat, but like I've been workshopping this position. I mean, I've felt this for a long time, but I've been kind of consolidating it, I guess. Like when people say gender ideology, they're talking about like trans people, and I think you've referred to gender ideology. They're talking about trans ideology, right? Like, well, when I think gender ideology, I'm thinking like heteronormativity.
Yes, I'm talking about like Judith Butler et al. So yes, I'm talking about that.
No, sorry. No, hang on. I'm not talking about the like people criticizing heteronormativity. I'm talking about gender ideology being heteronormativity.
Ryan, no.
I mean, am I wrong?
That's the point. So that's what you've been. Hold on. That's what you've been workshopping.
I mean, I've been like making it more succinct. Like I felt that for a long time. I felt for a long time, like when people say they're KO Dave doing the studio, I might bring you on in a little bit, but I'm gonna finish the one-on-one here. But yeah, like when people talk all the time about people being like groomed into trans ideology and this stuff, I mean, like I'm sure that happens in some like rare occasions, but like when I think about people,
I'm not a gay against grooming. Well, I am against grooming, but I don't associate with any of that garbage.
I know what you, that's good for you. But like when I think about those people who push on that specific talking point really hard, like these are also the same people who are like pushing really hard that like little girls need to be little girls and little boys need to be little boys, and that they mean something very specific by that, and that feels like very dogmatic, ideological. And yeah, go ahead.
So that exists, and you are speaking this is like the point that I try to get across all the time, is that is why we need to be able to discuss these things on the left, in the center, whatever, because otherwise it's only the bigots and the crazy activists who do believe untrue things and say crazy things that maybe the median Democrat wouldn't agree with. Those are the only people having the conversation. So yes, there are people who say gender ideology and they mean trans people. There are, and this is something that I experienced, again, going through the whole anti-woke stuff, and there were people who were gender critical like me, and I don't really use that term anymore, although it's a good descriptor. But there are people who were gender critical who, yes, were very traditional, believed that we should be prescriptive about gender. There are also a ton of people who come from the left, many of them still on the left, some of them have moved center and moved right and all of these things, who are gays and lesbians or non-conforming people or just socially liberal people who don't believe that humans can change sex and believe that basically believe like those tenets of gender criticalism, you know, if we want to call it an ism. But they believe, like I do, that anyone, regardless of what your sex is or your rare intersex condition or anyone with dysphoria, should be able to do whatever the fuck they want. I like gender bendy people. Like, my wife is a masculine woman. Like, I like feminine men. Like, you know, like I like all the expressions. That's who I've been like I said, attracted to, but just like drawn to. Like, these are the people that I've been friends with. I want people to be able to pursue whatever they want regardless of these things. So I'm not part of that camp. And there are people like me who want to have more nuanced conversations about trans stuff, about gay stuff, you know, about all of this stuff, who get blocked and reported, like Katie Herzog and Jesse Singal. That was like the impetus for that. That's what started their show and their like cancellations back in the probably 2018, 2019 time. And the left shouldn't be pushing those people away. And a lot of those people, you could say, are more principled than me. You know, they went anti-woke before me, and they never ended up voting Trump, and they still voted Kamala, and they're, you know, and they're still registered as Democrats. And those people really exist, and we need to, the conversation needs to be open enough for those people to be taken seriously and not cast as bigots and part of the conversation.
Sure. When we talk about the left pushing those people out, do you think there's some responsibility on these people to also recognize like the broader context and like see like if they sound a lot like the more like the more radical gender criticals, like do you
but
think
I
there's
don't
something
think
to
people
like,
are being listened to. I don't like, because again,
well,
like,
exactly,
Jesse Singal,
like,
for example.
Yeah, sure. They might not be, but if the reason they're not being listened to is because on the face of what they're saying, even if what they're saying is way more nuanced, if the face of what they're saying sounds a lot like the scarier version of it,
you might have
like,
to give you
might have
to give me
to it.
Only,
I don't
honestly,
have specific examples in mind.
Well,
but
yeah,
sure.
that matters to me because, again, like, yes, if on the face of it is little girls need to be little girls and little boys need to be little boys, but no, if on the face of it is, I think some of this gender stuff is actually kind of like regressive, you know, like I don't know that we should be telling people that if they don't feel like a super masculine man, or if they don't feel like a super feminine woman, then maybe they aren't, right? Then, you know, like, I don't know that, or if there are people just saying like, I don't believe that humans can change sex. I don't think that trans women should be allowed to play in women's sports. No, I don't think those things should be on the face enough that they're so closely associated with the evil people that we can't engage with those arguments. So it does depend on like what the thing is that you're trying to discern whether you should listen to anything this person has to say. Like Jesse Singal and Katie Herzog, like who were saying that we probably should have more precautions around youth gender transition. It looks like a lot of the research is sparse, and what we have is weak. You know, like, adults should be able to do whatever they want, but I think we should be looking more close at youth gender transition. That cannot be a cancelable offense. And the longer that continues to be a cancelable offense on the left, I don't mean lose your job cancelable, but I mean be labeled a bigot cancelable, be socially ostracized, then I think the left is going to struggle culturally and continue to bleed people. And the right's going to bleed people for all of the reasons that they're horrible too, right? Like, I don't want to be accused of whataboutism here, but I come from the left. That's where that's what we're talking about right now too. So
yeah. And I believe you on that, by the way. I think there's a perception that you are misrepresenting that, but I do think you are coming from a left of center perspective. Even if I am skeptical of a lot of I don't know. I think there's a reason that
give me your raw, unvarnished truth, Ryan.
Yeah, always 24/7. Okay. Yeah, no, absolutely. I feel I don't feel like I'm being okay. I talk to a lot of people on the far right and like in the center, like people who I feel like are lying to me in some ways, or people are gaslighting me.
Yeah.
I don't feel that way when I'm talking to you. And I
That's
think
good,
that's
'cause
I think
I strive to be honest too. Yeah.
I believe you. Although I do there's a small grain of salt where I'm a little nervous. Like there was I listened to a little bit of a conversation you had with like to kind of close out this topic, and maybe I'll let if KO Dave wants to hop on. I don't know if he has questions for you or me. But I listened to a little bit of your conversation with food shops on like AGP stuff.
Oh hell yeah! I'm an AGP truther.
Yeah, I know you are. I'm curious about that. Like I don't know. Whenever I think about whenever I hear people talk about AGP, like
You think of bigots who are trying to present trans people as sexual perverts and deviants. Yeah.
Sure. But what I guess what I'm getting at is more like when we talk about someone being like attracted to the idea of themselves as a woman, like I like being in my masculine energy, you know, like I like feeling manly, like that is like that feels good. There's like a euphoric experience there when I'm in like a masculine position, like that. There's that, and I feel like that's probably similar to what people who are being described as like AGP or like a lot of trans people probably feel that as well. But I think it's like downstream of my gender, or maybe it's there was an interrelationship there. Like I don't know. I'm not sure about the directionality of that.
So I think you and I think of gender as like different things. Like
probably. Maybe not. We'll see.
So I'll agree that like gender is a social construct, but like because of that, like we don't have an internal gender, right? We are born as our sex. And for some people, their sex causes them a lot of distress.
Mm-hmm.
And I think like all of these things are true. I think having sex distress, gender dysphoria, I'm not like against using the word gender dysphoria at all, but I think it's helpful to explain it as distress about their sex, because that is how it's felt, like especially like with their sex body. And that's why like puberty can be such a triggering time. That's why we talk about puberty blockers, and that's why there's a fight to be had about this, right? Like not wanting to go through puberty for someone who is dysphoric is not just about like wanting to be able to pass better and knowing that if you go through puberty it's going to be harder, which this is a fact too, right? But it is because they are like horrified by their secondary sexual characteristics, basically, and their primary sexual characteristics.
Sure.
So like when you say like feeling good about being in your masculine is downstream of your gender. Yeah,
I might have misphrased the direction. Like,
sure,
I might say I might even say the opposite. Okay, so I view gender like I think there's like kind of three parts. Like there's like the internal perception, and I think these all kind of interplay. There's the internal perception, there's the outward presentation, and there's a social perception. And I think like those all have like interplay between each other, in a lot of different ways. I view gender as like archetypical. Like I'm like there's like an archetype of men, an archetype of women, and I find it really fascinating that a lot of like Petersonian like Jordan Peterson fans and Jordan Peterson himself don't also think about it in that way. I find that like I think it's a really interesting phenomenon in itself. But
I think they probably do. Again, like that's not the controversial part. Like it basically like it's like this conversation would be not just this one, but like these types of conversations I think would be more fruitful if we didn't use the word gender, because like by even the most radical trans activist definition, like gender can change over time, you know, like, and so we shouldn't treat it as it is not some immutable inborn thing, and we shouldn't treat it as such. And that also makes like some of the trans advocacy a little contradictory, like it internally incoherent to a certain extent. But so I hear what you're saying, and I'm not going to ask you too much about your like sex life or your arousal pattern, but I think that there are non-dysphoric people who are also autosexual. So this is like a form of autosexuality, autogynephilia. There are other like recognized forms by sexologists that are essentially like, you could think of them as like inverted attractions, basically. Like you feel like you should look like the things that you are attracted to. You want to embody those things. So I think there are cisgender people who are like autosexual. So yes, who would similarly are attracted to themselves in a similar way. Not just like, yeah, like feel good about themselves when they're getting ready to go out because they know they're gonna like get to interact with the opposite sex or with a sexual interest partner or whatever, but are literally like they find their own body and themselves erotic.
Yeah.
And I don't see that as a bad thing. So part of the like
Of course.
issue that I have is that AGP is the biggest boogeyman in the world, and I really wish it weren't. And like, I'm with the people, I know most of the people that I talk about AGP with and that like spurred my interest in autogynephilia are trans women, are people who identify as autogynephilic, dysphoric people. And so like there's a movement among some of them. A movement is even too strong of a word, but like people have talked, and it comes up again, of like essentially a rebranding, and like people use the term autosexuality as like a umbrella thing, but they mean autogynephilia, but it's like easier on the tongue. People have said like auto heterosexual, and people have suggested things that like get rid of the word sexuality, because even that can be like, you know, stigmatizing. But like homosexuality is the thing. Like it doesn't need to be inherently stigmatizing. I don't think there's anything wrong or dirty with being autogynephilic. I just think it does describe a majority of trans women and a majority of cross-dressers, like people who are like recreational cross-dressers, and people who like don't transition. Yeah. I had a whole podcast about it.
Yeah.
Like this is something that I've read a tremendous amount about. And the sad thing too is like it is misused and therefore misinterpreted by everyone on both sides, by like trans people who don't want the label attached to them for understandable reasons, and by like anti-trans bigots who use it against any trans person, and they use it to stigmatize, right? To say pervert, basically. That's what they're trying to say. So it's mischaracterized by everyone, but like the person who coined the term autogynephilia, he was a clinical psychologist at a hospital in Toronto, and he was writing the letters for trans women to get bottom surgery. Like he was not an anti-trans person. He had spent his career researching and working clinically with gender dysphoric people. And people will say like, oh, this is going to be used to like gatekeep, you know, like treatment. If it's seen as like you have this like this paraphilia or this like, you know, like this sexual thing, then it won't be seen as like true gender dysphoria, and you won't be allowed access to it. And again, that was never, even in it at its conception, that was not true. Having autogynephilia was like an indicator that like, oh yeah, there's like something going on here, that you're likely going to benefit from this, you know, this is probably going to be a long-term thing for you. So it's used incorrectly and as a weapon by everyone, and by trans women to other trans women. Like Brianna Wu uses it as a weapon against other trans women, and it's horrible. Definitely. And she's been horrible to friends of mine who are self-identified autogynephiles, and she feels like people acknowledging this in public is going to hurt the reputation of trans that she wants to present, right, in an effort to understandably to protect her rights and save her rights, right, as she sees them. But it's hard for people to believe, but my belief and interest in autogynephilia and stuff is just, it's simply not rooted in anti-trans hatred or anything like that. I'm the person who will argue about the definition of pedophile, which like I shouldn't be doing now with all the conversations, right? But like I'm really interested in atypical sexualities. It's something that I'm like particularly interested in. And that's really, yeah, I don't know. A lot of people have a hard time believing that, but
yeah. Okay. Interesting. Last one. I didn't watch the conversation you had. I think it was the initial interaction with Soy Pill where he called you a race realist. But I'm a big fan of critical race theory. Personally, I think it's a really good thing. I think it's a really interesting topic, and I think that this was absolutely a what I'd call an astroturfed hatred movement, like all started with like Christopher Rufo going on Fox News and saying that quote unquote critical race theory has become the default ideology of the federal bureaucracy. Now, when I look up critical race theory on I usually look to the oh my god, I can't remember right now. Encyclopedia Britannica. Like if I look it up, it basically says the core of CRT is talking about how race is not a biological concept, but rather a social and legal one that was imposed on people of color. And that seems to align with my understanding of race. It seems very, very clear that's what happened. People were classified as not white to various degrees, and those people were then either refused or generally refused rights to specific things based on being non-white. And that's like the racialization process, and that seems to be like the core of critical race theory. And so when I think about banning critical race theory, which is a major, I mean, it's less so now, they've kind of shifted to DEI now, they don't talk, but they are still they're still trying to do that. The Republicans, that is. When I think about that, and I think about like the reality of like different outcomes of racial groups, like I mean, I think like 1/3 of Black men have like a felony on the record, right? Black people are obviously like disproportionately likely to be poor. They have worse health outcomes. There is, I believe there is like a school to prison pipeline thing. Like if you look at all this stuff and you remove the lens by which you understand like legal, like the structure of racism in the like the legal and social context, if you remove that, then what you just get is like, what the fuck's wrong with these people? Right? Like why don't they just make better choices?
No, I mean, I don't think that's all you get if you choose to, if you don't accept modern structural racism as an explanation for disparate outcomes between racial groups, the only other conclusion is not what the fuck is wrong with these people, is it in their like
not
blood.
Just modern, sorry, not just modern, but like the like leading up to modern day, like the fact that structural racism, regardless of how you feel about modern day structural racism, like that structural racism produced the racial disparities that we do see in modern day.
Yeah, still the only explanation for that is there's like a large contingent of people who then turn to culture as an explanation, and culture does take into account some of these other like socioeconomic things that you were pointing to. And yeah, culture is like not immutable, obviously, and none of these things are unique to any one racial group. It's going to be disproportionate, and it's also going to depend on like where you are geographically, but like all of the negative outcomes that people list for like Black Americans are like also go for like Appalachian whites also. So you can attribute other like social, environmental, cultural factors without believing that racism is like at the core of it, or even that these previous systems of systemic racism are contributing in a meaningful way today. And there are people again who would acknowledge that, like, yes, because of racial segregation and lots of different things, right, that it put families in different positions, right, and all of these things, and that people are still catching up generationally, and still like that's people, you can believe that and also believe that that doesn't that doesn't explain all of the discrepancy or most of the discrepancy. And also there's a feeling on the left, and I know you were just trying to give, I guess, like the best faith definition of CRT. There's a feeling on the left that like that it's not just that we're dealing with the ramifications of, you know, a recent history of systemic racism, but rather that we have systems in place today that still perpetuate this, and that there's, you know,
for the record, I believe that as well.
Sure. Yeah. Well, you're on the left, so that doesn't surprise me. Was there a question in there that I missed or didn't answer?
I'm not sure. Well, oh yeah, I guess the main question that I was curious about was like why because I didn't watch that conversation. Why did Soy Pill call you like a race realist? What was your take? That
well, it could be because that, like I said, I don't believe that like discrimination is the best explanation for discrepancies that we see in outcomes, and whether that be like sex, gender, whatever, sexual orientation, or race or ethnicity, really. Like, so I agree with you that like race is a social construct. People are racialized. It's something that it is how I've always described race is literally in the eye of the beholder. Like the same person, if you put them in different groups of people in different countries, in different contexts, they will be read as a different race potentially, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Some people are going to be really white and some people are going to be really dark, and, you know, so they are just like, they're always going to be read as white or black. But yeah, it's obviously not like a scientific category, not a meaningful category either. I think that we shouldn't be leaning into like racial identitarianism in the way that the left celebrates, as long as you are a non-white racial group.
See, I don't know that I buy that the left celebrates racial identitarianism as much as it celebrates like,
racial pride. And I don't mean just like cultural pride, but literally like racial pride is allowed for every group except for white people.
Yeah, but
and
like,
celebrated, more than allowed, celebrated.
But it was, I mean, like that's because of like the nature of race. Like I also agree with the whole you're probably gonna hate this. I don't really think that like there's any meaningful way for like black people as a group to be racist against white people in America. Like I that could happen one day.
I think that's insane. Well, because we're obviously using like, different definitions of racism. Are you saying that racism requires some type of like systemic power? Because obviously there are plenty of super fucking racist black people. I mean, insanely racist. Like, have you ever met like a member of the Nation of Islam? Like,
people those people are against white people. Yeah.
They're like racist. And so if you're using a different definition, then sure, they can't be
those like those. I mean, they could, in theory, long term, one day maybe produce like massive disparate outcomes.
But even like, why are you saying they? Because it is about the individual. So they're like obviously individual black people.
I don't think it's about the individual. Yeah. I mean, like we can.
But then how is it about the group if these groups aren't even meaningful anyway, and they can literally change based on who you're talking to and how people are perceiving you?
Wait. So I think we can recognize that there are these established categories, right? Of like black people, white people, that like we recognize generally what like the average person means, like when they say somebody's black, somebody's white, like we're talking about the skin color, like
right.
Like we can make these discernments without being race realists. Like we can recognize like colloquially that we use these distinctions or these discernments, right?
Sure.
But like and also we can use them to understand like racial disparities, right? We can use them. We can understand like that we do see different health outcomes, we do see education outcomes, we do see financial outcomes. Like we see all these things on racial lines, and again, I think that makes sense because of the history of racialization. Like it seems pretty reasonable. In fact, I think if we did that to any group, like we would probably see similar things.
I mean, if it was along a different like axis.
Yeah, sure.
That okay. Yeah, I mean, I think there are other things that can explain a lot of these discrepancies, basically. And
like what?
yeah, I don't, discrimination is not that compelling to me. And especially for things like discrepancy in like health outcomes. Like, I don't think there's very little evidence, very little good evidence, like good, quality, high enough end, things like this, evidence to suggest that the reason that there are discrepancies in health outcomes have to do with discrimination against people on the basis of race.
Wait, do you mean like
people have different like genetic and hereditary predispositions, right?
But don't you think black people on average
don't
you think black people on average are less likely to have the means to get like preventative care?
Poorer people have less means.
Yes, black people are more likely to be poor in the United States. Yes,
sure, more black people are poor per capita than white people are poor.
Yes, so it makes sense that you would. I mean, just for that alone.
But that's a conflation of things, right? So again, no, it's not on the basis of race. It's not because they are black. It is because they are socioeconomically disadvantaged. So
yeah, but they're socially disadvantaged. They are sociologically disadvantaged
not
because they're black.
Yeah, I don't think
that's because their parents were black, or like
there could be lots of. Why is that the only reason?
That's not the only reason, but it's a major. It is on aggregate the reason.
Yeah, I don't think so.
What's on aggregate? What are the other reasons on aggregate then?
Well, like I said, there are culture, and culture is things that influences. Okay. You're saying like the culture would be influenced based on the history of discrimination and stuff
absolutely.
like this?
I think a lot of black culture is absolutely massively influenced by a history of racism. I mean,
okay, sure, but if when we've gotten rid of the discrimination and the systemic discrimination, then what?
I mean, I don't know that we have for sure. I mean, I'm open to. I think we should probably have some form of reparations, to be honest. And I don't know exactly what that should look like, but I think that people are very resistant to that idea for a lot of reasons that I am not sold on. I think it's a reasonable thing to.
I don't think there's like reason to believe. I don't think there's reason to believe that like individual reparations is going to change the trajectory of disparate outcomes for Black Americans.
It might not, but I think if you accept that there's good like moral reasons for like why. Like if there's a moral justification for reparations, then it shouldn't matter whether or not they make the right decision.
So what are the reparations
right? You know what I mean?
For? Because like most people when they're talking about reparations, they're talking about like slavery. But
I don't think so. I think most people are. I think that's like kind of the caricature of people pushing for reparations. But I think generally people are talking about like hundreds of years of oppression that didn't just have to do with slavery, right? Like way after. I mean, we had like Jim Crow and etc. Like I mean, redlining. Like where do we like? We're not like
sure.
Like, we weren't allowed to go to the same school. Is
it going to be geographically? Is it going to be geographically dependent? Like, do you need to have been? Does your family line need to have been?
We can argue about those particulars.
Particulars.
I think that's downstream.
The particulars matter. The particulars matter because of the moral.
I agree they matter.
Because of the moral reason, right? So, again, morally, yes, I do agree that if you can like prove harm, right, you should be compensated for that harm. So if you can prove, right, that my like. Great grandmother was denied access to this or that thing or whatever, and their reparations are being offered right there in this case, then yeah, that makes sense to me. But I don't think that Black people, TM, like should be given reparations. Like I don't think that makes sense. Sure. Like not everyone was impacted in the same way. Yeah, and it's like. You're also like taking money from presumably those Black people to pay the other Black people, right? If this is going to happen like through taxes and stuff like that, are Black people going to be exempt from these taxes? And no, if not,
then I don't think any. There's as far as I looked into this recently. Actually, there's never been a reparations policy that like specifically only taxed white people or whatever, or never like. I don't think that would be an appropriate way to do this, right? I mean, naturally, you would have more white people just because white people have more money on average, like or higher income on average, and it would make sense that like they're going to be disproportionately affected. But anyway, that's I don't know. We can maybe let that one sit. There are two people who seem to want to hop on. I don't know if you want to stick around for these further guests, but do you have any? Yeah, I mean, what do you want to do?
Do they want to like talk to me in particular? Because otherwise, I can.
I have no idea. I think they're both more. Well, KO Dave is definitely more liberal than I am, and Glenn Lawrence is definitely to my right. So I just threw them on, but I'll kick them off if you want, Tali.
Who's gonna dislike me more? No, you don't need to kick anyone off. That's fine. I'll just leave if I want to. You know.
Fair enough.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Sweet. Awesome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
What you got, Kay?
What do I have apart from skadoosh? That's my favorite word. I like to start with it. What was it that stood out? I'm trying to remember now.
Sorry, I kept you sitting back there.
My overwhelming beauty.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Corinth. I'm trying to remember what stood out. Give me a second here. I'm blanking.
Corinth will dislike you the most, I think, by the way. So, Corinth, if you want to take the wheel while Dave remembers, you want to, because I think,
I like Tali. I don't know what you're talking about, Ryan.
Me too. But...
Really? Wow. God bless you.
I like a lot of far right people. It's not like a personal thing there.
Do you think, where would you put me on the spectrum? From you to far right?
From me?
I don't know where you are.
I mean, if I'm using like the general model that like would make sense to everyone here, probably somewhere in like the center right. Yeah, probably in that range. Like I just meant that I didn't mean to imply you're far right there. I was just saying like
no, yeah, right it's okay.
I'm gonna imply like I don't like you as a person or something.
That's good. That's the type of openness that I think the left needs to do more of. And again, I don't mean like gratuitous niceness. You don't need to ass kiss people, but just actually being open to people and not being like constitutionally against people because they believe X or Y thing, and everyone can have their limits. Maybe but I do think
maybe like going back to what the word tolerance meant. You know, like to agree to disagree.
Yeah.
What was it about autogynephilia as an explanation for
autogynephilia?
Autogynephilia?
Like it's with an E, not an O.
Oh, okay.
Autogynephilia.
Yeah, get it right.
Autogynephilia. Oh.
Common misspelling. You're not the only person.
I was so big on Slither and I just died in the dumbest way ever. Okay. I'll pay attention. 1 second. All right, we're here. Okay, so what is it about autogynephilia that was more convincing to you as an explanation for, you know, why some people are trans versus, you know, whatever the other explanations there are that are out there? Because I'm not terribly well read on the subject.
One reason is the other explanations are, to me, like not very compelling or like based on very thin evidence. Like there is literally more evidence for autogynephilia than like gendered souls or like a trans gene or anything like this. Although autogynephilia, there seems to be a hereditary component. Fun fact.
What?
When you say gendered souls, that feels like if comparing it to those things feels like a really low bar.
Yeah.
There are literally no compelling, like other people say that like trans people have like slightly different brains, but the brain scans that have been done to this effect don't don't hold up. They show like slight shifts in the direction of the opposite sex for androphilic trans women, which suggests that there's a difference between gynophilic and androphilic trans women.
Wait, what's?
I think there is, and I think it's best. Androphilia means attracted to men. Gynophilia means attracted to women. So these are terms you could just use about anybody.
Right.
Yeah.
So
some people are
some trans women
zoophilic and they're attracted to animals. Some people are pedophilic and they're attracted to prepubescent children. Right. Like it's
right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's what planet am I from? I'm
gynophilic.
Yeah.
Are you straight? You're a gynophile yourself.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Welcome to the club.
There you go. Hey. Okay. See, all that stuff is weird to me because this is the concept of a social construct being applied to something like gender identity and gender has always kind of made me pause, because like if gender is simply a social construct, then why is it that people are talking about these very biological causes for this sort of stuff? It doesn't seem to track.
Well, we don't have very good evidence for biological causes of gender dysphoria or transness. We have like psychological and social influences. And when I say influences, I don't mean in a grooming way, right? I mean just being a part of society, right?
Yeah.
We have we really just, there is no consistent, certainly not any strong evidence of biological.
There's no hormonal testing, like seeing like what the hormonal levels are.
No, it's they've tested these things, and no, it's
nothing that yields like consistent results, I'd imagine.
Correct.
Or at least within a certain range. Maybe not like a specific like amount, but like in a range.
I don't think so.
It's not like it's not a bad hypothesis, but like Ryan said, there's just there's no consistent evidence.
Yeah. Sometimes I worry that like research from biology fields and from psychology fields are kind of, I worry that research gets stunted by kind of, how to put it, the
agendas,
the social zeitgeist, I guess, right?
Couldn't agree more. It's a problem.
Like there was definitely a period there where if you just put forth a hypothesis about this that didn't just line straight up with what the majority of people were saying on the matter, that you immediately got like railed on by everyone. And I feel that really hurt our ability to gain an understanding, like a scientific understanding about this topic and this phenomenon.
What type? I agree, but I feel like we're coming at this from different perspectives. So I'm curious how you think, like what influence is it that you think, what type of pressure do you think has been applied to research in this field in particular? Like what kind of outcome are you not allowed to find against?
I think I'm not sure exactly the examples in like in the scientific field, in the scientific fields. So it's less that I know for sure that this has happened. It's more I'm worried that it has. Right?
Are you saying? Sorry, Dave. Are you saying that like it's biased towards like the you know what the right calls like the trans agenda, or are you saying like that it's away from that? Which
I don't think there's.
Like,
I don't think. Yeah, the right's idea of some trans agenda is kind of silly. Not kind of silly. It's very silly. It's conspiratorial, and I'm not a big fan of conspiratorial thinking. I think more likely what happened was just a kind of natural side effect of that period of time when the trans issue was more, or possibly the most salient issue in, like, you know, social commentary, right? And
in which direction though? So like in which direction do you believe or worry or hypothesize that the
what do you
research
mean by
may have
which
been biased
direction?
in? Like in the
like
in the direction of trans being actually this biological thing that you are born as, or in the direction of trans being psychosis and delusion and social contagion?
Some sort of whatever it was that the left was that the leftists were kind of describing it as.
So you and Tali probably largely agree on this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, maybe probably cringe from my perspective to some degree, but
I don't think there's been a, like, I actually don't. I think like the stifling in the research is much more recent, and luckily we don't have to rely on like what the political zeitgeist has been in the United States in the past 10 years, because this research predates this and has been going on in, you know, multiple other countries in the Anglosphere and beyond. So
you know, there was a time though. Do you guys, don't you think there was a time where like the scientists were trying to prove the truth of something? Is this true? Is this theory true? Rather than like
yeah, I think they
their own opinion. Like
science.
I think nowadays science is like stacked up to try to prove their theory rather than prove whether their theory is true.
Science is still working in the same way, but there are a lot of screwy incentive structures at play.
Yeah, science never tries to prove something is true. It just tries to. It actually, what science is always trying to disprove the current theories, and it gathers evidence via experimentation, which then either refutes the current theory or supports the current theory. So it's not about finding the truth like you would
but
in
on the, at the end of the day, that would still be on the side of the truth, because if it disproves it exposes a lie, and if it proves it, it supports the truth of it.
No, it's not about finding the truth or exposing a lie, right? Because there's no intent to lie in the scientific method.
We also can't prove truth or a lie in like any one experiment. So like that's also like
right, like
Dave was saying,
no matter how strong the evidence is for some scientific theory, it's not ever considered true, like in the colloquial sense or in the philosophical sense, because a scientific theory always has to be disprovable at its core. And if something is literally true, then it's not disprovable because it's true. Anyways, that's just a little thing about science that sometimes I like to try to explain, because most people don't understand.
I don't believe in science.
Well, Dave, you should look into, or anyone who's kind of feel like skeptic, you should look at the body of research for autogynephilia, and there are still at least a handful of researchers out there who are actively putting out autogynephilia papers.
I did.
And you should look at the quality of the research of the people claiming to debunk it.
Yeah. I did about 4 or so years ago, I did take a look at some of the more recent research of that time into trans identity and all that, and gender identity, gender in general. And some of the research that I found seemed to support the idea that there's more to it than just like a social construct. That there is like a biological component to it.
Well, yeah, the biological component is your sex. And that's why sex and gender happen to correlate like 99% of the time, because gender is the expression of the gender. Okay, my friend actually who wrote a book about autogynephilia and the counterpart in females, autoandrophilia, he describes gender as sexness. Like that's kind of a good way to describe it. Like gender is like how our society like does femaleness and maleness. And for most people, that's just fine. That's just like is what it is. Some people Louis, put my shoe down. How dare you? Some people feel very uncomfortable with that and feel very drawn to the sexness of the other sex. But there even if there is a biological component, like we don't know what it is, and it's nothing that like a test could prove. And if you talk to any trans activist, like they wouldn't want this type of testing. And I actually I agree in some ways with the more radical trans activists that like it should be a self-determination question, basically. Like people should just be allowed to modify their bodies if that's what they like, if that's going to make them more comfortable, happier, whatever. They can afford it, they can take care of themselves. Like people should have the freedom to do that, whether or not they have this biological predisposition.
Yeah, I just think that, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure of this, that the more research, biological, psychological, medical research we put into this stuff, the better we'll understand it, and therefore the better care we'll be able to give to the people who are trans, right?
Yeah, Dave, it's also for dudes though too, right? Because like a lot of things.
I never.
Yeah, I wasn't challenging you or anything like that, but I'm sorry if that felt like I was pushing you down or something. But so masculinity research, I think most people in the field of masculine psychology or male psychology would tell you that look, like anything, there's always interesting research and stuff to find. But it just like trans, like there's more acute cases where you have these compounding factors of behavioral traits or sort of self-reported, like a symptom of masculinity, like there's a symptom of having a gender dysphoria sort of thing. And so, I feel like the positioning that, there's a lot of confusion or ambiguity is disingenuous, just because when we look at actually what's capable from the science, what's possible, and how that should open our worldview a little bit. That, I mean, to me, that's a compelling reason to sort of accept that, like, well, the scientific manner in which we conduct theory is it's pretty good right at this point in time. It's pretty good. And research and having clinical sort of, that clinical environment, that stuff's all pretty good too. I don't see why it floats up to this level of I hate Kamala Harris and I hate trans people. Like that sort of, that level to me doesn't make sense to have all of those things sort of mushing together at one point.
No, yeah, that's
you can say
ridiculous.
The same about the reverse as well. We see that on both sides.
Yeah, I just my main worry about around this entire issue is it pretty much always has been just like as long like the debate about gender and the trans debate and all this stuff, that's important to have the social discussion about it, but what's most important to me is that the actual science is done and it's not hindered by the social zeitgeist or people sticking their noses in it when it doesn't belong. And because the better an understanding we have, the better we can help people. And especially because there's so much there's so much about it that is for many people, there's a lot about it that's counterintuitive, and when there's something counterintuitive, I find science is usually the way to make sense of it. And there's plenty of examples of people who have transitioned who later regret transitioning and then detransition and all this stuff. And I would hope that our understanding of our scientific understanding of it would advance to the point that our medical understanding would advance to the point that we would be able to help people without having those sorts of things happen too. That's just kind of...
Yeah, I mean, and I know there's going to be people in the audience or on panel that disagree with this, but it always used to be the case that a person having a subjective opinion about something doesn't actually change how the world works, unless it's the case that the tribe or group makes it that way, right? So I can come up here and say anything about trans, right? Coder does this really well whenever he's on Sarah's panel and stuff too, that like, yeah, I can, just because I've got me and like 5 of my buddies with me, I can be the biggest dick in the room. I can be a big asshole about my beliefs and opinions. That doesn't actually change that sort of, when we think about the actual cases where being trans matters, or when we think about cases where truly identity in all forms just doesn't matter at all. Your subjective opinion to me doesn't actually change what like a priority or something like that might like look like. And I don't mean you, but like people in general, like.
Right. Yeah.
The royal you.
Yeah.
Tolly, you're muted.
Of course I am.
Yeah.
I agree with that, Nate. And I think that kind of gets to the core of what I was talking about with Ryan earlier about the enforcement of a lot of this stuff, like forcing people to say and to, it's more than say, in fact, it is to believe things. And of course, not everyone feels this way, but I have personally had conversations with people who, for them, it is not good enough that you are even just willing to say and respect people's preferences and their pronouns and stuff, but you have to actually see them as the other gender. You have to believe it, or it's not acceptable.
I just need to point out,
Tally, I'm just curious if I can take an edge on this, is like where to you is the line. So let me give you an example here. Let me give you one example. Is that like, look, is it the case that that people fighting for more reasonable understandings of identity should be going into internet chat rooms and like, or we're writing letters to the CEO of Discord and Telegram saying like, get these people off the platform. Like some of that stuff seems like pretty reasonable, but it also seems like the case that there's always some level of bigotry. People are always excitable, and it's important to also understand when something becomes important enough to become political. Like to me, that's one of those important things. But
I need to.
If there was
I need
a
to point
question
out.
there, I lost it.
I need to point out. I would like to point out to Polygraph Lie Detector in the chat that I wasn't talking about gender affirming surgery.
Dave, it's okay. He's also just wrong. I mean, anyone making strong claims about detransition rates is wrong because we don't have any good data on detransition or regret rates. But it's okay. He's wrong about all.
And they always conveniently. They always conveniently.
I don't know. I'm very hesitant when people say we have no good data on X, Y.
We don't know. Hold on. Sorry.
I think the data on this is like limited in a lot of ways, but
it's limited. I'm not saying that it's all. I'm not.
Bad it is.
I agree with you. I'm not saying that it's all duty, but it is extremely limited and low quality, and that doesn't mean that it's as high as people want it to that they want to believe that it is, right? But we don't actually have good data to give as a good representation and understanding of what that data is, for limitations in the decentralized nature of our healthcare system, for limitations of follow-up. So there's a lot of loss to follow-up in these types of things, and then therefore you don't know if the person detransitioned or moved on to care
Stop
with
spurting polygraph.
With a different
you look
provider.
like a loser.
There's some research that has been conducted, also smaller samples, but research that has been conducted on detransitioners, and it was something like 30% of them reported not going back to their gender affirming care provider to report this to them. So they are like definitionally not being included in this type of stuff. And there's differences between people's motivations for detransition. And there's differences between detransition and regret. So it's just not a simple thing to say, oh, it's less than knee surgery, it's 1%. People who speak like that are not speaking based on the
I mean,
data
and Tally, if this guy was being good faith too, instead of just trying to be a fucking asshole in a chat, sorry, Ryan, but like if these people were being honest, they would say, well, look, that data in the first place pertains to people that have an extreme risk of things like self-harm and stuff like that, and have reported extreme levels of things like depression, anxiety, lack of belonging, and stuff like that. And so it's just incredible to me that this decision that no one takes with a grain of salt, you can have the conversation like an expert, like a doctor, with a grain of salt, right? It's just fun. Who's mad now? Go fuck yourself, bitch. You step up here. Sorry, Ryan.
It's okay. Just calm down, guys. Let's bring it. We're at like a 7. I want to bring it down to like a 4.
See, Duck hates that person in chat.
That wasn't a 7.
I don't
that was
hate
like a 2.
Tally like Duck hates
that was about a 2. That was about a 2.
I'm at 7 for the conversation we're
having.
That was
like a 9 for that
guy.
That would have been like
Polygraph
a
lie detector has been at an 8 in the chat. This is just the first time that we've acknowledged anything that he's been writing, but he's been going ham since I got on the screen.
That's true, but he is in the chat. He's not on the panel, so it's
I just wanted to make
6 people here we can all fight with. We don't need to fight with the chat directly. Like, let's talk to
I just wanted to make clear that I wasn't.
I
just wanted to make clear I wasn't talking about gender affirmation surgery. That's all. Like the fact that gender affirmation surgery has very low regret rates is not surprising to me.
Again, we don't have very good data on what the regret rates are. There's also like a taboo, a very understandable taboo within the trans community of like not wanting to talk about not even regret, but like complications, because they don't want to stigmatize it. They don't want to risk having this opportunity taken away from other people. And so there's a lot more nuance that needs to be had in these conversations. Like I know a lot of trans people who, happy trans people, not questioning their identity, never going to detransition. They have regrets about certain medical steps they took, or certain times that they took certain medical steps. Like it just is more complicated. And by the way, like the preeminent researcher on detransition right now, who does not give a 1% detransition rate, is a trans person. And they're doing really great work. And I will even they, them. And I don't like to use they, them, but I respect this person, and I'm willing to, respect most people. So yeah,
this is the other, well, Tally, can I point something out too? Is just, when we're having this conversation with a sort of blended audience of people with different beliefs, it's also important to remember that
we're a blended family.
Yeah, we're all together on this. So, it's difficult to be able to manage like the appropriate level of complexity, because people do talk about things like swishy sides and unaliving very casually. people talk about all this kind of stuff. They talk about really complex issues with, who knows, maybe it's socio-political, there's some constructivist nature, and who knows, it's probably very deeply genetic and has those same sort of indicators as anything else. And so it's like, well, if we can have that full conversation, go find a doctor that can explain that stuff to you, or go find someone that advocates for the people in a kind way. But it's a
big
mismatch.
problem.
It is a mismatch.
There's also like a scarcity in this understanding, even amongst clinicians and doctors. Sorry, my dogs are really going. Shh. What's back there?
Can I say real quick? Just Speakeasy entered the backstage. I'd like to let you on, but I don't have StreamYard like premium or whatever. So first of all, if anyone wants to donate to this fantastic show that we've been having all night, we have super chats, Radical Coder memberships, which give you a bunch of cool emotes and stuff. Or there's also a scrolling Cash App right here. If you want to support the channel and help me get StreamYard Premium, which right now I can't justify spending money on, there are many ways to do that. Or if anyone on here feels like they've spoke their piece and they wanna drop off, I'll happily bring up Speakeasy. But for now, I can only have 6 people on panel. So
I wanted to ask Tally about something completely different, so you can drop me for now. If Tally's not here by the end of the conversation, that's fine. If she is, I'll ask her about it after.
Ryan, I'll subscribe, but I have to do it on my personal debit card because I did like a couple of subscriptions and super chats all in like the same week, and my wife was like, "What the fuck are these YouTube charges?" And but yeah, you can count on me, Ryan. I'm staying for whoever. Oh, did the person who just said that just leave?
Yeah, I was gonna say
you
could have just
I guess you can
asked
ask
his question now, right?
Yeah.
If you want to let Corinth back up to ask the question, you can. That's no problem.
Okay, hang on. I'm gonna bring he just joined back in. All right, all right. Hang on, Speakeasy. We'll bring that back.
It was gonna be like wildly off topic. That's why I was saying that. I don't want to like derail if we're gonna go there.
We have no topic.
I think we've probably played the trans topic out at this point.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Not the AGP topic though. But anyway, go ahead with your question.
I just wanted to ask you more about the Zionism topic earlier. What specifically do you mean by when you say like Zionism?
So again, I really think like it's essentially an irrelevant term. Like I don't consider myself post-Zionist or anything like that because I am a Zionist in the way that most people use it. But Zionism was the movement to establish a homeland governed by Jews in our ancestral homeland. I believe in that mission, and it was accomplished in 1948. So if Zionism means like the continuation of the Jewish nation in Israel, then that's me too. But that's what most Jews mean, is like they believe that Jews should be able to have Israel.
If you say the left is taking anti-Zionism too far and things like this, what would you say you were Zionist in that index case? When they're saying anti-Zionist is too far, relative to that, you would be the pro-Zionist?
I don't know if I understand what you mean.
I might be completely misremembering then. Earlier you said you thought the left was taking anti-Zionism too far, meaning
for sure.
Would you consider yourself in whatever you're saying that anti-Zionism is? You're on the opposite side of that. You're pro-Zionism in that case.
I'm not
Zionist philosophy is
pro-Zionism.
really cool too. I would just mention that. Sorry to interrupt.
Agreed. I am not. So I think that anti-Zionists are anti a thing that is not Zionism. So like, am I what they think Zionism is? Probably not in most cases. But yes, I don't only define myself, but I definitely define myself in opposition to that movement. And like for all intents and purposes, I am a Zionist. I'm a big old Israel lover. I love Israel.
And in some ways, it's the same. Like Zionism has such special meaning, right? Zionism isn't Zionism has a lot of statements and advocates where it's more like American exceptionalism, which is a stupid fucking idea, but here we are, right? Like that's a longer conversation, to be honest. But
I agree. And like to a certain, sometimes I say that like Zionism, again, especially post 1948, where Israel now exists and it's no longer a project to establish Israel, Zionism is essentially like a fancy word for Israeli patriotism. And, you know, it's because it's like, what else does it mean other than like support for the state of Israel? Not necessarily, and you can support America and should support America. And that does not come with the conditions of supporting, liking the actions of any current government or administration.
Okay.
Which is why, again, I think it's like the word, I really do feel the word like gives an out to like marry anti-Jewish conspiracy theories to what could be and oftentimes is just totally valid, fair criticism of the state of Israel. Like I am suspicious of people who like make that such a big part of their identity and their activism, where you could just say the things that you have an issue. You could take all the issue with Israel without defining yourself in opposition to Jews who like Israel, basically.
Where'd the conspiracy go in that case then too? Like, it's so crazy to me to think that, oh, the Jews control the media, and then it's like, you know, post 1948 Israel, where the fuck is it?
Anti-Zionists say this, but and they mean it, that Israel controls the media, or Israeli interests, AIPAC controls our government, who control, like, it is the exact same conspiracy theories that proud anti-Semites use. They just use the word Zionist instead. And again, the proud anti-Semites also use the word Zionist instead of Jew very often.
So I guess here then begins the question. I'm going to remove Zionism from the conversation since we're in a somewhat agreement. This term isn't being used to describe what we're talking about here. Do you think that people who are saying American politicians should not be supporting Israel to the degree that they're supporting them now, or to any meaningful degree, are doing something incorrect there, or doing something wrong?
Okay, so no, with like a big asterisk. Like, they're not doing anything wrong. But again, I just worry that a lot of people have like, so like, maybe I'll try to give an example. Before October 7th, and again, but when I think a lot of Jews were
I do think anti-Semitism is like wrong here. So I'd be saying like, if they're saying this, I'm including it like anti-Semitic there as well.
Right. So, right. I hear what you're saying. So, okay. So my example that I was going to give is like, there were always Jews, there still are Jews who believe that it is essentially, like anti-Semitic to like want to cut off funding to Israel or something like that. You know, it's like, why are you like picking the Jewish state only? And there are people who, I'm going to use Thomas Massie as the example, who I actually like, I don't think very highly of him. And I think he too might be carried away in some conspiracy theory stuff. But he was always against funding Israel and against all foreign aid. So it was like a consistent thing. So if the principle is that like, I don't think the United States government should ever engage in like arms deals or whatever with a country at war or something, or
who
like
the fuck was that guy? You said John Massey or something?
Thomas Massey. He's a libertarian from Kentucky, House representative, and he
so he got
like
signature.
He's been against funding Israel and like cutting funding for Israel since before October 7th, since before a lot of people believe it's a genocide and like now are calling for these things. That's been his long-standing belief. But again, it was like it was principled against all foreign aid. So is someone wrong for saying that our government shouldn't be? No, but I do question why, if Israel is the only country that you're concerned about that for, I question it. And I don't think that the reason is because you hate Jews. I think it's because anti-Semitism is the oldest plague in the book, and Israel gets more attention because of these things, and so it's in your face more, and like people are kind of swept up in a movement. Like anti-Zionism is very much a movement. Yeah, so no, there's nothing wrong with saying our country shouldn't be involved in this. I would hope that people who make those types of declarations are consistent, that they're saying that because of some principle that would apply to other nations, that they actually hold true to that principle and apply it to other nations.
What about if somebody doesn't want to send foreign aid to like any nation and just
that's completely a consistent exactly.
Yeah,
that's like a totally consistent exactly, and that's a totally consistent principle to hold.
It's consistent.
I call it OPP. It's like other people's problems. I ain't trying to get involved in it.
It's consistent. I would say it's immoral, but yeah, it's consistent.
I don't know if it's immoral, but I'm with Radical Coder. Like, I don't think it's wise. Like, I don't think that I think American influence around the world is good. I want to continue to be the policeman of the world, based America. But again, I'm not mad at someone who holds that view at all. And I also think
we try to do the nation building when we do the policing, and we're not really good at nation building. We suck at that.
Debatable.
Well, we kind of are, but it is complicated and it's messy and there's no guarantee. And again, I think it's a fine principled stance to take. Like I think that's and I for the benefit of Israel, I think I go back and forth on this, but like there are a lot of Jews and Israelis who also want to end U.S. funding to Israel because they feel like it keeps them beholden, in some way to the pressures of the United States and things like this. So,
which is exactly why U.S. aid should continue. Should continue, because that does make them beholden in some way. It does give the U.S. a lever to push on.
Yes.
If the administration that has access to that lever is responsible about it. And of course, whether or not that administration is responsible is up to the voters, because the United States is a democracy. Yeah.
Epic stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's always so interesting, and just that's one thing I think we failed as a society, right? If the fifth estate is the media and the sixth estate is social media, we didn't really decouple Israel conducting what I think are horrific operations in a very stupid war that didn't without violating the laws of nature, didn't need to happen. I mean that. I actually mean that. And so decoupling
what does that mean?
I think when we look at sort of boiling points and, kind of reaching, we see societies boiling over, crossing over lines. There was a world where, after October 7th, there would have been much different types of conversations that could have happened on October 8th. And I believe that the perceived impact that Hamas thought the war would have on global relations with Israel, and the actual impact that it did have, was to create more confusion versus like this sort of edge. But when I say decoupling, what I mean is, again, handling this sort of Israeli aspect of Zionism during war and this sort of aggrandizement of Israeli identity and Jewish identity with this with sort of the other side of the coin, which is that Zionism and military funding and all these things are more subservient to geopolitics and sort of game theoretical considerations, I would argue, than they are to identity and ideology in most cases. And so like where does I'd say truth, or where does the opportunity come in? Where does reality come in? Like those are things that I don't think we ever talked about, because, oh my God, right? 1,000 Jews are kidnapped, and now we have a war with the death count that looks like the death count in Afghanistan and Iraq on both sides. the ratios and proportions are very similar.
The death count in Iraq, I thought there was like something close to like
a million.
Yeah, is it?
A
I mean, just
million,
rounding,
I mean, that's-
rounding errors. You know,
that's
it's been 2,000
close.
That's not a
2,000
rounding
Israelis, and 80,000.
That's multiple orders of magnitude off.
Okay, I don't. Hang on,
and
guys.
we lost
he,
about
he specifically,
6,500.
Duck specifically said like ratio wise. So like he's not saying that like there's a million people dead in this conflict. He's saying that proportionally, which maybe that's not true, but I'm not sure about the. But I think he's just to be clear. I know I just wanted to be clear. He's not saying that like the numbers are the same. He's saying that proportionally they're.
I thought he had
whether or
made
not
both
that's
points, but
It's
that's a helpful
Yeah,
clarification.
and I mean, so from a tactical standpoint, or just like sort of what actually happened in the world, right? We can see with give me one sec. So with like 80,000 people who died, you know, if we say 80,000 people died, we know that the conflict moved to urban centers. We know that there were, you know, civilian casualties on October 7th, a few scattered casualties outside of that. And so it's sufficient to say that the conflict has penetrated both societies pretty deeply. For two such sort of small and small states, right? Insignificant in some ways, but like, you know, in this context, I think it's like, well, holy crap, you know, there should have been confounding sort of reasons and confounding opportunities on both sides to manage tensions across the Middle East better than what has happened now. You know,
I don't disagree with that. I just find, and maybe you're speaking cryptically, maybe I'm dense, but from what I'm like projecting your take here to be, or from what I understood of what you were saying, like I agree with half of what you said, that like Israel has conducted many horrible and overwhelmingly likely illegal operations in the course of a justified war. So like that's where we differ, is that I see this as an obviously and absolutely justified war. And I think the type of like couldn't we have all talked about it, and like do we really need this? Like no. And listen, most Israelis want the war to end, but this gives like, I find that these conversations give almost no agency to other actors, to Palestinians, to other Arab nations. Like Hamas also could have and can still surrender. They could choose to stop fighting.
Yeah, and like I don't know that we'll come to a point where we agree on this at any point in time. And truthfully, like so if from my perspective, if we look at the actual buildup of the conflict, you know, like it's just very absurd that, you know, as far back as the mid 2000s, first it's absurd that Palestine was already sort of going the way of an Islamist regime versus having sort of a democratically elected government. So that is a little absurd. It's also absurd that in that instance, Israel saw its primary recourse as aggression. And so justification, obviously, when you have something that is on the scope of 9/11 that happens in your country, that's what's going to happen, right? That was the decision that was made.
So much more significant than 9/11, like not just in terms of scale, but because of the size of the country. Like every single person in Israel knew somebody who was directly impacted by October 7th in a way that does not carry in America. It doesn't even carry for all of New York State. So, and I'm sorry, I just that point matters.
But when you say every person, but when you say every person, that also is an attempt to both humanize the people in the conflict, while it's also, you know, saying that everybody had a neighbor or a third connection that was harmed in October 7th. That also means that, you know, the whole country has a chance to respond at that time. Does that stay true?
I don't know what you mean by that. Respond as in like voice their opinion? Yes.
Yeah, line up Teslas and do drone fireworks shows, and there's all this really good stuff that, you know, I think Israelis did do to both support the IDF in the return of hostages, while also trying to say, well, look, this is a little bit batshit, and you know, it's not batshit insane. It's very murdery. It's very murdery. Is that sort of line of thinking, and people see that. People see that, and baby, it's 2025. They're gonna respond. You know that.
This is not how Israelis think. They're not thinking, ooh, like it's getting a little murdery. And Israelis don't think like it's not even this idea that like the war is somehow retribution for October 7th. It's not. October 7th was the culmination of decades of rocket fire coming over directly aimed at the civilians of this country. Okay, so people
don't disagree about anything.
It was a minority of Israelis, of far left wing Israelis, mostly living in Tel Aviv, who from the beginning were saying we shouldn't be fighting this war. There was overwhelming support from the country to fight Hamas, to get rid of the threat that they had been living with on their southern border.
That's a crazy thought when you say it so casually. I'm not saying that I
don't know what that means.
If I was, so, you know, to me that sounds like the same thing as saying, you know, Pete Hegseth just at the Trump house. So in the U.S. context, Pete Hegseth just said that we're going to make the most murdery U.S. military anyone's ever seen. That's an absurd idea. And Fox News just published an interview with West Point cadets who said, yeah, we're going to go out and be the scariest, most murdery, that's what that means, you know, group of people on Earth. And so, like, I don't disagree, but I don't think that having a murdery or a willing population to engage in a security risk changes what the psychology and sort of institutional implication for that is.
This is what I mean by, like, just... Okay,
yeah.
So let's say the Israelis are murdering. What is Hamas? What is some majority of the Palestinian population?
Yeah, so I think, you know, when we look at Hamas has elected politicians who participated in the second Intifada. Which again, like it's so so convenient that you say like, oh, in the past 20 years, and people like fucking Adam Friedland going on and saying that when he was there in Israel in 2006, and he looked over and sees in the West Bank, 2006, right after the second Intifada, where there were literal suicide bombs going off every single day in Israel. It's a throwback to earlier in the conversation. He's a comedian who hosts a podcast. I don't know if it's like Orientalism. I don't know if it's like the bigotry of lowest expectations, but Israel responds to very real security threats that their neighbors choose to impose on them. People do not have to sit down and die because they are more powerful. So we don't totally disagree about this. And you know, I think it's great to get out of this, the Jews sort of thinking to say that Israel has some special set of rules where once you kidnap 1,000 citizens, I think, is what it was going to, you know, 1,000.
What special set of rules? What special set of rules? Yeah. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you know, the special set of rules that exists that, you know, if it's the case that, you know, we see that a security response does actually impact institutions yet again. And there's no way that religion, there's no way that culture, there's no way that society can cut through this. You know, then at some point, what you're telling me is that, you know, as the war develops and all that stuff, you know, what you're telling me that Ayatollah Khomeini was right, that this is an unresolvable conflict. That you know, when Ayatollah says that
again, this is like the bigotry. I don't know. Why don't you should ask the Palestinian leaders? Ask Palestinian leaders. Like, is this all we can do? Can we not negotiate it? that you need to have two sides to be able to accomplish something. Even this idea of like, oh, the countries are going to be recognizing a Palestinian state. Like, okay, that's nice. You know who that doesn't help? Palestinians, because recognizing a Palestinian state does not a Palestinian state make. Right, so you actually need people who are willing to create.
You and I don't agree totally
and build
about
the
that.
Infrastructure for.
You and I don't totally agree about that. Look, you know, if people say that Lebanon and Palestine have a course to run, they're going to run their course.
I don't know what that means. What does that mean? You're speaking very cryptically.
I don't know. Figure it out. I don't think that's that cryptic. I don't think that's that cryptic.
If Palestine and Lebanon have their course to run, let them
Israel.
Run?
No, Israel gets to buy.
I actually
Israel
have
gets
no
to buy
idea
cars from Elon Musk and line them up and honk their horns at the same time. But Lebanon doesn't get to have their own political or historical story without getting bombed to all get out. Or Palestine doesn't.
I'm sorry, who doesn't allow Lebanon to have
is
their own personal history without getting bombed to all get out? Do you what? I'm
yeah,
sorry.
The
what do you know
fucking
about the history
lunatics
of
in
Lebanon?
Lebanon. Those
I'm
crazy
curious.
fucking people.
What do you
in
know
Lebanon.
about the history of Lebanon?
You mean Hezbollah?
What do you know about the
I don't fucking know.
demographics of Lebanon?
I know that
Nothing.
they fucking
Probably
they ripped and replaced
nothing.
everything.
Everyone, the experts, the people who speak with so much gumption and passion. You know, actually, I understand right now when I'm asking you for specifics, you're not giving it because you don't want to. It's because you don't know. You don't know what you're talking about.
What don't I? But Tally, what don't I know?
I'm sorry. You said that Lebanon is not allowed to have their personal story and history without the risk of being bombed. What the fuck does that literally? What does that mean? Can you restate it? Can you make a different sentence?
Yeah, it sounds exactly like whatever the fuck it means that Lebanon, this normal
Very
fucking
helpful.
country, just because they elect these fucking psychopaths who want to send all the kids to Islamic schools and they can't do fuck all for people who have guns there. You know, whatever. It's like, cool. You know, I know enough about your country to know that there's not going to be a military response that solves the problem. And all of a sudden,
my country.
you know, all
I'm
of a sudden,
American,
you know,
sir.
all of a sudden, Benjamin Netanyahu is on like Mars or something. He's either the devil or he is the one reasonable person in Israel because of this. And that's complete nonsense. That's complete nonsense. It's always been nonsense.
I'm struggling to make sense of everything you're saying, Nate.
That does not surprise me at all, Dave.
Does anyone understand? Maybe they could choose a different sentence for him.
I get it, but me and Doc speak the same language of.
Do we?
Yeah.
I don't think we speak any of the same words.
I think we
That's
do.
fine. Speakeasy.
Okay.
I do have
let's take a step back. Speakeasy's been sitting back waiting for a while.
I do have a question for you, Doug.
Let's hear what he's got to the. What he's bringing to the table.
I got a couple of different questions. Sure. One is, why does it seem like you want to fight everyone? Like I just heard you earlier telling someone from the chat, "Get up here, man! Come here, bitch!" And then like, what?
Doug.
Doug.
Yeah, speak. Doug. Who are you? Who are you?
You know who I am. You've literally been on my panel plenty of times.
I think I've talked to you like 2 or 3 times. Are we friends?
No, probably.
Okay, so
that
what are you
has
saying?
nothing to do with my question.
So
though,
we're not
it?
friends. So we're
does
not
that
friends.
have anything to do with my question?
It does. Did you phrase your question in a way that you would ask a stranger that same question?
Yeah. Yes, I would. I would ask a stranger that question like I just did. You're a stranger, Doc.
And now you're looking like Andrew Wilson flying around. So I have about the same level of interest in engaging with you.
Now I look like Andrew Wilson flying around. What kind of dreams do you have at night, bro? Are you all right?
See, this is why I asked it for friends, because that's a very strange question as well, Speak. Very strange.
The sentence, "you look like Andrew Wilson flying around right now," is actually a way stranger sentence than my question.
Is it?
But I could go back to my original question.
Yeah.
Why does it seem like you want to fight everyone?
I already answered that question.
No, you didn't. You asked me.
I said I have no interest in talking to you.
If
this is just for your stupid fucking panel show because you have no fucking opinions, why don't you go fuck yourself, Speak?
Well, my opinion is that
bitch.
you seem like you have daddy issues.
Is that what you wanted? That's what you wanted? Fuck you,
You seem
bitch.
like it.
Yeah.
Is there a history here?
So Speakeasy, it seems like he's not interested in engaging with your question. You said you
Why
have
don't you go
questions for
fuck
me as well?
yourself, bitch?
Well,
that's
I
fair.
have
That's
a wife
your
to
opinion.
fuck, so
that's fair enough.
fucking myself probably be boring.
That's fine.
All right,
But,
there's your
speak
answer
easy.
then.
So what was your
You got that to
question for
take
me?
home with you, buddy.
You had a question.
He's
for me?
not a
I think
spirit,
I'm
I
more
get it.
interested. I'm more interested in engaging with whatever questions are than Duck seems to be, which is fine. So like he's allowed to not want to talk to you, and that's that.
Well,
respect that,
I
so
did.
go ahead.
I did. This
for me.
was like there was a main point to this, right? Like I was trying to ask, like, because like I see this happen numerous times with Duck, where he like engages with people. He was about to get in it for a second there with Tally here, but he cooled down a little bit there. But normally, as you see, what just happened, that's usually like where it goes to, even when he's having like good faith debates with people. And I was just like genuinely wondering why it always comes down to he wants to physically fight people.
Are you asking me now why Duck wants to fight everybody? Was your question for me? Why does Duck want to fight?
No, my question for you was if you have come to your senses and changed your stance on abortion. That was my question for you. But yeah, I did just want to
intact, and I maintain my position on abortion.
So you're still a bit crazy up there.
What about
if by crazy up there you mean that I believe that people who are growing a human inside of them have the right to stop doing that if they decide to, then yes.
Yeah, so like you have the stance of people should be able to put kids in a state of dependency and also kill them, right?
In the specific scenario of pregnancy, yes, I believe so.
And simply because
there's no other situation where you can grow a human inside you other than pregnancy. So I don't find, like, when you abstract it to what you just described,
because there's no other situation.
There's no other situation where you grow a human inside of you, except that's what pregnancy is. That's definitionally like what pregnancy is.
Okay, are you for circumcision?
I think it's I'm not sure. I think I prefer that I don't have a foreskin personally, but I'm not sure if I would feel differently if I did have it. So I'm undecided on circumcision.
You're undecided on cutting off the tips of. Okay.
Yes, I'm undecided. Yes, so I just said I'm undecided.
Weird. It's weird. Why are you undecided on that? Why you have no say on that, but on the abortion stance, you're so decided?
Because he doesn't fucking have to speak. He doesn't fucking have to.
I thought you didn't want to. I thought you. I thought you didn't want to engage, Duck. I thought you didn't want to engage.
No, we're
Duck.
fucking talking. He doesn't have to have a fucking opinion.
Then answer my question, Duck. Why do you want to fight everybody?
Because you're a fucking pussy bitch.
Why do you want to
no
fight
fucking
everybody? Well, you wouldn't say this if you were in my face, right?
Fuck you.
So like this talk on the internet, it's
fuck
it's
you,
off
you
the
little
shoulders.
bitch.
I grew up my whole life. Nobody ever talks like this
fuck
in my
you.
face.
Fuck
okay?
you.
So
suck a
keep
dick.
going. Yeah. Yes, I know that's what you'd like to do.
Nothing wrong with sucking dicks. Am I right, gang? Okay.
Well, I mean, depends. Nothing wrong with women sucking dicks. You gotta make the sentence correct.
Well, I mean, or man, I don't personally like sucking dicks myself, but like,
to get,
have you
just
tried?
I haven't,
just to get back
I'm not interested.
Have you ever kissed a man?
Yes.
Oh.
Fist.
What the fuck, Coder?
What'd you think of it?
Hey,
What'd you think of it?
Listen,
it wasn't. I didn't enjoy it nearly as much
into
as I enjoy kissing women.
Fair enough.
Anyways, back to what I was saying. So when it comes to a situation like circumcision, where it's like no other thing, right? It's like no other thing. You don't have you're undecided. It's neutral. Who gives a fuck? But when it comes to killing kids, you're like, yep, we could do that. No problem.
Yeah, so I don't say there's no problem with abortion. I think it's an extremely difficult decision for someone to make. I think it's very complicated in a lot of ways. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I think if you are growing someone inside you and you decide, look, I don't want to do this. I don't want to risk all the complications that come from pregnancy. I don't want to go through that process. And you decide that, then I don't think that my
shouldn't that be the thing you're deciding before sex?
Pretty standard.
Isn't that the thing you should be deciding before sex? Because that's what makes
no,
you pregnant?
no, I think consenting. No, because as I've told you before, Speakeasy, because we've had this conversation multiple times. So you know my position is that I don't believe that consent to sex is consent to staying pregnant for 9 months. So you already know that, right?
Why? But that doesn't actually follow because you know that
but it literally does because they're different
you know
things.
that pregnancy is a result of sex, so you can't.
It's a possible result.
Yeah, you're consenting to the possibility of getting. Hang on, you are consenting to the possibility of getting pregnant. That doesn't mean that you're consenting to staying pregnant for 9 months. Staying pregnant is not an entailment of it, right? Explicitly because of the topic that you're arguing with me about, which is abortion.
Neither case is an entailment of it. Like, we can even demonstrate this.
So before we had abortion,
I'm going
before they had abortion, those women weren't consenting.
That all those women,
all those women stayed pregnant.
You're saying that there are 400,000. You're saying that there's millions of murderers walking around in the United States and Canada right now.
Duck, I thought you didn't want to engage.
That's what an entailment is.
Duck, I'm locked into the vegan hive mind too right now.
Buddy.
Let me try and.
I'll have an actual
conversation. I thought you didn't want to engage with me, buddy.
Speak.
And now you're saying buddy again. I don't know what that means.
Keep it quiet, bro. Keep it quiet.
Because I have a question for you.
Okay.
By owning property,
nice, really nice guy. By the way, really nice guy. Speaking.
Yo, I came and asked you a genuine question, and you want to disperse on me? Fuck you, bitch. Pussy. Blah blah blah.
You, pussy bitch.
Yeah, look at him.
Nice guy. Nice guy. Fuck you, bitch. Suck a fucking dick, bitch.
Can we not play this game?
Fuck you, bitch.
Me and Duck speak the same language.
Suck a fucking dick, you fucking pussy bitch.
Duck is trying to ask you, Speakeasy, by owning property.
Go fuck yourself, bitch. Fuck you.
So, Duck, I'm tapping into our vegan hive mind right now. Duck is trying to ask you, Speakeasy, by owning property, are you consenting to being stolen from? Because to be stolen from, you need to own property. In the same way, to get pregnant, you need to have sex.
No.
No,
because no. Owning property, being stolen from isn't a result of owning property.
Do you need to own property to get stolen from? What are they stealing if you don't own anything, Speakeasy?
No, you don't. No, you don't. You can have things stolen from you that you don't own.
Oh, yeah, like what?
Well, if you stole something and then someone stole it from you, guess what? Something was stolen that you didn't own.
Did you have that thing at that point in time?
You see that?
Did you have that?
You see how that works?
Yeah, you own
it has to be. Owning and being in your possession are not the same thing.
Okay, Speakeasy, if you want to play this game, I'll ask you the question.
We're not playing a game. But I like
By the way,
how
everyone, if
this
you're
is a
enjoying
good way
this,
to run
you
away
can hit the
from
like
the
button.
topic.
When there's
So
also
I'll
super
ask
chats,
you-
Radical Coder memberships, all sorts of great stuff that you can do to support the channel. If you're enjoying this battle of wits happening right now, but I will let them return to it.
So if you want to do the really pedantic,
What do you mean you'll let them return? Coder, this was for you, and you try to run away from it now.
We'll play the pedantic game and use the semantics you want.
running away.
By having things in your possession, are you consenting to having things stolen from you?
Nope.
Okay.
Shout out.
You need to have things in your possession to have things stolen from you.
Something being stolen from you, the thing is, that's why this is not equivalent here. Something being stolen from you implies you didn't consent. So you can't consent to someone stealing from you, dumbass.
So close.
So go use a different fucking analogy.
I cannot consent to getting pregnant.
You can't consent to being stolen from. Yes, you can. You open your legs.
To thank Gorilla Biscuits for the Radical Coder membership, and I'm also thanking him for the $5 super chat saying "ooh woo." Thank you, ooh woo, Gorilla Biscuits for the ooh woo $5 super chat. Appreciate you so much. Carry on.
This is back to begging the question. So again, what was the reasoning you put forward for
when
why
you say
it's
something
consent
is stolen?
So what were you putting forward as the reason for why consent to sex is consent to pregnancy?
Something being stolen from you, correct?
Yeah. So what was the argument for why consent to sex was consent to pregnancy? Speakeasy.
Because it's a result of sex.
And getting stolen from is a result of you having the thing, right?
And getting gifted membership. I'm sorry.
You need this to be in your
and Kokomo gifting a membership to someone is a result of Kokomo getting gifted a membership from Gorilla Biscuits. Shout out paying it forward, Kokomo. We love that. Thank you so much, Kokomo.
So again, as a result of owning the thing, you are able to be stolen from, right? Just like as a result of having sex, you are able to get pregnant.
Yeah, a high chance too.
What's actually the likelihood? The majority of sex doesn't end up in pregnancy. I can actually try and look at the numbers if you want.
What would be the method of getting those numbers?
We take a survey of how many times the people had sex in a given year and how many of those couples result in pregnancies.
All the self-reported survey. Cool.
Yeah, lying about how often they have sex.
What would be the whole point here? Like,
to show you that's not high likelihood because that's
you're saying
you put forward that has absolutely nothing to do with the conversation.
Couldn't you also
I'm trying to entertain your red herring right now.
You're muted. I don't know if you're.
Oh yeah, women can't get pregnant for like the majority of the month.
Yeah.
That too.
And what?
That's fair.
You can
so most sex.
I'm just saying that means that there's a lot of sex. Yeah, that
wouldn't be consent to pregnancy under your
cannot or just cannot result in.
Okay. Do you think? Let's put these two together. Someone goes having sex. Hold up. So, let me ask you the questions then. Let me ask you the question. Someone has sex every day of the month, and I possess my phone every day of the month. What's a higher chance? That person getting pregnant or my phone getting stolen from me?
Are we doing a percentage game? Is this relevant to
That's what you
to the thing?
You just did a fucking percentage game about how many people have sex to
I was entertaining your red herring.
Pregnant. Now you want to
entertaining your red herring before you brought it to attention, and I realized it's not relevant to the conversation.
Run.
So you said it was a higher likelihood.
Listen,
we can ask
I
you the
don't
question
care
because this is
if
your
they
standard.
didn't want to get pregnant.
So again, speak easy. I'm asking you the question because this is your standard that you put
Someone
forward.
who
I'm trying to
gets
understand
drunk,
what your statement
someone
is.
who gets drunk. All right, keep talking. I'll wait till
I'm trying to understand what your position is because you said it's a high likelihood in this case, functioning as the symmetry breaker.
I kind of like to hear
what is the likelihood that this thing has to be.
That's my position. Very simple.
Can we give Speakeasy a second to explain what a cell phone getting stolen?
It's very fucking simple.
Yeah, Speak. I want to hear what you have to say about what the cell phone getting stolen has to do with what was it with abortion or circumcision, whichever one.
Are you fucking stupid? We were talking about owning possession. And
explain like I'm. Explain like I'm.
Explain like I'm stupid. This conversation is too big brained for you, buddy. Just stay quiet.
It is, but I
buddy.
think you could.
Maybe
I think you could take
something.
a shot at it. You could take a run at it. Speak.
Yeah,
I think you could.
Not to you though.
I really. I believe in you.
Not to you. Anyways,
you have people who believe in you up here. Speak. It's okay.
And you know what I believe in? I believe in Gorilla Biscuits, who just gifted another Radical Coder membership. Absolutely fantastic. Congratulations, Robert Demita. Congratulations for your new Radical Coder membership. Enjoy those emotes, dude. We have some amazing emotes, the best emotes in the game. You can hear Umbreon crying because he loves the memberships so much. He's so happy that there are memberships, and you can gift as many as you want and use as many emotes as you want. So
yeah, right.
So again, the course of the conversation so far has been, well, consent to sex is consent to pregnancy because you need to have sex to get pregnant. We run the same argument in terms of property and being stolen from. And then you end up saying, well, it's a high likelihood if you have sex that you get pregnant. So I need to know what the relevancy of likelihood is. Is this something that actually has to obtain? What's the likelihood or like relative likelihood that you need to have happen for this to be like consent to the thing? And then we can try and see if that's actually something that matters.
I don't care if you consented or if it was on purpose or not. That's the whole point. Like,
what I care about.
So the criticism you were giving to Ryan was about consent to pregnancy.
Every time I try to talk,
announcing that he got his second 2 months of membership. He says the first topic was more interesting. We got a Yaposaurus on here. That's all right. We can yap away. Enjoy the yap session. I appreciate it all.
So yeah, so your entire criticism against Ryan was that he took some position like it's not consent to pregnancy.
Guy.
You said
you
that you were giving the argument for how it is consent to pregnancy, and now you're saying you don't
Speaking
care
of
about
talking, we got Tollybots with another gifted Radical Coder membership. It went to K2. Keep on trucking. Thank you so much, Tollybots. I appreciate you.
I keep on dodging all these gifted memberships. It's great.
So much.
Yeah, you can always gift more, everyone, to make sure that KO Dave gets one, or anyone else who has missed one. There's a way to make sure they get one is to keep gifting, keep on going,
keep giving Ryan money.
Yeah, I just like with the abortion debate. I think it should be informed by data, and there's also a lot of historical context. So we kind of talked about this earlier on the panel, and so respect to Speak because you weren't here for that sort of. We talked about sort of like science theory a little bit and stuff like that. But like, yeah, I think like if we're going to escape someone just having a subjective opinion about it, it's like, yeah, we can't just cut out information that other people believe is true. right? We have to be able to talk about that stuff too.
So, anyways, the I'm not satisfied by this argument about, you know, stealing the chance. What's the likelihood of getting a phone stolen versus what's the likelihood of getting pregnant? Because there's things you can do on both in both examples to mitigate your risk. And if you don't control for those properly, then you're kind of comparing apples to oranges, and it doesn't really mean anything.
All right, Speakeasy. Speakeasy, you get the floor for 1 minute. Wait, I kicked you off. I'm sorry.
That's me.
Not you, Tully.
Well, why do you have to do all this? Like, give me the
because
floor
we got
for
1 minute of Speakeasy. 1 minute of Speakeasy being uninterrupted because only Mr. Bill donated $2. So carry on.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So, anyways, the whole point of me saying bringing up the two, which has a higher chance, is because you guys brought up that if you own something, does that mean you consent to have getting stolen from? And I compared the chance of you getting stolen from by owning something or you having sex and getting pregnant. I know you guys are a little bit like baby brained up here, but it's okay. You can, you know, listen instead of talking so much. God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth, right? So that you could, you know, listen twice as much as you fucking speak. And I don't care if it was an accident, right? If someone gets in a car drunk and accidentally wipes out a whole family, we don't say, well, you know, he was drunk and not in his right mind, so he didn't consent and he to driving, and he get the fuck out of here with all that goofy shit. All right, you're not going to let people out of the consequences of their actions in any other situation. But for here, you want to let women murder babies. And the same people saying they want to let women murder babies wouldn't say they would be okay with fathers walking away from their children and not supporting them financially. So it's weird that you have this double standard. Women can kill children, but men can't walk away from them. Weird.
All
right. So I brought up the stealing thing as a result of you stating that the reason this is consent.
Yeah, I would just say it seemed very passionately stated, and I believe that you believe that. I really do. I don't think most people I've talked to would compare a DUI crash or a cell phone or something getting stolen to an abortion, if that's what we were talking about there. So it's.
Well, to clarify, I think the comparison, right, as I understand it, like the whole point that we're making is that if you consent to having sex, then you are consenting to the possibility of getting pregnant generally.
Right. If
However,
you consent to drinking, you're consenting to the possibility of what you do when you're drunk. Exactly.
And
same
if you're
thing.
Consenting to
you don't get off because you were drunk or on drugs.
Sure. It's a good. Yes, it's true. It's true. If you consent to getting behind the wheel while you're drunk and driving, then you consent to some things going wrong with that. I absolutely agree. However, all we're doing is distinguishing between the consent to putting yourself in that situation initially, and then being attached to, like, if you get into a car accident when you're drunk, you still get medical care, right? If you're injured in that accident, you do have to face the consequences, but like what those consequences are can depend. They depend on a lot of different factors. They're not universal, right? Like the consequences for that car accident or whatever, like they're
if you kill someone, the consequences are always manslaughter. Always.
Okay, that's fine, but you have a trial to determine that, right? So not always, probably.
No, always. If you kill somebody,
there's at least one case of drunk and driving. It's not manslaughter.
Oh yeah, that they killed somebody.
Yeah.
Okay, you bring that up for me.
So there we go. Then we can distinguish, right? Even if there wasn't, the fact that we have to have a trial to determine
homicide and stuff too. There's, I think the actual penal codes in most states And at the federal level, I don't think, but yeah, at the state level, I think the penal codes for manslaughter, homicide, and sentencing guidelines vary pretty dramatically. So I don't know if you were trying to say what I just said, but yeah.
Okay, and just to be clear, because you guys didn't answer my last part. You didn't answer my last
what
part.
do you want to answer?
Are you guys okay with fathers financially aborting?
Sure.
Okay.
What does that mean?
My take is still
fuck.
consistent. My take on this is consistent as every time we've talked about it, and it is if it were the case that we had a reasonable like welfare state where we can make sure that kid was taken care of regardless, then yes, I'd be okay with it.
Yeah, see, that's bullshit. That's like that's bullshit.
That's fine. You think it's bullshit? I don't.
You have all these.
It's my position. It's consistent. It's fine. Even if it wasn't consistent, I think it's
a double standard.
To have that
not
position.
consistent.
I don't think it's double standard because women can be on the hook for child support also. So I don't think that it's a double standard. I think it's perfectly.
It is a double
to both
standard.
parties. So it's absolutely not. Men can't get pregnant as far as I know.
You let the women make the ultimate choice for the man for 18 years.
A choice that men can't physically make.
A choice that men can't physically make.
Yes, because they're not. They aren't pregnant.
And what?
And the whole point of me, the only reason that I believe women should be able to make that choice is because they're pregnant. So I can't apply that to men who can't get pregnant, except for trans men, who I think should also have the right to an abortion.
That makes a lot of sense.
Like if Speakeasy, if Brian were to say, I think that women should have a right to pick which tampon brand
just a little bit,
but men
just a little bit.
pick which
Everyone
tampon
talk
brand
at the
they
same
buy.
time.
Sorry, I don't mean to speak
double
over
standard.
Corinth. I don't mean to be talking over Corinth, but it's also
you did,
one of those
you did it
really
over and over.
hard. Yeah, I did. So it's one of those really hard issues as well, where like in an utopian world, people would have emotional maturity before reaching that point where they have before they have a child. And so, I think advocates of having federal protections for abortions, it's not part of that same conversation for sure, but it is sort of saying that, well, a lot of the problems that we would see with either early divorce or going through messy divorces, or just having trouble with child rearing and stuff like that, like there's other social mechanisms that are available that should be a support system for people. So it's this conflating thing.
What does this have to do with why we should allow women to kill children?
But that's what I mean. That's what I mean, right? That's not an appropriate response speak. Like, can you appreciate that with me? Or either way, right? I love your personal
you're
brand.
Trying to go with this. I'm really
no. I
confused.
want you to be you. I want you to be you and answer. You said, "What the fuck does this have to do with anything?" I want to hear the
okay,
end
but
of
real
that
quick,
statement.
all wine. I think I know who you are, but do you mind briefly coming up or something so I can confirm your person?
Oh, that sounds like Ashton.
Ashton?
Okay,
gotcha.
No, it sounds like Sarah. Ryan sounds like Sarah when he's asking people to cam up backstage.
Yes, because Sarah makes that decision, does that for good reason, and it is Ashton. That's right. Yeah.
I just have a quick question for Duck, and then I'll drop back out. Duck, why'd you block me, bud?
Yeah, you're not a very nice person. I don't know why you're calling me bud either. You're just, in my experience, you're nice. You're nice to someone when you're talking to them, and then when your friends are around, you say lots of mean things. I don't like people that say mean things all the time.
I've never said anything.
And it's not really any of your business. It's also very. You should also. I'd like you to considering.
You literally called everyone a bitch
weird.
and a pussy. It's like, what do you mean you don't like saying mean things?
Yeah. I don't know that I've called Ashton those things. I don't remember calling Ashton those things.
You're gonna be a fucking moron and rage quit. I have it on fucking tape, bud. It's the first fucking channel.
Oh, you. Yeah. If you so.
Hold on. You can.
Yeah. So you guys are the good guys. You guys are the good guys.
Duck. I've never claimed to be a good guy. I've always claimed to be an asshole. So get it right.
Okay, so there you go. Right? Why are we still talking? You're out of control. You appear like you're about to be out of control. Yeah, that's what that looks like.
I've never spurged on a channel, not even once. You, my friend, have a reputation of spurging. I don't.
Okay, so that's another. So that's a weapon. That's an emotional weapon you hold. Is calling people a spurg.
Okay, so Doug.
No, I'm not doing. I can't do. No, you're asking me to do things for you that I can't do. You're asking me to realize things for you.
I just want you to acknowledge your own bias. And when you acknowledge your own bias, I'll leave you be for the rest of the time I'm on YouTube.
That's very vague. That's very vague. I don't know what that means.
Okay. So, Doc, when we were having a conversation on Lower Class, and I was talking to you about Trump's term, and we had a great conversation, and you started going off on me and called me.
I didn't think it was a good conversation. That's why I haven't been on Lower Class's channel in 3 months. I thought it was a very, very lowbrow. I felt it was a very gaslighting. I felt it was a very uninformed. I felt it was a very subjective conversation.
I feel that way talking to Lower Class most of the time as well.
Well, that's cool. But anyway.
And so Ryan is someone, Ashton, Ryan is someone that's talked to a lot of the same folks that we all know. And like you and I know, like we're all willing to push the ball up the hill for Sarah. I know Ryan, I love VK. I think it's a cool show, cool concept, all this stuff, right? But you know, this to me,
what are you going off about right now?
If people are going to be friendly, I think it's fine to be friendly. But I don't think there's.
Let's be clear. No,
let Doug finish.
There's no obligation.
I have to correct him because like he made an implication like you only have me here because of VK. I knew Coder before.
No, that's not what he said. He said it's a good show. He didn't. That's not what he was doing. Go.
No, it's exactly what he's doing.
I didn't feel like that's what he was doing. Maybe it was.
Yeah, that was the end of it. And it's very harassing behavior that, like, if somebody blocks you, like, obviously I'm not a crybaby, but like, and I wouldn't call someone a crybaby, but someone could feel very harassed when
get off the internet, bro.
Actually,
it's the internet.
Well, hang on. Or hang on, because I actually agree with Duck. It's really weird etiquette. I don't endorse it, frankly, and I'm like if somebody blocks you, what they're signaling is, hey, I don't want to interact with you. And if you join a panel and then ask, why did you block me? Why did you block me? Like, and they tell you they don't want to interact with you. I mean, that's like they don't have to interact with you, right? They're not like there's no responsibility the Duck has to engage with you.
You're right. There's no responsibility he has to engage with me. But when you can spurg out and call everybody in chat bitches, pussies, and call people out, yet he gets called out, he gets protection because he's called out on it.
I'm not protecting anybody. I let you both up here.
I'm not saying you're protecting him.
See, this is why I said you're out of control. This is why I said I don't understand why. Yeah, I mean, if you like Sarah and Rob have the right to ban me. Jim Bob can ban me from their channel if they want. Anyone can ban me if they want. It just doesn't make, like, Coder could ban me. It doesn't make sense that Dusty could ban me. It doesn't make sense to me that, like, I don't to me, I'm being completely honest. I don't understand why when I don't know anything about you. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I barely know you. It's very weird. It's very weird, this sort of, like, I know I've got the duck emoji on Sarah's channel. That's kind of cool and sick. Like, but, you know, the sort of harassment and violent speech, like what I think of as abuse, like that stuff's not cool with me, man.
Hold on, Duck. What speech have I ever said against you? Please.
He's just literally like, he just in here.
Yeah, I mean, if I blocked you, I was uncomfortable. That should be enough, right? If I blocked you, I was uncomfortable.
Just like you did on
I didn't name drop him because he's blocked.
Bitches and everything else, but when somebody calls you defend yourself.
No, you can call me a pussy and bitch. That's fine, but I blocked you because I'm sick of what it feels like. I don't understand. This is one-sided. Do you not see?
Ashton, when he's talking at the same time as you get pushing, like completely.
Yeah, it feels to me like you're pushing stuff onto me right now.
That's why he's doing
it. Feels like you're pushing something onto me right now. And like literally, I don't know who you are. Right?
Okay, let me ask you something, Coder. Let me ask you something.
Before you do, I just want to say I did make a goal for super chats. You know, I don't ask for much on this channel. I really don't. I'm pretty chill. But we do have a goal that ends in about 5 minutes, and it's only $2 super chats. That's all it is. There's only 3 left for the goal. It's really not bad. Not a crazy goal. Pretty low. And if somebody wants to help us complete that goal, I'd feel very, very good about it. It would be very helpful. This has been, I think, a fun, eventful night. There's been a lot going on. Although right now we're obviously settling some deep personal drama between Duck and Ashton, which I'm happy to engage with. But I just wanted to say, let's work on that. But Speakeasy, go ahead.
Yeah. I got a question actually for you, Coder. So, as you see this, do you like? This was why I came up with the genuine question that I had for Duck, and I wanted it to go somewhere because, like, he's now saying, like, he doesn't appreciate like harassing and abusive talk and these kinds of things. And I literally came up here totally respectful, and he blasted off, pussy, bitch, fuck you, you're a bitch, pussy. Like, do you not see the like contradiction here? And like, want to understand what's going on?
I totally understand why someone might want to block Duck if he's calling them a pussy, bitch, whatever.
No, that's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked.
I mean, it kind of
as
kind of the
a
same thing,
resident
right?
philosophy nerd, I don't see a contradiction in any of this behavior. Can you give it to me in the form of P and not P? Speakeasy.
Yeah, Corinth. Listen,
or are you just doing a vague appeal to
hypocrisy? This troll debating you do it's only
it's
fun.
Not a troll debate. It's not a troll debate.
It was only funny.
What you said was a contradiction.
I think it's a reason.
If you're just making an appeal to hypocrisy here, that's a different claim.
But
that you want
okay,
to make.
okay. So if you want to, here's I have one thing to say.
So I want the contradiction then. I don't understand the contradiction.
Thank you, Corinth, and thank you, Ryan. I just want to say that because you see someone as smaller than you or weaker than you is also not a reason to be disrespectful to that person.
So rude.
If they're
so rude.
Yeah, so just because you think someone is small or weak or can't respond isn't a reason to be rude or disrespectful to that person, right?
Okay.
Like that doesn't seem like rocket science to me.
Yeah, for sure.
Kokomo with the $8 Australian. Thank you so much.
But I'm not.
Absolute king
I'm
behavior.
just not,
Thank you so much for
that's
supporting.
That's not what happened.
Okay.
Here,
Duck, I literally wanted to, last time you were on my stream, you asked someone to physically fight you. And then when I first thing, when I clicked on Ryan's stream,
is that exactly what happened? That is exactly what happened.
In the chat,
that's exactly what happened.
They're a pussy and a bitch, and
that's exactly what happened, right?
So I know the opposite. Real quick, the opposite of a pussy or a bitch. Hang on, real quick, Duck. Real quick, Duck.
Brain that you have, dude. It's
I'm muting you guys because I'm trying to thank Gorilla Biscuits so much. Uwu Gorilla Biscuits for the $2 super chat. I really appreciate you so much. Thank you. And for another $2, meeting the goal. Thank you so much, Gorilla Biscuits, for supporting the channel. Speakeasy, Duck. I apologize for interrupting. Please carry on.
Yeah, you know, my opinion is that if people can be verbally and physically threatened on panels online, and then it's as if the truth doesn't actually exist, right? There's only one side, you can only lose. Why would I spend any time in that space, right? That's not woke. That's just like, why? What do I have to do here? You know. I'm not saying,
answer that question. I hate to cut you guys. But Fuzzy B has donated $2 to say, can we hear from KO Dave? KO Dave, you have the floor.
What does Fuzzy B want me to chime in on? Like,
I think she feels that you've been left out of the discussion a bit.
This discussion about drama, I don't care about drama as a rule. So that's why I've been silent for the last little while, because I don't care. And this whole
what the contradiction was, KO.
this whole little beef thing that's happening here between you two, it's
nope. I'm not here. Nope.
Yeah, it's just get over it, both of you.
If you're meaning me, I don't have beef with no one.
Just get over it.
Fair
Doug,
enough,
I don't have
thank you for that.
I really truly don't. I think you're a genuine Spurg, and I truly think that if you're going to call people out,
what does that? Hold up! If you want to hear from me, what the hell does Spurg mean? What does that mean? What does that have to do with anything? Like, who gives a shit?
That's a great question.
Like, so many people seem to be using this word. Oh, you're spurting
yeah,
out.
Usually,
Like,
yeah, so usually people will use it like when somebody like they're not listening, they'll usually get into an engagement or a debate, and then they stop listening and just completely just go off the fucking rails, and they're yelling and they're not even talking anymore about what you were talking about. That's usually when you call them a spurg. That's what people mean. All right.
that's not how I see.
Postmodernist
That's not how I see
bullshit.
people using it.
Spurg
but okay.
means Asperger's. It's short for saying someone
that's
you
what
have
I thought.
Asperger's. You don't know how to
That's what I
interact
thought.
with people. This is some postmodernist revisionist bullshit by Speakeasy.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's what I
anyways.
suspect.
Anyways, nobody goes around and calls people with Asperger's spurgs. That's not
Yeah,
who they
So
Yeah,
I-
you're
I-
pointing
I
at
get-
behavior
No,
that's
it's not who it gets
associated with
directed at.
Asperger's.
That's he
You're
asked
saying this
why do
person's not
people use
understanding
this
how to
word, and I was
interact in a
explaining why it
conversation.
was used, right?
Yeah, so I
That's
think
what
I think
was happening.
Speakeasy
That's
is correctly
exactly, like,
yeah.
you're
Speakeasy is correctly
you're
analyzing
trolling
how it's
sucks,
used,
man. It
how
just
it's
sucks,
used
bro.
in most conversations.
Boring.
But I think it's also worth pointing out that it is obviously a short form version of Asperger's. It is implying that somebody has Asperger's, and that's why they quote unquote spurg out. But it has taken on a life of its own, certainly.
Yeah. So if you want to hear from me, that whole thing is bullshit. Stop it, and also get over it.
Okay.
What do you think
So
about abortion? Why don't we get back to that topic?
I love to talk to you at Abortion Speakeasy. This is actually one of my favorite topics in the history of the world.
Well,
I
was asking KO Dave because he was wanting.
Why do you not want to debate me on Abortion Speakeasy?
Yeah, I'll debate you on abortion. Corinth, matter of fact, would you like to have a one-on-one debate where it's moderated and everything?
I would love to speak.
Yeah, what's a good day for you? Tomorrow's VK, so I can't do tomorrow, and I don't do weekends. So next week, any day, I'm there. Which day you want?
Probably later in the week after you get a new webcam. I lost mine in moving, but any day after that.
Okay, so which
Or
day?
like late Thursday, Friday.
Thursday, because Friday's always VK, so it'd have to be
Thursday.
Thursday. Yeah. And what time would be good for you?
After 8 Eastern.
8 Eastern, so let's do 9 Eastern then?
Sure.
All right, perfect. Write it down, my love.
And I'm just gonna say before I head out.
And yeah, we have to. Do you want Coder to moderate? Coder, would you be down to moderate?
What day did you guys say? Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern.
Next Thursday? Yeah. Probably. Let me make sure. I'm gonna say most likely. Yes, I'm willing to. Yes.
Base. You down with that, Crib?
Yep.
There you go.
And Doc, I hope you're well, buddy.
Abortion issue once and for all.
I mean that justifiably and truthfully. I hope you're well, Duck. And I hope you find it in your heart to unblock people.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're an abusive person without self-awareness. So I hope you're well as well.
Abusive? That's a very mild accusation to throw around, my friend.
Now we're going back to this.
I mean, this is like wind me up. This is like wind me up stalker playbook, dude. Come on, man. Leave me alone.
Leave you alone? Okay, Doc. I'll leave you alone, Doc, just because you asked me so nicely. And you can name call and do what you want to do, but when you're called on it, you're a little bitch and pussy about it. But it's all good.
That's
all
fine.
good,
I just
man.
want you to not talk to me. Thank you. Appreciate you.
But yeah, you unblock me for your channel so you can get more subs. But I'd like to do a debate with you someday. Oh, he quit.
Thank
What
you
a
for hanging out,
bitch.
Duck. I appreciate you, buddy. Be safe.
Ryan, I have respect for you, sir. I'm sorry I brought this to you, but you've been the only person that I've ever been able to see Duck actually be on a panel with more than 5 minutes. Thank you for allowing me to get that off my chest. I feel so much better, man. I do. Truly, honestly, I do.
Fair enough. I wonder. I wonder if
think you have a
you'll
bit of growing
ultimately
to do, Ashton.
If you'll feel better in the long run. Like I guess like imagine.
I'm gonna sleep great.
Maybe about this particular interaction. I wonder because I don't know. I think like I imagine in the context of like a like an ex or something, that like if you find some way to interact with an ex who has blocked you, and you reach out to them, you say something mean to them, or you tell them how you really feel, like whatever, whether it's mean or not, whether you're speaking your truth to them, right? You're telling them how you really feel, you're getting it out there, and you're finally getting the chance to say it to them, but they blocked you because they didn't want to deal with whatever you were saying to them. I don't know. For me, I feel like I might feel good in the moment when I'm doing that, but in reflection, I might be unsure about going across certain boundaries to get that to make that statement heard against their will. But I understand again why it's satisfying in the moment. I'm not sure if it will be long term, but I mean it could be for you. I'm not trying to be. I know this sounds like passive aggressive, but this is generally how I feel about those sorts of interactions. So,
all right.
Thank you for stopping in, Ashton.
I guess my take on abortion is it's an incredibly complicated topic that I haven't fully figured out yet. I'd say I can empathize with the people who consider it murder, but at the same time, I can also, I think, more easily empathize with, women who have to be pregnant. And there's a lot of very good reasons why you might need to get an abortion. And as long as it's early enough, I think that it should be fine. How early is early enough? I'm not sure because I don't know the science. And also I find this struggle to nail down exactly when a human life starts, being somewhere between conception and birth, is kind of, it seems kind of fruitless to
consciousness me. Or human life,
just like a human life worthy of the protections, the legal protections that we give them, that we give to.
I agree. I think I find it I find it kind of strange that there's a lot of debate about like what moment like we would identify, or like trying to find the line, like, which is why generally in abortion debates I'm pretty straight up that I'm like yeah, it's a human life, like that's a very difficult decision, and like obviously that does weigh on a lot of women who've gotten abortions, and it still seems that most of the data suggests that they are glad that they did it ultimately, and or if they didn't, then they're glad they didn't, right? So in general it feels reasonable that, but yeah, the main point of like determining like when it's like morally valuable, it's like, I mean it ultimately it is morally valuable, obviously, but like it, like
yeah, is
it morally, the question is not is it morally valuable, the question is it morally valuable enough to force this woman to stay pregnant against her will? That's the real question, and if we're honest, that's what we have to engage with.
Yeah, so that's the thing that makes it a really hard struggle for me, because I think that I can see situations where like it's late, like really late in the pregnancy, and the woman for whatever reason has decided at this point that they don't want to continue the pregnancy to term, but like the father is here right next to the expectant mother saying, I will take this child and I will take care of him and I will raise him on my own if you don't want anything to do with him and stuff like this, right? And I will like financially cover him all on my own. Like I'm sure things like that happen. And it's in edge cases like this where it gets really hard for me to just say no, it's her body and she is the only one whose decision matters in this moment. It's edge cases like that are the hardest ones for me.
When the thing about what you said there, Coder, when you say force them to stay pregnant. You know, this isn't really the correct language to use. This is like a scare tactic language, because you're not forcing anything. You would be taking away their ability to have an abortion. You wouldn't be forcing anything.
Sorry,
wait.
What do you do?
Let me finish. Right? If you're gonna say that taking away the ability to have an abortion is forcing them to be pregnant, then you would have to say that every woman that got pregnant before they had abortion available was forced to have those pregnancies. And that's just fucking bananas.
That's not an implication at all. What's the meaning?
What do you mean?
I might actually.
Yeah, so I'm going to show.
If you're saying you're forced to stay pregnant by taking away the ability to have an abortion, then that means the ability to have the abortion is what makes you forced to be pregnant. What are you talking about?
Yeah. So what do you do if someone tries to get an abortion and it's illegal?
What?
What do
What'd
you
you just
do?
say?
What do you do if somebody tries to get an abortion when it's illegal?
How would they try to get an abortion? What do you mean?
Abortion pills? Maybe they do a back alley. Maybe they have someone who's willing to give them an abortion. What do you do if they try to do this?
Then everybody involved gets criminally charged. What do you mean?
Okay, what if they they don't accept? What if they, like, you try to arrest them, you try to stop them, and they fight? They're like, no.
What do we do when people say no?
You have to use force, right? You have to use force. You have to use force.
What do we do?
Yes.
Yeah.
You have to use force, right?
Right.
Okay, so it's perfectly reasonable for me to call this forced pregnancy.
No.
Yes.
No.
Of course. This is
You're
very
taking away the ability to have the abortion. You didn't force them to get pregnant.
I didn't say that.
So you're not forcing them to stay pregnant if you didn't force them to get pregnant. What are you talking about?
But if they try to get an abort, if they try to abort, if they try to end their own pregnancy by whatever means, you will use what to stop them?
Yeah, the same way if they wanted to end their own life, I would stop them. Yeah.
Wait,
Yes,
Speakeasy,
by
that
force.
was a
I agree.
really
You would
stupid
force them
claim.
to stay alive. I agree. It's perfectly reasonable to force someone to not end their own life.
Okay. Yeah, just like it's perfectly reasonable to force somebody not to kill another life. Yep.
Yeah, in
Perfectly
general, I
reasonable.
agree. Yes, in general, yes.
Exactly.
With some exceptions. With some exceptions.
Well, no.
Okay. I think there are exceptions. I think there are cases where it's justifiable to end another human life.
Innocent life. Tell me, other than abortion, because you're gonna say abortion is justified. Where do you think it's justified to take an innocent life? Go ahead.
I don't know if there's another one. I don't know if there
Would you
there is
believe
another.
in,
It's a pretty unique
no,
thing.
Only women have the power to
Ryan,
take
would
away
you agree with
innocent
medically
life.
assisted
I don't-
euthanasia?
What?
There's
The
one.
Would you
question,
agree with
the
medically
question. Hang
assisted
on,
euthanasia,
Corin. Real
No,
quick. I don't know.
I don't.
I'm asking Ryan
euthanasia
because that would
thing
be
is-
another case if he agrees. That would be another case of taking innocent life
Maybe.
justifiably if it's medically assisted euthanasia.
Yeah, I
That's
might be
taking
open to
their
that.
own
Yeah.
life.
Taking another
No.
life. No,
That's
no,
taking
because
their own
someone could
life.
be someone could be comatose and like brain dead, and you might do. Yeah, that it's a. And but again, the guilt, the reason.
Did you take
you're
their
actually
life,
doing-
or did you just take the life support?
You're actually
off?
doing what
Like,
you
just-
accused me of
that's
doing
not
by
the
using
same
like.
thing. You
hang on,
guys,
hang on. You're actually doing what you're accusing me of doing by using like morally loaded language when you say the innocent life thing. Because I'm not talking about the guilt of the person. I have not like my position on abortion has nothing to
That's
do with
what
whether or
I'm
not the fetus is
talking about.
guilty.
Innocent. I don't care. Listen, if you kill somebody that's in your house about to fucking kill you, I don't care. I'm not mad at you. So like, what are you talking?
I'm not mad
Innocent
either.
life
I
is the
do
only
care,
people
but I'm not.
I
not
care
mad,
about
yeah.
all human beings that are innocent. The guilty ones, if they get killed in a moment of self defense, whatever.
Oh, I still have
They
grief for those
shouldn't have
people
put somebody else in that position. Simple. But I don't even agree with the death penalty.
Well,
So, like,
hold on.
I don't want to. I don't want
Neither
to
do I.
kill people. I don't want to just
If
take
a-
life.
if a pregnancy goes bad, right, and the pregnancy is threatening the mother's life, Would
So
it be would it be self-defense for the mother to terminate the pregnancy?
So you're talking about like in the case of like something maybe like an ectopic pregnancy, right? Yeah. So in this case, the baby wouldn't even be able to develop where they are. So all you would be doing is killing the mother by letting it develop in the fallopian tube. So yeah, in this case, of course, you would just be killing the mother if you didn't. But but like again, like for like grape, incest, all this shit, you're not gonna get me to say we should have abortions.
So there was at least one case of an innocent life you'd be okay with killing, right? Because the consequences are good enough.
Sorry?
There's at least one case of the innocent life you're okay with saving or killing because the consequences would be good enough. Isn't like you save the mother's life there. So you're okay with killing that innocent life that's stuck in the fallopian tube, ectopic pregnancy?
Yeah, again, all you would be doing is killing the mother by not doing that. They literally can't develop there. They can't. That can't happen. You understand
but
that,
you're
right?
still
But if it was like a late term,
it's still the life already.
I forget what it's called. I think it's hyperclampsia or something like this, where it's like it happens usually late term and it has to do with bleeding. And like sometimes this can be a threat to the mother. This is really, really rare. And like they have abortions in this case, I would say no. I would say
so this
no,
is not an answer to the question. So you're still killing the life there, right? Because it's still alive at that point. The embryo to fetus is still alive at that point.
Yeah.
And it's morally innocent, right?
Yep.
And you're okay with killing it in that case of ectopic pregnancy, right?
Well, if we had a way to remove it without killing it, I would choose this option, but we don't have that.
Yeah, but if we don't,
yet.
So you're okay with killing that innocent life, right?
Yet.
So you're okay with killing the innocent life in that case?
To save the mother.
So you're okay with killing the innocent life in that case, right?
How many times do I have to say yes? Corinth, you're trolling.
I just want to yes. You haven't said yes. You've done everything but say yes.
I said yes. I said yes and followed up. Do you not hear correctly?
No, you haven't said yes. You said in case to save the mother, it's just saving the mother. You've done every case of minimizing language to say I'm not actually killing that life. I'm only saving the mother in that case. To not say yes to the question. That you were
because I said yes and followed up because we don't have the option right now to remove it safely. If we did, I would take that option instead. That's
Ryan,
what I
just said. If we had the ideal option
are you fucking deaf?
Incubators, would you be in favor of that?
I don't. Okay, start your sentence over because you started it in the middle of mine, so I didn't.
So
hear
Ryan, if we had like auto incubators where we could just like zap the embryo or fetus into the incubator, it'll grow up outside of it. Would you prefer that to abortion?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, you and Ryan are on the same page. Speakeasy.
So just to be clear, because I know
if you had the other option to not kill it,
can you let me fucking talk, Corinth? Can you just shut the fuck up? Go pet your cat or something for a minute. Okay. So Coder, just to be clear, if a woman wanted an abortion, you would force her to do that one instead. So she wanted an abortion. But you said, but we have this other process that we can actually zap it out of you and put it in an incubator. Do you want to do that? And she's like, no. I want an abortion. Are you going to force her to do the other process?
I'm not sure. I might. I'm not sure.
So all of a sudden the woman doesn't have autonomy over her own body all of a sudden? Why? Why is that, Ryan?
Well, abortion definition. Hang on, abortion definitionally is removing the fetus. What you're asking is whether or not she should be able to kill. That's not the definition of abortion. No, it's an important distinction. Hang on, it's an important distinction because a lot of dumbass Republicans, are writing these laws around the nation, and they are not making that distinction, right? And this is part of the problem.
Now you just want to.
I'm not obfuscating. I'm being very clear.
I'll let you do all this, but I'm going to ask you the same thing. So
can I try to build a bridge here?
All of a sudden, you're not for bodily autonomy. All of a sudden, eh?
It's currently not.
Just so you don't have to play bullets.
Also, there are. You're right. There are. Hang on, Dave. There are situations where I'm not for bodily autonomy. I don't think you should have the bodily autonomy to kill me. So there you go. All right, I'm not always for bodily autonomy. What do you know?
But you're talking about forcing the women
speakeasy,
to make a choice during pregnancy.
There are situations where force. I think force is okay in some situations. Yes, I never implied otherwise.
During pregnancy.
Yes, sometimes during pregnancy.
Okay, yes. So do you think a pregnant woman should be forced to not shoot me right now?
You saying I don't think we should force them to stay pregnant? You can't use that anymore because your force isn't a negative thing.
What?
You just said it's okay in some situations.
When I use force there, I'm saying it descriptively. I'm not using it to morally load like you're accusing me of. I'm being descriptive about it.
You're being descriptive about force.
Yes.
So, but you think there's nothing morally wrong with forcing her to do anything?
Not inherently. I think force is sometimes morally justified to use.
Okay. So in the case of
and you and I disagree on the case exactly, and you and I we disagree on when force is justified in this scenario.
Okay, in the case of the pregnant woman, it would be okay to force her to have this other procedure instead of the abortion.
And I said I'm undecided. I didn't say yes or no. I said I'm undecided on that.
Okay,
it's a perfectly reasonable position to hold.
It's reasonable to hold. Okay, so then this whole scenario doesn't matter then, right?
Well, it's also not a realistic scenario. We don't have access to this magical zapper. So yes, it's perfectly reasonable
doesn't
to
really
be
have
undecided.
realistic scenarios for analogies, right?
For hypothetical, but I don't have to have I also have no obligation to you to have an absolutist answer on every hypothetical. Like why should I?
You're right. You don't have an obligation to me. You're right. But then this whole you value the bodily autonomy of the woman isn't really so, is it? Only in cases that you feel we should, right? No, like justified action.
Correct. Yes, correct. Yes, I only believe
Thank you. The whole thing is about feeling, right? It's no reasoning behind it.
But it's the same for you.
Based. No. I have reasoning. I value human life. Human life ought not be killed for no reason. Therefore, abortion is murder. Is wrong.
It's but I think abortions happen for reasons.
What reasons?
Because people don't want to risk various things. People are growing a baby inside them, and they don't want to
listen.
If my neighbor's
really loud, and I just don't want to have to have the headache of hearing him every day.
Yeah, your neighbor's not growing inside you,
right? I don't kill him, right?
That's actually another really important. Thank you for bringing that up, Coder, because I missed it too, and a lot of people do miss it. Is that pregnancy is incredibly risky, even with modern medicine. So when you force a woman to hold on to a baby, you're forcing her to take a risk, a very serious risk that could end in her death, right? Like every pregnancy has that risk associated with it, and it's a very
in modernity, no.
It does.
It's not even.
It absolutely does. It's rare, but it still happens, and it's even less rare. If you want,
I can go look them up again because I've done this before during an abortion debate, and I can bring them up again. Okay, I can show you studies that some women get healthier after pregnancy. So what are you talking about?
That's irrelevant.
What does that have to do with anything anybody said?
Because you said it's such a high risk. It's not as high as a risk, and women get healthier when they're pregnant. What do you mean? What does that have to?
It's a risk. It's not about whether or not it's hang on.
A wall.
It's not about it being a high risk. It's about it being a risk.
A real risk.
So because it's a risk. So just
you're forcing someone. You have to take that into your calculation.
During the bug. If the person next door was such a high risk to me, why wasn't I allowed to just blast them away?
Sorry, what was the question?
It's
during the bug when we were all trapped inside, right? Right when we were all trapped inside.
Like Corin said, you can stop being next to them.
Okay. What? So he asks me to repeat the question, then just talks while I'm talking.
Sorry, I figured out what the question was. I'm sorry. I understood it after I asked you to repeat it. But
Speakeasy, how many chambers need to be on the revolver for it to be okay to force you to play Russian roulette with it? What's the low end? How many chambers have to be on such a low enough risk that it's okay to force you to play?
That's
just a stupid question.
This is actually
a good question.
This is actually a very.
You don't like hypotheticals, Speakeasy. What are you talking about?
I would never play Russian roulette.
Was that the question? Did I ask you, would you play Russian roulette? You fucking idiot.
Okay, hold up a second. You would never play Russian roulette. So
what'd you ask me?
How would you feel?
I asked you how many chambers would need to be on the revolver for it to be acceptable for me to force you to play Russian roulette?
Yeah, it wouldn't be acceptable.
Okay, so there's no risk that's acceptable to force you to play Russian roulette. No risk is acceptable to force you to do it, Speakeasy.
So, yeah, there's no risk that's acceptable for you to force someone to put a gun to their own head and pull the trigger. Stupid fuck.
Fuck. You can understand that.
Okay. Are you saying that the risk that comes with pregnancy is the same as the risk that comes with Russian roulette?
With a certain amount of revolver
you're a
barrels?
fucking idiot.
Hang on, Speakeasy. What they're saying is if they increase the amount of chambers.
Shit.
Hang on. If so, the mortality rate, I think from 2020, it's like what is it, like 70 per 100,000? Wait, no, that's the goal. Okay,
how many people that shoot themselves in the head survive?
Hang on. I understand what you're saying.
No, it's not. You're not understanding. You're giving me an equivalent to an instant death. To there's no instant deaths. Get the fuck out of here with this shit.
Okay, maternal mortality rates. Mortality rates are about death, right?
It's dumb, bro.
Okay, you can call it dumb, but hear me out. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, if you put maybe 100,000 chambers in the gun, right, and 200 of them have a bullet in them, it would still be immoral to force you to play Russian roulette, right? Even in that case, you agree?
Yeah, no.
Okay, because you would die, right?
Right.
And even though it's rare, you agree.
What?
You agree that even though it's only 223 of those bullets, there's 100,000 chambers. Most of the vast majority of them are empty.
You're an idiot.
It's very unlikely that when you pull that trigger, it's gonna shoot you. Like it's super unlikely.
So your comparison is that is pregnancy is a game of suicide.
I'm saying there is a risk. There is a risk. Roughly 200 per 100,000, right? I think I could be wrong about the exact numbers, but there is a low risk that you may die by going through with a pregnancy. You agree with that? There's a low risk.
Sure. Yeah. Of
okay.
course.
And there's a low risk
that you'll die when you walk outside.
Yes, that's certain. But we wouldn't force someone. We wouldn't like we're generally not going to force someone to go outside or drive or whatever. Like we're generally not going to force someone to do those things. Even like there might be.
Again, you guys are not being equivalent here because I'm not forcing anybody to do anything. I'm taking away the ability to kill the child. Do you understand
how forcing someone to not kill?
If they don't follow what you do, you force to arrest them?
Oh my!
If you could physically stop them from this, like you can go into the abortion clinic. Do you pull the doctor away as they're like inserting the vacuum to start ripping apart the little fetus, or no?
What was the number you gave on the mortality rate, Coder?
223 out of 100,000.
Yeah,
even if you lower, that's like 70.
Yeah, he's a liar. He's a liar. It's 22.3 out of 100,000.
Okay, he missed a decimal. If you
I'm reading from it. I'm reading it. I'm not fucking lying.
Fucking liar.
Yeah, so
I'm not fucking lying, Speakeasy. I just pulled up a different stat than what you're looking at. But
look at the mortality rate. The pregnancy mortality rate in the U.S. right now.
What I'm still looking at on population education right. Okay, hang on. Let me share.
He's dodging right now.
Look at it. He's dodging right now. Shut up, man.
Not dodging shit. Look right here. Right here. I'm looking at this. It says that from 2000 to 2020, it went from 339 deaths to 223 deaths, not 22.3, 223 per 100,000. Looking at it right now.
I'm gonna put
population education dollar. It could be wrong. The data could be wrong. I'm
gonna put the National Center for Health Statistics in the back.
Go ahead.
So you can
That's
go
fine.
get the
Please
real
post
ones.
a link. But you agree I'm not lying, right? I'm not lying. This stat could be wrong, but I'm not fucking lying, right?
I'll do it for you. Okay, go ahead.
That's fine. That's fine. Can you walk back the claim that I was lying about this stat?
Well, if you weren't lying, then you're repeating liars' words.
Okay, maybe so. Maybe they're lying, but I wasn't lying. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if we made it 223 out of 1 million chambers, would that be okay then, Speakeasy, since this was the point you wanted to harp on? that the number was off by so much, and that was such a meaningful deal that you wanted to jump on it. So if we change it to your number right here, 223 out of 1 million chambers, can I force you to play?
No.
Okay, so this was irrelevant. I don't know why you went on this point. Yeah. So again, you want to say you're not doing force. So if we had the doctor
no one forced them.
Yeah, so
no one forced them to get pregnant.
Right there, you just
no one forced them to get pregnant.
This isn't about being forced.
No one forced them to get pregnant. They can't force them to stay pregnant.
This is not
getting pregnant. The result of pregnancy is 9 months in the womb.
This is not
speakeasy. If you go into a bank willingly, and then the bank starts getting robbed, and the bank robber forces you to stay, does that mean
most people that get abortions,
because you went in willingly?
I'm just gonna turn myself up since you just talk while I talk, right? Most people get abortions. Most people that get abortions, right,
are you insane?
Are well known what the results of sex and pregnancy are.
Are you insane? You interrupted me in the middle of my sentence. I was immediately running into this.
Yeah, go ahead and rewind it back, buddy.
We can look right at it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was in the middle of saying doctor in the room with the abortion. Because I was misspeaking when I was saying police, but that's when you decided to talk and run down. It's not force because you wanted to run off the line again. So again, we can talk about it. If the policeman is in the room with the doctor who's performing the abortion, they're putting the vacuum right up the lady's private parts to suck out that little fetus. Do you want the police officer?
I'm forcing them.
So I'm finishing my sentence right now because again, you want to interject. So are you saying you want the policeman to just sit there
over and over, dude? It's tapping his.
Apparently, I'm not saying the same thing.
Like if this is what you're going to do,
semantics.
Let him finish the question. Please let him finish the question, and then you can give him the same answer if it's the same question. But then I want to address this distinction because I was the numbers I read are actually correct, and so are the numbers you read. Your numbers are in the United States, and my numbers are global. So. But
you want to talk globally?
Okay.
Well, no shit. I mean, people are.
You
we live
serious?
In a world, a whole planet. Yeah, there's a whole planet of people.
Oh my god, dude! You think we're talking about?
God, he's talking about a different data set than I am. What a crazy person, Ryan! What a crazy person you are. You're talking about a different set of data than he is.
Shut up, Chris.
Oh my god, Ryan! You're insane. You're insane. If I say it enough, it's gonna be true.
Bro.
I can will it to power. So speakeasy, and I'm going to finish the question I was asking you before you.
How many dicks passed your mouth today, Corinne?
Less than past your wife's mouth because she's a whore. Speakeasy. So again, I'm going to finish the question I was asking you.
That's good because you can't. You can't come for me. So
so I'm going to finish the sentence. I'm finishing the question I was asking. Speakeasy.
Pussy.
So again, the question that I was directly
asking. Yeah. No, you're a bitch. I have nothing left to say to you.
You're a little bitch.
You better prepare for the debate, though. That's what you did that to try to get out of the debate, but you're not getting.
I did what to get? I'm not. I don't want to get out of it. I love this topic.
You have a storm coming for you.
So to be clear,
now that wives are on the table. Now that wives are on the table, Corinne, you better prepare a big.
I'm prepared, buddy. Let's do this.
Don't worry.
So, speakeasy, you're ready to answer the question this time? You're going to pivot again.
No. We say our abortion talk is for Thursday.
This is irrelevant to our.
While they decide, hang on. While they decide on that, I want to respond to Brandon. Ask how late are you streaming? Well, that depends. So we have a goal right now that has 28 minutes left, and for only $2, only $2 super chats, very cheap ones, cheapest ones. For 5 of those, I will probably go for at least another hour. But we have 30 minutes before that goal. So if you guys want to make sure that Brandon has time to come up, or if you guys want to continue the content after this next 30 minutes, then that's going to be the best way to ensure that happens. So carry on, everybody. Now.
This is relevant to our abortion talk because I don't take a liberal position on abortion. I take a very strict position on
I'll let you scare go.
So now I'm going to finish asking the question that I was trying to ask you for like the 5th time because you just want to keep dodging. You want to keep being
you're
you want to keep yelling and interjecting.
Bro.
You keep yelling over it. You started it. You started it.
You did make the dick sucking comment before that, to be fair.
What did I say about his wife?
You comment on the amount of dicks that he sucked or whatever.
Yeah, what does that have to do with his wife, Coder?
Does that make it not disrespectful?
I didn't say it does.
Did I bring it up?
Make it not disrespectful, you fucking retard?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so it's not disrespectful to call you a retard
when I'm addressing you, right?
It wasn't disrespectful, you fucking moron? You fucking dumbass!
When I'm
you stupid fuck!
And roasting
you little stupid weasel!
When
you moronic fuck!
Right?
You brain damaged fuck!
Okay.
You drug-addled retard!
Drug-addled
retard. The R slur.
Drug-addled retard.
I don't like the R slur.
Have you
Let's
looked
chill
at
on that
yourself?
one.
Sorry, Ryan. I'll stop
you
for
look
you,
at yourself, bro?
Because I like
Corinne,
you.
You look like a fat grease burger, bro. Are you
And
serious?
you look like someone who
Like
I
a
wouldn't
bit- you
trust
look like
around a child.
The thing
You
that's
look like
trapped in
someone
the
who's not
basement
allowed
on the
near an
Goonies,
elementary
bro. You ever
school.
watch the Goonies? You look like that thing trapped in the basement, bro.
And
Like,
you
watch
look
yourself,
like
You know who
bro.
looks awesome is
Like, just,
Fuzzy Beat.
like,
Donated
watch all your
$2
tough talk,
to our
goofy
super
shit that you
chat.
do online. This is the problem with
Easy.
lefties and
Corinth can't hear
pussies
you.
online,
Can't
bro.
hear you and-
This guy would never talk like this in
This
real
is
life.
exactly
Big
what you're doing.
slumpy fuck.
Speakeasy, you're right.
don't
I
think
would
they-
beat
maybe
the
they
shit out of you, you little bitch.
Okay, buddy.
I would Speakeasy.
Okay,
Yeah, I
buddy.
would.
My bad.
You wish.
Speakeasy.
But yeah,
I
shut
would
up, Fuzzy
beat the
Beat,
fuck
if you
out of you.
Yes, I know, Chris. You're a big dumb slob,
Back it
bro.
up,
You
buddy.
think
I'll back it up.
you're
I'm
big
happy.
and
You wanna
dumb.
say I'm
That's
talking
all
big
you
on the
are.
internet.
Yeah?
I'll
You're
back
just
it
big
up,
and
buddy.
dumb.
We can do
You're
this.
just big and dumb.
There's a long list of people that want to fight me. We can add another one. It's
Oh
okay.
yeah, same, bro.
Not a
Same.
single one of them ends up ever wanting to keep going. I'm happy to, bud. I'm happy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're gonna fly to Canada and do a boxing match. I have a buddy that owns a ring.
Sure, if we want to set it up, I'm happy to.
Like for real though?
Yeah.
So how long would you need?
I don't know the exact visa process
Why not?
because I don't know the exact visa process to go to Canada for prize fighting offhand. What are you talking about?
You wouldn't.
Why
just
do I
come
not
as a
know
visitor.
that? What?
You just come as a visitor. What do you mean?
Oh, that would need to be legally set up as a fight for this to happen, right?
No,
I
no,
don't think
no.
that wouldn't be able to be
Real
done
quick,
on
guys.
visa
Real quick.
visitor.
Real quick.
No, no,
Kazak
no,
says,
no.
hang on. Kazak for the $9.99, the $10 super chat. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. Kazak says, hey, I want to thank you for tolerating my drunk ass last week. Would love to come and join again when I'm in a less degenerate status than then. No problem, Kazak. I actually don't remember exactly what you're referring to, but thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. That's fucking awesome. Carry on, guys.
Yeah, that's you don't. We don't have to set up any legal nothing. You'll just sign a contract when you get here, and
So
that's
not
it.
setting up something
That's all
legal,
you
right?
need.
Contracts are
Yeah, you
legally
just need to sign a
binding, right? You
contract when you
fucking
get here.
dumbass.
Yeah, you'll just need to sign a contract when you get
Yeah,
here.
you can't sign all contracts, right? You can't sign a contract to like kill someone. That's going to be illegal still, right? Speakeasy,
No, but you're just
right?
gonna
You
sign a
fucking
contract
idiot.
that we agree
You're
to
aware
do the
that's not
fight,
how that works,
and that
right?
I don't have to pay for any
You're aware
damages
that's not
that
how
I
that
do.
works, right?
Okay, so you just want to keep talking while I talk.
I mean, this just
get it.
isn't how
You're
it
just
works
all talk, bro.
descriptively.
You're just all talk.
This
clearly.
descriptively is not how this works.
Dude, we're just gonna throw hands. Why do you want to make this whole like we're gonna
Because
be
I
in a
don't want to
ring?
be
but, like,
arrested for
it's gonna-
beating
it's
you
gonna
into a
be-
coma, Speakeasy.
Yes, okay. Don't worry. Canada has free
I'm
health
actually
care.
worried
You'll be okay,
because
bro.
laws
Canada
exist,
has free health
Speakeasy.
care. You'll get stitches. for
Unlike
free.
you,
Come on.
who looks like the prison goer, I
Okay,
don't
dude.
like jail.
All this talk.
I
is
have a
not
life
doing
that's
nothing. Let's
beneficial
set a
to
date.
anyone else in
Let's
the
set a
world.
date, Corinth. Let's set a date
Son,
right
I'm
here
happy
and
to
right
do
but I
now
support
on
you guys
live,
organizing your
so
fight.
that you can't back out of it. Let's set a date.
Sure.
You'll fly
said I'm
out
happy
here, sign a contract, and we'll throw hands.
Again, this isn't how these work. This is just you not knowing how the systems that will allow this to happen.
So you don't
work,
want to.
Speakeasy.
You don't want to do that.
No, I don't want to
Okay,
do
so
something that's
you're
going to get me
pussy.
in jail,
Gotcha.
Speakeasy. I'm telling you explicitly.
Got you.
I'm happy if we do this in a legal means. What
Mm.
you're describing is not a legal means, Speakeasy.
Yeah, it definitely works. It definitely works.
Can you show any law that does this?
Are you fucking stupid? If we sign a contract for the fight
If
that
I
we
sign a
both
contract
agree,
that you can shoot me in the head, do you not get charged with killing
that's
someone,
not
Speakeasy?
what I said, is it? You fucking retard.
Because not all
not what I said,
contracts
is
are
it,
going to
you
make
fucking
it there being no legal liabilities and no
It's not what-
legal.
yeah, that's why
laws
we would
happening,
have a
you
contract
dumb
and have
fuck.
it notarized.
Oh,
and
I remember
everything.
now,
What are you
Kazak.
talking
It
about?
needs to be something
You
that is
came
able
from,
to happen on a
from
contract.
Kells, right? Yeah.
Bare
I got
knuckle
you.
brawling tends to not be that in most civilized countries, and
Just say
Canada's
you're
one of
fucking
them.
scared and move on with it, you fucking bitch.
Again,
Shut
I'm
up,
not, if you
bro.
want to set this
Just
up
say
through
you're
legal
fucking
means, I'm happy to,
scared, guys.
Speakeasy.
Shut the fuck up.
For the 50th time, if you want to set it up through legal means, I'm more than happy to.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
Speakeasy, if you're too much of a bitch to want to do that, that's fine. You can say
Do you
that.
think people don't just go to the gym and spar each other all the time? Do they
In
get
a
do they
gym,
get
there's gonna be
do they
different-
get legally charged for
if you
it.
end up beating someone to a coma, yeah, you
fucking
actually
retard.
can be.
You're not gonna beat
You actually
nobody.
can
Imagine
be.
if they hit each other hard
You
enough.
You're not
actually
gonna
can be.
beat
Yeah.
nobody into a coma.
Yes, you
dude.
actually can be. Yeah.
Well, you're not going to beat nobody into a coma.
bitch like you, yeah, I would.
Okay,
Well, then
yeah,
well,
bitch
he's
like
looking out for
me.
your
Yeah,
interest
bitch
then,
like
Speaky.
me.
I'm trying to help you,
If that were the
Big
case,
tough guy,
he's
big
making
tough
sure
guy.
you don't get in trouble. Okay?
Oh no,
Big
I
tough
yeah,
guy.
sure, whatever.
Big
Like,
tough
yeah.
guy you are. Then come
Yeah,
beat
in
the
case you-
bitch like
in
me,
case you
bro.
beat me, Speakeasy, like,
Meet the
I'm
bitch
just-
like me
I'm
then,
just a
bro.
cat boy on the
Come.
internet.
Why are you
I'm
so
an
scared?
internet tough guy. You kick
Come.
my ass. You're gonna get
Come.
arrested. I
Come,
don't want.
then.
I don't want that to happen
I'll
to
pay
you,
for your
Speakeasy.
flight, matter
I
of
don't want
fact.
you to get
I'll pay
held
for
down
your
in
flight.
jail.
I'll pay for your flight,
Being
Chris.
treated like the
I'll pay
white
for
boy
your
you
flight.
are.
And I'll pay for your hotel stay.
It is a little disappointing, Tupelo.
I just want an answer to my
it's entertaining,
question.
but it's
I just
it's
want
I'll
an answer
pay
to my
for
question.
your flight.
but-
Again, I just
and
want an
your
answer to my
hotel
question,
stay.
right? I'm
I'll
more
put
than
you in a
happy to
nice
go back to the
hotel,
topic
too.
at hand.
You can fly
Speakeasy's
first
not.
class if you want.
Speakeasy is a child.
Can we
Again,
stop
for the
can we
50th time? I'm happy to.
All
Can
right,
we
so
stop
let's
posturing
move
and
past
have an
this,
actual conversation,
right?
please?
Yeah,
I'm
that'd
happy
be nice
to.
because this
I
guy's a
think that's
bitch.
a great idea.
Okay, Speakeasy. So again, the question I was going to ask you originally that this all went down off of, are you going to have, if the police officer's in the room with the abortion doctor while he's performing the abortion, vacuum right up her vagina, sucking out that fetus? So you're going to have him stop the doctor from doing it. So you're going to have him sit there, arms crossed, foot tapping, waiting for it to end so he can serve him the arrest warrant.
Hello?
Okay,
Speakeasy?
I whipped out my wiener.
Speakeasy. Are you there? Speak easy. Are you there? Like,
Yeah, I'm here, obviously.
answer the
Don't you
question.
see me? I
Answer
already
the
told
question.
you I've answered the question.
You
So what was
haven't.
the
I'm not
answer you
going to
gave
keep
before?
answering it.
So was the answer
You
you
said,
gave
like,
before?
I don't know why. I told you, listen, after you decided to call my wife a whore, you should save all of
Oh my
this
God.
for next week. Oh my God.
So no, you're not
Okay,
gonna answer the
maybe
question,
you
so-
guys accept your wives being disrespected because you're probably little cock fucks, but me, no, I don't. Right?
I mean, you're the one getting cucked in this.
He
case,
wouldn't
like,
say that to
descriptively.
me
She
in
was
my
sucking
face,
other guys'
right?
dicks. I would
He
say
would-
this to your face.
Yeah, you keep saying that shit. That's just made
I
up
would.
shit you're saying, right?
You're making up shit
It's
right
funny
now by
that's the
saying I
first
wouldn't
thing
say
you
this
go
to your
for. Is that
face.
the first thing you go for when other people are beating you in debates, Corinth? Probably
you
not, eh?
dodging
You
the
bitch?
question, you not
Eh?
answering the
Probably
question,
not, eh? You
going straight to
bitch?
ad homs.
Huh?
Is that you beating me in a
Probably
debate?
not, eh? You fucking
Is
bitch.
that you beating me in a
Right.
debate? If that's
Right.
your
I
idea of
wonder.
beating me,
I wonder.
I'm sure
huh?
you'd beat me in the
I
fight
wonder,
too,
I wonder when you know, like you're over there in the Crucible Discord getting your ass fucking handed to you. Is this the same shit you do? You go after their wives?
If that's your take,
Is that what you do?
If that's
Is that what you do?
think
Is that the
happens,
low level tier you have? Going at
I'm
people's
sure
wives?
Speakeasy. I'm sure.
Is that what you do over there?
I'm sure Speakeasy.
Oh, what's wrong? You get nervous thinking about that, thinking about
No, I'm
shit.
not.
Everyone's realizing I'm a fucking piece of shit.
No,
Right?
I am a piece of shit. I'm gonna call
Welcome.
you
All right.
the
Is that the
subhuman
same
you
thing
are,
you do
Speakeasy.
All right,
over there?
you
are
two,
low on the
Everyone's wives over there
evolutionary.
too?
Calm down, you two. We got Adam. Welcome, Adam. Welcome to the
Hi,
panel.
Ryan. Thank you for having me up. I just wanted to say, Corinth, I'm really annoyed that how you were insulting my wife the other day in the Crucible Discord server. It was very deeply hurtful to me.
Yeah, you're a
beating
funny
me in a
guy.
debate. Well, you were beating me in a debate, Adam.
I did beat you in that one
You
debate we
did.
had
You
in
were like,
debate club.
and that's the debate where I started talking about your wife. Like,
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
My wife came into the room
It's a
while
ta-
it was
it's a
happening.
pattern.
She was really disappointed in all parties involved, including me.
It's all like it's reasonable if somebody like does like an insulting thing, it's reasonable
go
to
at
expect
their
the other
wives?
person. Yeah, it's reasonable to expect
I
the other
believe
person
it.
to just ignore it and move on with this conversation.
It's reasonable. Wait, no. It's reasonable to expect people are gonna go at your wives when you go at them.
yeah.
No, that's not what I said.
Speakeasy.
That's not what I said.
Yes,
I
it
said
is.
if
Yeah.
if
well, maybe
somebody
you, Corinth, because you're a fucking.
I said
beast.
if one party in the conversation, right, makes an ad hom, says something insulting or rude, right? It's reasonable to expect the other party to ignore it and move on.
Shout out to my wife.
No, didn't say anything about that.
Well,
no, that's what I'm saying.
Shout out to Tupelo. I hope I'm saying it right. Tupelo, who just became a Radical Coder YouTube member. Thank you so much, Tupelo, for getting radicalized here. Enjoy your access to the best emotes on YouTube. We have the absolute best emotes, from the Baby Umbreon to the Sip and Squirtle, the Angry Jiggles. We really just have the best ones. No offense to anyone else, but we just, I mean, they're the best. What can I say? Everyone knows it. Everyone's saying it all the time. We have the best emotes. But thank you, Tupelo.
My point is that it takes two to tango, and when one party insults, it won't go anywhere unless the other party takes the bait and responds into kind. So you both of you have the option right now to just fucking stop this bullshit and move on with the conversation.
I love blood sports. I love doing this shit. I love.
Sorry, guys. I love interrupting. I love interrupting to thank Tupelo for upgrading his member. No. I love Tupelo. I love interrupting you guys to thank Tupelo for upgrading their membership from Power Supply Unit to core contributor. And I also want to interrupt and thank William Gramer Jr. for the $5 super chat, who asked, Corinth, do you actually think that claim will be forgotten? Corinth, answer.
Probably not, but do you think I care? William, do you think I care?
Corinth, are you going to DebateCon too this year?
Yeah, I am.
Awesome.
Someone hold DebateCon in Canada, so I don't have to go to the United States, because I never want to step foot in that country.
Well, thank you so much, William, for the super chat again. And if you guys want to make sure that Ryan and Umbreon go to DebateCon, which we plan to, they're obviously William is showing you the best way to make sure that happens is donating super chats, and Tupelo with memberships as well.
You know, it's really crazy when you tune into a stream because you know one of your friends is on it, and the first thing you hear is two guys trying to organize a debate, and by debate I mean fist fight, and by fist fight I mean discussing the legality of a fist fight, and then you're just really fucking confused, and I still am confused, but just to be clear for everybody who wasn't aware of this, I love my wife. Shout out to my wife. Yeah. I'm not actually married.
But
one day
if you were beating me in a debate, I would be insulting your wife so many times.
You know, like the first time I met you guys, this was kind of funny, but this got so old and boring. You guys are just lame, bro. Like it's just
I am a very boring person. That's true. I'm a very boring person. But I disagree.
It's lame. It's lame. Like I always knew you were boring.
I can walk just
lame.
Fine. I got two.
I didn't realize you guys were like pieces of shit like that, right?
I didn't realize that
like little terminally online goofy fucks. Right?
That's
like
what you're doing, Speakeasy. That's literally what you're doing. You're literally doing the thing of I'm an internet tough guy. Come fly out and fight me. You're the one that's running into the ad-homs. You're the one that's being a lame little bitch.
My first go-to.
You are literally doing everything you accuse other people of doing.
See, he doesn't even have a good memory.
No, you did that. You wouldn't say that to my face. That. What's the implication of that, you dumb fuck?
Yeah, you wouldn't say that if you were in front of me because you're one of these terminally online people that don't talk like this in real life.
Oh, I absolutely would.
I'm saying.
I will talk to you like this in real life. You're gonna be at DebateCon, bud.
Real life.
You're gonna be at DebateCon.
You're gonna
be at DebateCon.
You just don't talk.
Are you gonna be at DebateCon, Speakeasy?
Maybe.
Well, if you are, I promise
maybe
I'll someone else will be right to your face too.
Yeah, I bet. We'll see.
I will.
When I met Corinth in real life, he acted pretty much exactly the same as
Where did you want to do it? You want to do it at DebateCon, but you don't want me to fly you out to fight because of legalities. Makes sense.
I said I'll call your wife a
Makes
whore.
Sense.
If you want to have a fight, you can throw up, kick the shit out of you, self-defense. That's fine.
You're a bitch.
If you want to have a fight at DebateCon, it's gonna have the same legalities conversation.
Just shut up, bro. You said you would fuck me up. I offered to fly you out to fuck me up, and now you're talking about legalities. Shut up.
Hold on.
Adam, I don't care. Nobody even knows who you are, Adam. Don't care. No,
just don't
yeah,
care.
I know, but
don't
get
in personal stuff. You're a niche internet micro celebrity. No one knows who you are either. You dumb fuck.
But I show my face and I give out my real name. That's what I'm saying. Right? That's obviously what I mean. I know you're a little slow. I know you're a little slow and can't keep up with things, Corinth, but it's okay, buddy.
Speakeasy. You're doing
all I know is that
thing where you
you're a piece of shit, right? You're a piece
and I know
of
you're
shit.
a piece of shit, Speakeasy.
Okay.
We both know
Right.
that about each other.
Just know though, you can't back out of the
I'll
debate
admit it. I'll
next
admit
week.
to you,
Just know you
I'm a
can't
piece of
back
shit.
out of the debate next week, right?
I don't want to, Speakeasy. I'm more
Okay,
than happy
good.
to. I've been trying
Just
to have
good.
this argument with you the whole time. You've been
Yeah.
running like the little
Mhm.
bitch you are.
Yes.
And I want to say you actually do have the right to withdraw consent to that debate. You don't have to stay in at any point. In fact, you can even start the
shut
debate and then
up,
withdraw
Cody.
your consent from the debate during
Shut
the debate.
up,
You are allowed
Cody.
to do that. We might shame you for doing that, but you are absolutely allowed to do so.
No, he's
Heck, I
forcing
mean-
me into the debate right now. I'm scared right now. I'm shaking in my boots. But I'm gonna
So
run.
lame, bro. So
You know, I would even say that Speakeasy, if you want, I could coach you on how to debate Corinth specifically, as long as Corinth doesn't.
No thanks, Adam.
Okay.
I like winning debates, buddy.
Okay. Well, I will like. This is me putting on my serious.
You're
hat.
just a troll, dude. You guys are just trolls.
I'm
Right?
actually
That's all
so
you
sometimes
guys
I
are.
troll and sometimes I make
You
serious
have
arguments.
troll
Typically,
take,
people
troll
do both things
analogies,
at
and then
different
like
points.
you got butt hurt, so you tried to take a low blow at my wife.
You mean after
You're
you got
just-
butthurt
you're
and
just
tried
a
to take a low
loser,
blow at
bro.
me?
Obviously, I see the
You
type
mean
of
that
man
part
you
where
are.
you try and go
You are
low,
the
I
type
go
of
lower
man
because
that
I
would
don't
wait
care?
till I wasn't around and try to physically attack my wife because you can't
Speakeasy.
fight men.
You go low,
You're a
I go
bitch.
lower.
You're
I
a
don't give a
bitch.
fuck.
You're
I
a
will
bitch.
do anything. I
know
don't
you
care.
will.
You are
I
a
know.
bitch.
Most
don't break
gay dudes
TOS.
will do anything, so that makes sense.
Yeah. Like your wife, because she's a whore.
Yeah, good one, buddy. You saying it and repeating it doesn't make it true. You just sound.
I disavow,
stupid
by
and
the
like
way.
a
I
lame.
disavow calling
that's
people's
like
wives
a
for it. I don't
lame.
like it.
You
I
sound like
disavow.
you're lame, right? That's a bitch.
You sound
that can
like
do
you're
nothing
lame,
but
sir.
talk about
You
women.
sound like you're
You're gonna bring up
lame.
my kids next too. You're gonna do what everyone else does.
I
Go
mean, I
ahead.
will.
Yeah, see?
But they're not
I
humans
know.
like you,
see?
so I don't see the value.
See this? You're just a loser, bro.
If I were you, I would be
the type
ashamed of having
people are
kids because
you.
they would have your
The
retard
type of
genes.
the type of people that are like you are predictable as fuck, right? You're just like pieces of shit. Like, listen,
And
this
the
is
type
the real
of people
reality.
like you are
This
predictable
is the
because
real
you're
reality.
so low
Craig.
IQ. You
This is
can't
why I
think
feel
of
bad for
anything.
you. This is why I
Speakeasy.
feel bad for you.
I
The
feel
reason,
bad for anyone
the
that's in your real
reason,
life
the
because
reason you
make
have
their
these
life
outbursts,
being
the reason you have these
because
outbursts,
you are
right?
a morally worthless
yeah.
freak. You are a
Yeah, the reason you
dysgenic,
have these
morally
outbursts,
worthless freak
yeah, I'm
who has
morally
no
worthless.
benefit
My
to
profile
society.
picture is on the
The
screen
only
right
benefit
now.
you're
Yeah,
going to have
okay.
onto society is when you learn to
Yeah.
tie a knot.
Yeah, okay, so anyways, the thing about you, Corinth, right?
Yeah,
the
so
real
anyways,
thing about you.
so anyways,
The real thing about
So
you,
anyways,
Corinth.
the
The
real
reason
thing about
you
you,
act this
Speakeasy,
way is
the
because,
reason
like,
you
if
act
you
this
got off
way
the internet and
is
never
if you
got
got
back
off the
on
internet
again,
and never got
nobody
back
would
on
wonder
again,
where you
nobody
are.
would wonder where you are, sir.
That's the reality.
Sir, the
I
reality
would
is
wonder
nobody
that.
would
And then
wonder
if
where
you
are.
disappeared from your town,
And if
nobody would
you
wonder where you
disappeared,
are.
no one would wonder
Right?
where
Like,
you
that's
are,
the actual
sir.
reality, and I feel
And
bad
that's
for
the
you.
actual reality.
So, like, I hope you find God, but it's a sad life you must have.
I hope you meet God soon too, Speakeasy.
Oh, that's real good.
That's the one good thing you could do with your
Relax.
life.
I disavow. I want everyone to live long, healthy, happy
Mhm.
lives. Okay, long, so you guys can come on my panel and yell at each other and make me money. I love that. But
Lawrence just wants to
preferably with
maximize
If I look like the hunchback in Notre Dame and the fucking ogre in the Goonies basement had a kid together, I'd probably be mad too. So it's okay, Corinth. I
And
get
if
it.
I looked like the reject from 8 Mile, I would also think that I'm
Yeah,
better
8
than everyone
Mile.
else.
Yeah, you mean Eminem? He doesn't have a beard.
Did you hear the reject part? Or are you doing the
Eminem
thing where
has
you
a
hear one out
beard
of every
and
3 words
tattoos
because
on
you're
his
brain
neck. That
damaged?
looks like Eminem.
Is that the thing you're doing where you hear 1 out of every 3 words because you're too stupid to hear the full context of the sentence, sir?
welcome, Kazak. Welcome, Kazak. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
Look, it's
again.
my
Welcome
good
back to the
personal
panel.
friend Kazak joining the panel.
What do you think about what you've seen so far, Kazak? I apologize. This is not. I mean, frankly, this is I don't
Thank
even
you
know
for
what to
having
say
me.
about this. Yeah, this
Ryan,
is this is not my usual content, but I'm happy to host this battle of the
Ryan, I
yeah,
still
battle of
think
wits.
you ran from my question originally.
I still think you ran from my question, and
So
you still
that's-
are. I'm happy to
that's
repeat it
what's
for you,
going on.
Speakeasy.
You see, like, this dude's
I'm
just
happy
so
to repeat the
unbearable.
question for you.
All right,
You're running
Ryan,
yourself.
Ryan, I'll
You're
come back
literally
another
doing the
time
thing you're
when
talking
you
about
don't
I
have
am doing.
trolls here just
You're doing the
talking over
thing.
each other, right?
You're literally
This
doing
is
the
just
thing you're talking
pointless
about
at
Ryan's
this
doing.
time,
I
right?
respect your
This
right
is actually
to
pointless
bounce,
at this
but
time. You know what I mean? So, anyways, shout out
Yeah,
to
you
you. Glad
dodging
you've
questions is
been
pointless.
moving up over here.
You're welcome
I'm
here
gonna share
anytime,
your
man.
channel so everyone can come sub up. Are you? Oh, you are monetized now too. Okay, yeah. So everyone come sub up, get a membership, and
great.
yeah, I'll
Yeah,
I'll
and we
talk
are
to you
2
again
super
soon.
chats away
Cody.
from the goal. We have
Don't
7
forget
minutes left.
Thursday,
7 minutes left.
9 p.m. Cody, you're gonna be able to moderate, right?
I think so. Yeah, we'll do it.
All right. I'll hit you up in the Discord, buddy.
I will not be giving Speakeasy a wrench. Thank you, Melanie.
Can I have a wrench?
Wait, who's asking?
Adam.
Probably not.
Good
I don't
choice.
Know, I don't know you well enough.
Good
I don't know you well
choice.
enough.
Good choice. I wouldn't.
Yeah,
trust
good
that
choice.
one.
Well, so I will tell you what I would do with it. Nothing. I don't chat on this account.
Fair enough. Well, I will continue not give you a wrench then.
Thank you. Thank you. I
Hey
appreciate
Zach,
it.
how you doing tonight, buddy?
Okay, Zach, are you there?
Not too bad. How are you doing? How bad was that echo? I hear it.
I don't hear
I
an
don't,
echo.
I don't hear an echo.
Yeah, I don't hear
Is
it
it on my end? Am I echoing?
Or do you have the stream open as well?
I have headphones on.
Yeah, I think you might have to pause the stream if there's an echo because I don't think I don't hear an echo at all.
I think he might have a pretty bad delay.
Yeah, it seems like there's a long lag. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Another debate won. Another radical coder W. Kazak ran. Absolute coder victory. Annihilation of all of coder's enemies. All of my ops are taking L's every single moment of the day. What can I say?
My thoughts and opinions do not reflect the thoughts of Radical Coder.
Oh, don't worry. We know that. But thank you for clarifying.
My thoughts and opinions are identical to every other person's on this channel currently, especially when they contradict.
You know, I respect
Yeah,
that. I actually value being able to sit in contradiction, and although I don't like being forced into contradiction, I suppose it's.
I'm a Hegelian, all right. That means I can just contradict myself, and it'll make sense somehow.
All right, Kazak, let's see. Can you hear us in real time now?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
this is much better.
Yeah.
Much
There you
much
go.
better. Thank you so much.
All right. Yeah, I was trying to follow the last Speakeasy. Was that his name?
Yeah, Speakeasy.
Yeah, he seemed really upset about his wife. I just I don't know exactly what was going on, but
Well, just
You
for
might
the
have
record,
come in
like,
late,
so
very
And
late.
give
so,
the,
so
can I give the
Speakeasy
record?
let me, and then you can correct it if
Yep.
I'm wrong, right? So Speakeasy said something about Corinth, like asked how many dicks have you sucked today or something like that, which obviously escalated tensions. And then Corinth escalated further by saying your wife is a whore. And then they proceeded to scream at each other for 20 minutes. And by the way, if you want us to go any more minutes, we have about 4 minutes before the goal is over, and I am gonna go to sleep if we don't meet this goal. So I appreciate you all regardless. But Corinth, do you feel good about that summary? Or
I just think the only important thing to note is that he said that in the middle of me laying out the hypothetical to ask him to show that he is implying he's using force on his view. So he was doing that as like a way to dodge the question as well.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
perhaps.
I mean, I only knew that Corinth was on because Corinth had DM'd me about this, and I was like, okay, well, I have no idea what the fuck's going on, but I'll come in here and try to help Speakeasy because I figured he would be having trouble. And then I come in and I start listening, and it's like, this isn't a fucking debate. This is
the
it
debate as soon
devolved.
as that happened, but
yeah.
it devolved very quickly after we set up the debate, Ryan.
I mean, So at that point, what can you do other than shout out your non-existent wife?
Yeah.
It's really the only rational move. And my wife is not a whore because she doesn't exist.
But there's got to be a point when you are an adult and you're like, oh, another wife joke. Let me get as mad as I can about it. Like you kind of just let those jokes go.
Yeah, that's a normal, well-adjusted people do it. Like you give a little shit, you get a little shit, you move on.
Yeah, when you want to like fight and kill someone because they made a joke about your wife and you're not 17, I don't know. You kind of just gotta.
It's sus.
Yes, exactly.
That's what I was trying to explain to both of them, because Corinth wasn't being any more well-mannered.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be ill-mannered, but I'm also happy to go right back to the conversation whenever he wanted to.
Yeah, well.
So what is?
Yeah, no, you, I dare say you and I had him very cornered, and it did seem to me like he ran to the ad homs because he was very, very cornered. But that's good practice for this debate that you have set up for him with him.
Oh no, I actually hold like a good abortion view. Unlike you silly liberals.
I know basically. Well, I think I know what it is, but I'm not. If Speakeasy doesn't want me to help him, I'm not going to help him. I don't think he wants me to help him. So
help him.
I mean, I'm happy to just lay it out here. Utilitarian analysis shows that I'm utilitarian, just for priors here. If it is the case utilitarianism is true, then we don't expect most people to have like a very similar intrinsic value in terms of like they don't have any intrinsic experiences. Those are only going to be extrinsic experiences. That's going to be about equal. Then extrinsic experiences, we don't have much predictive power between one child and to a parent and a different child to a parent. We have a little bit of predictive power till later on tends to be to more well-off families. If that's the case, they tend to be a little bit better in experiences, but it's not like a meaningful thing to draw, hey, we should go for that one rather than this one. It's about equal.
Sorry to interrupt your syllogism, but we have less than 1 minute left to meet the goal, and I'm going to go to bed if we don't meet it. So just letting you all know.
Chad, if you meet the goal, shut up and stop talking.
If you don't meet the goal, I'm going to start listing off metal bands. I've done this on Speakeasy's show. I can do this for literally like 10 minutes straight and not run out of bands just off the top of my head.
If you don't meet the goal, I got a better one. If you don't meet the goal, I'm going to start listing off elements on the periodic table.
That's much.
Me and KO Dave will go back and forth seeing who can list off more.
Yeah.
That's what we'll do.
I can list off more metal bands than you can elements on the periodic table.
I literally
I wouldn't be surprised if you could.
Yeah.
It's entirely possible you can list more metal bands than there are elements on the periodic table.
Well, unfortunately, the goal has not been met. So I'm going to give a couple minutes. We can go around the panel and everyone can give their closing thoughts for the night. But then Umbreon and I are going to go snuggle. So let's start with Adam.
I have no thoughts.
Epic stuff. Thank you so much, Adam. Thank you for being here.
Empty.
K Zach, welcome back. Good to have you.
Hey, thanks for having me, and thanks everyone for tuning in. Well, I just wanted to I want to see Ryan hold his dog again, man. That's a cute little pup right there. I don't know if you got it. No. But there we go. But yeah, I tuned in kind of late, but it sounded interesting. Speakeasy was pretty upset, and I was going to ask him about his tattoos and what they meant and all that good jazz, but he bounced pretty quick, and so I don't have too many closing thoughts. But thanks for having me, Ryan.
No problem. You're welcome anytime. KO Dave.
Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, fluorine, neon. Neon's a noble gas. It's fun. Sodium, magnesium, aluminum. The Brits call it aluminium.
Mayrare, Bolt Thrower, Flesh God Apocalypse, Time Ghoul, Super Heavy Godass,
Corinth,
Flying Guardian, Avantasia, Persephone,
Can I
Blood
cede my
Incantation.
time to have them list bands and if not
Devin Townsend, Devin Townsend,
I'm gonna go ahead and address this. Look, Sarah's been on my chat since for like almost 3 years now, so it's not something I decided to do because she got clout or whatever. Like I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry, but anyway.
All right.
Can I give my time to Umbreon Cam again?
Yeah.
We'll close out with Umbreon Cam.
My favorite part of the stream was the Pokemon TCG
the best part of the stream, in fact. I appreciate all for being here. I actually as entertaining as that was, I actually don't love that as content, and I would like to have more like actual dialogue in the future.
Can we get some Rosie Cam?
What?
Can we get some Rosie Cam?
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Here we go. Yeah, love the puppy cams. Yeah, but I appreciate you all being here nonetheless. It was a long stream tonight. I had no idea what was gonna happen when I went live, and ended up having a cool conversation with Tali, and a great panel, I suppose. For the first half was actually very, very interesting, and definitely somewhat entertaining towards the end. I appreciate you all being here. Much love. I'm going to raid you out somewhere. Let me see who is live. Is anybody having recommendations?
Let me see if I got anyone.
By the way, make sure you like the stream before it's over, and if you're not subscribed for some reason, please fix that.
I don't know.
Rob Noor is live.
I was about to say Rob Noor.
I know you hate Rob Noor, but he is live.
Tom Foolery.
I don't hate Rob.
You know, you hate him with the fire of 1,000 burning suns exploding.
I don't know what your opinion is of Tom Foolery, but he's live.
I'm a mod in Tom's chat. But hang on.
There's this rando radical coder. He's live.
Fuck that guy.
You know who's not live? Avril Lavigne. She actually died in 2004 and was replaced by a body double.
Sleeping.
I've heard that. But also, speaking of pop sensations, Sabrina Carpenter dropped her new album tonight, and I'm definitely gonna listen to that as well. After I need to watch a new Dexter episode, Dexter Resurrection, new episode tonight. It's very exciting. I'm hoping Pisco is going for a little bit longer. I'm gonna raid over to Pisco.
AI generated Family Guy parody is live.
Well, I will. I'll make sure to check that out. But for now, I'm gonna send you all to Pisco's hour. Tell him learning is radical. Send my love. I appreciate you all. Drink water. Take care of yourselves. That's W Sabrina Carpenter. We love her here. Yeah, tell her to call me back. Tell her to respond to my Instagram DMs. It's super important. Have a good night.
Sulfur, chlorine, argon, potassium.